Chapter 2494. Strange Old Feng. After the incident, Wuxia Wilderness had gradually calmed down. The sects returned to their norm with disciples fighting and wandering around as they usually would. Nothing much had changed in Wuxia Wilderness. The only change was the disciples from every sect's admiration toward Jian Wushuang. He was a super demon who forced the Great Compassion sect to bow down to him by relying entirely on his own abilities. During these calm moments, Jian Wushuang spent his days quietly within the walls of Blazing Moon City and cultivating secret techniques. In Saint's Tomb, he made a breakthrough to second-class Divine Demon Realm from Peak Chaotic Realm in an instant. Naturally, some of those secret techniques he was practicing could also be upgraded, but there was no time. Now, he finally had the luxury to begin advancing those secret techniques peacefully. For months past, whoosh, a figure floated in the void and hovered above Blazing Moon City Governor's residence as he stopped. "My young friend, Jian Wushuang." A deep but friendly voice resonated towards the governor's residence. In a short moment, a voice transmitting from within the governor's residence, "Lord Yunzhan is finally here. Please come in." Yunzhan immediately flew into the governor's residence. In a yard under the willow tree where Jian Wushuang spent his younger days reading various journals, Jian Wushuang and Yunzhan sat at a stone table and faced each other. There were quality wine and fruits on the table. "Lord Yun, you only return after 4 months. I hope you bring good tidings." Jian Wushuang smiled. Yunzhan turned his palm upwards and presented an interspatial ring he had prepared. "As per your request, 4 portions of Red Sun Secret Essence, 5 red blood fruits, 100 spectacular beast scales, and 10,000 pounds of celestial iron Oregon. We had to obtain spectacular beast scales from other domains, hence the long wait. By the way, the 2 drops of purple shimmer which you requested for. I apologize that I could only find a drop of it," said Yunzhan. Jian Wushuang took a glance. It was true. Everything was there except for the other drop of purple shimmer. Jian Wushuang frowned. "Only a drop of purple shimmer is missing? Didn't you say you know who has the other drop? Don't tell me you couldn't ask from that person with your background and abilities?" "My young friend, I've already told you that even though I know who possesses it, it won't be easy to get. I tried many ways, but unfortunately couldn't convince him to give me the purple shimmer." Yunzhan smiled wryly. "May I ask who has the purple shimmer?" Jian Wushuang asked. "He's called Strange Old Feng. Have you heard of him?" Yunzhan asked. Jian Wushuang shook his head. "No. If even Lord Yunzhan can't convince him, I guess he's at least an ultimate god expert?" "Correct. Strange Old Feng is an ultimate god. Furthermore, one with extremely strong abilities and very hard to deal with. I hear you were in Luogu territory not long ago, so I assumed you probably know the situation over there?" Yunzhan said. "Luogu territory?" Jian Wushuang's heart was racing. When he heard of the words Luogu territory, the first thing he thought of was the mysterious reincarnated expert, Miss Xiao. The reason he, Xiao Hong, and a few other disciples of Narcissus Island went to Luogu territory was to rescue Miss Xiao. Luogu territory was the most chaotic place in Wuxia Wilderness with the highest ruthless killings. Yunzhan began to explain, "There are 9 cities in Luogu territory, with 9 different governors, but the real power that controls Luogu territory are a few reclusive supreme ultimate gods who hide in the dark. Strange Old Feng is one of them. Furthermore, he's an eccentric who's extremely withdrawn." A few genius disciples from the Great Compassion sect were wandering around Luogu territory years ago and carelessly had a run-in with him. He cut off all their limbs and hung them up the city walls before torturing them to death. When we learned about this occurrence, Supreme Elder Lei Chong personally went to seek justice for those disciples, hence the start of enmity between Strange Old Feng and us. Moreover, our hatred only grew stronger following multiple conflicts. In the end, I had to personally intervene and lead our 3 Supreme Elders to attack him, but he was incredibly fast and very good at staying alive. The 4 of us were cornered and couldn't kill him. We came to a stalemate, and since it wouldn't do us any good if the fight continued, we stopped fighting. After that battle, we never took initiative to cross each other again. However, our hatred didn't get resolved. According to our intelligence, the purple shimmer is in his possession. Recently, I have personally gone to look for him and try to convince him many times. I went to the extent of offering something of the equal value and even something of a higher value than the purple shimmer. Unfortunately, he didn't agree. Yunjin looked helpless. He had truly done what he could, but strange old Feng was relentless. Really? Jian Wushuang finally understood. The two parties already had hatred towards each other, but since neither of them could hurt the other, they were forced to stop fighting. Unlike Jian Wushuang and the Great Compassion sect who completely cast aside their grudges. In a situation as such, it would be normal for strange old Feng to not hand over the purple shimmer to his enemy. Lord Yunjian, since this is the case, would strange old Feng exchange the purple shimmer with me if I personally look for him? Jian Wushuang smiled. Well, I can't say for sure. Strange old Feng is a peculiar one, and you can't predict him as you do with a normal person after all. If you find him personally, he may or may not hand it to you. What's worse is that he could just kill you. Of course, you don't have to be afraid of strange old Feng with your abilities. I'd say give it a try, said Yunjin. In that case, could you come with me? Jian Wushuang asked. Not a problem. When would you like to go? Yunjian agreed heartily. Shall we go now? Jian Wushuang smiled. After he informed Zhui Yunfeng, he and Yunjian began their journey to Luogu territory. There were 9 cities in Luogu territory, with each of them humongous and filled with experts. Following Yunjian's lead, Jian Wushuang arrived at one of the cities. Is strange old Feng living in the city? Jian Wushuang squinted and spread out his soul power. Chapter 2495. Crazy old man. The city was huge, hence Jian Wushuang's soul power could only cover a small area and did not manage to find any aura of an ultimate god expert. Strange old Feng has a strange way with things. I've just inquired, and it seems like he's currently in a fighting arena, said Yunjin. Jian Wushuang got slightly excited before nodding and said, A fighting arena? Lord Yun, I would like you to wait here while we'll go meet him. If he's willing to exchange the purple shimmer with me, it will save a lot of effort. If he's not, he'll have to ask you to fight alongside me and force him to hand it over with our overwhelming abilities. No problem, answered Yunjin very heartily. Helping Jian Wushuang to obtain the second drop of purple shimmer was to honor their agreement. Yunjin naturally had to help. Jian Wushuang entered the city and soon arrived at a gigantic fighting arena in the city center. The arena was so wide and looked boundless enough to fit 1,000,000 audiences. There was a big gymnasium in the center with 2 chaotic divine demons engaging in an intense fight. The fights in Luogu territory's fighting arenas did not stop until death occurred. It was insane as the fight would only end if one of the experts died. It was because of that the fighting arena attracted a lot of experts to attend. There were countless experts sitting around the gymnasium while shouting and growling in a frenzy. Among them was one especially passionate person. It was a dirty old man who was clad in torn black robes, incredibly messy hair, and dirt-covered body as if he was a beggar. Haha, my disciple, go. Kill him off. Don't mess around with him, just twist his head off. Press him down, press him down. Don't make me lose face. The dirty old man's voice was the loudest and most piercing one, making a lot of people look at him. Jian Wushuang spotted the dirty old man immediately the moment he entered the fighting arena. Is he strange old Feng? Jian Wushuang squinted slightly. Judging from his looks and actions, the dirty old man did not look like an expert at all. However, Jian Wushuang's senses were clearly telling him that among those cultivators in the arena, that dirty old man was the only one who possessed an incomparably strong aura. He was obviously an ultimate god. As for those 2 people fighting in the gymnasium, the one who was tall and muscular seemed like strange old Feng's disciple. He sends his disciple to fight to his death in an arena. Doesn't he worry about his disciple getting killed? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He could tell that strange old Feng's disciple was only a second-class divine demon. His battle strength was normal and not considered strong. His opponent was also a second-class divine demon. At the moment, it was hard to predict who would survive the fight. However, luck seemed to side with strange old Feng's disciple as he narrowly won. His opponent's head was blasted open, but his shoulder was pierced through by a 3-finger attack, leaving behind 3 bloody holes and a very pale face. Haha, you won. You won again. Strange Old Feng was overjoyed and looked extremely crazy. At one corner of the arena, the face of a chubby and greasy middle-aged man turned gloomy. Supervisor, this guy has won 3 games consecutively, and those who lost to him are our resident divine demons. That crazy old fart who screams like a banshee is probably his master. He bet a lot of ancient god divine powers on his disciple before every game. We're suffering a big loss with just these 3 games, said an assistant in black respectfully to the supervisor. How much did we lose? Asked the supervisor coldly. The crazy old fart bet 1,000 drops of ancient god divine powers during the first game. After he won, he bet another 2,000 drops for the second game, then 4,000 for the third. We've lost 7,000 drops of ancient god divine power to this crazy old man alone, and that doesn't include the other bets, said the assistant in black. The supervisor was not happy. 7,000 drops of ancient god divine power. Doesn't that equate to the entire savings of a lesser peak divine demon? Watch them both. Kill them right away as soon as they leave the arena. Bring back all the ancient god divine powers which we lost and their interspatial ring. Yes. The assistant in black went on to oversee the arrangement immediately. Running a huge fighting arena in one of Luogu territory's 9 cities meant terrifyingly high profit. However, the high profit did not just come from obvious gains. It also included some shady businesses in the dark. For example, the 7,000 drops of ancient god divine power was enough of a reason to do said shady business. Soon after, Strange Old Feng left the fighting arena with his disciple. Not long after exiting the fighting area, on the streets, whoosh, 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 more than 20 figures surrounded them. Master! The disciple was startled. He was only a second-class divine demon, while those who appeared before them were divine demon experts. Among them, there were 6 second-class divine demons and a first-class divine demon. Old fart, you'd better give up all the ancient god divine power you have won in your interspatial rings, then we'll let you live, ordered the first-class divine demon. Haha, isn't it true that there's no such thing as free lunch? However, you're very foolish to rob me. Strange Old Feng scoffed. Whoosh! His black figure flashed and disappeared. A second later, he was back to where he stood. The disciple looked around confused as he found around 20 people, which included those 6 second-class and a first-class divine demon, collapsed together on the ground. Their blood spilled everywhere. The disciple was shocked at first, but became overjoyed right after. He knew that he had studied under the right teacher. His master was absolutely an earth-shattering super expert who was perhaps a peak divine demon. No, probably even stronger. Let's go, kid, said Strange Old Feng. The disciple nodded and followed his master. However, Strange Old Feng stopped once again after taking 2 steps. Strange Old Feng raised his head and saw a young man carrying a sword on his back standing on the streets ahead with his arms crossed and walked toward them. There's more of them? Strange Old Feng felt slightly surprised. His soul power briefly scanned their surroundings, but did not find another person's existence. Moreover, this person before him looked very young, but he could not see through him. That surprised Strange Old Feng even more. Finally, the young man went up to him. Greetings, Senior Feng. Jian Wushuang greeted humbly. Chapter 2496. Doing it the hard way? Who are you, kid? Strange Old Feng looked at Jian Wushuang with his weird evil eyes. Doesn't matter who I am. I'm just here to make an exchange with you, Senior Feng, said Jian Wushuang. What kind of exchange? Strange Old Feng asked. I hear you have a drop of purple shimmer. I would like to exchange for it. I hope Senior Feng is willing to give it to me. I'll of course exchange it for something of equal or even higher value, said Jian Wushuang. Strange Old Feng's face turned cold. Purple shimmer? Hee. Yun Zhan from Great Compassion sect came to look for me and wanted it as well not long ago. Unfortunately, I didn't agree. He wanted it but couldn't get it, and now he's playing with his little tricks and asking a kid like you to exchange for it. Haha, does he think I'm an idiot? No matter what tactics he uses, the Great Compassion sect can only dream about getting the purple shimmer from me. I'd rather destroy the purple shimmer than handing it to them. Jin Wushuang panicked and said, Senior Feng, am not from the Great Compassion sect and am in no way related to them either. Hee hee, do I look like I care if you're related to them or otherwise? No matter what, I won't give the purple shimmer to anyone. Only thing is, kid, strange old Feng shot a glance at Jian Wushuang as his eyes shined with a discreet but sharp glint. I don't like your face, so you must die. A wind blade immediately formed from nothing in front of strange old Feng. In a flash, the wind blade disappeared and in the next moment, it appeared before Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had not expected strange old Feng to suddenly attack him as his face turned gloomy. Furthermore, strange old Feng performed a deadly move immediately without worrying about his status as an ultimate god expert. However, it was not a threat to Jian Wushuang with that impromptu wind blade. Jian Wushuang merely raised his hand, gripped the wind blade, and shattered it. Oh! Strange old Feng was surprised. Second-class divine demon? Strange old Feng's disciple looked over in shock. When Jian Wushuang was fighting, he concealed his divine power aura, hence nobody would sense his actual cultivation level. As strange old Feng started a fight with him, his second-class divine demon's divine power aura had been revealed. You're a mere second-class divine demon, yet you could easily fend off my attack? Interesting. Strange old Feng smiled weirdly, but his expression suddenly changed. Oh, by the way, I heard rumors of a monster in Wuxia Wilderness defeating 3 supreme elders of great compassion outside Saint's Tomb, being only at the cultivation level of divine demon realm. After that, he even endured 3 direct palm strikes from Yunzhan and forced the Great Compassion sect to lower their heads. That monster is also good at sword principles and is very young. I guess that's you? Yes, it is. Jian Wushuang immediately admitted. Haha, it's really you. I think I remember your name. Something like Jian Wushuang? Strange old Feng giggled. That's correct. So I take it that you understand I have nothing to do with the Great Compassion sect. As for the purple shimmer, it is me who wants it. I'm only forcing the Great Compassion sect to get it for me. I wonder if you are willing to exchange the purple shimmer with me now? Jian Wushuang asked. In his mind, strange old Feng had deep grudges against the Great Compassion sect, and the fact the Great Compassion sect suffered a great loss under Jian Wushuang would have meant he helped strange old Feng let off some steam. In addition, the purple shimmer was not useful to strange old Feng. Strange old Feng should probably be willing to exchange it with him. However, hell no. Strange old Feng directly waved his hand. Kid, whether or not you have a relationship with the Great Compassion sect has got nothing to do with me. The purple shimmer is my possession. It's my freedom whether I want to exchange it or not, and now I don't want you to have it, but if you can of course insist on having it. However, there's one condition. What would that be? Jian Wushuang was still calm inside. It's very simple. You knew I have beef with the Great Compassion sect. Although you've killed many of its disciples, the effects toward their sect aren't strong. I want you to seriously hurt Great Compassion sect once by, for example, killing one of their supreme elders or something. Strange old Feng grinned devilishly. You want me to kill a supreme elder from the Great Compassion sect? Jian Wushuang squinted. That's right. A supreme elder is worth a drop of purple shimmer. If you do so, you don't need to exchange anything with me. I'll give you that drop of purple shimmer directly. What do you say? Strange old Feng smiled. Jian Wushuang, you can take your time to think about it. After all, you have pissed them off once and they couldn't do anything to you. There's no reason you can't do it again if that's the case. Jian Wushuang said, my grudge with the Great Compassion sect is already over. Plus I've made peace with all the other sections I'm not like you. I do care about my status as a person. If the Great Compassion sect doesn't cross me again, I won't attack them. Is that so? Then I can't help you. That drop of purple shimmer will always stay in my interspatial ring. Even though it doesn't do me much good by keeping it, just watching you suckers scratching your heads over it makes me happy. Strange old Feng began to giggle. Looks like it's impossible to have a fair trade with you. Jian Wushuang's eyesight began to turn frosty. He did not plan to fight as strange old Feng was an ultimate god after all. If the joint attacks of Yun Zhen and his 3 supreme elders could not even defeat him, he was not one to be taken lightly. Jian Wushuang knew it was wise not to cross him, hence he was being polite and humble throughout. Naturally, it would be best if Strange Old Feng was willing to exchange. However, Strange Old Feng was not willing, hence Jian Wushuang had employed more forceful tactics. Now you want to do it the hard way since the easy way didn't work? Who do you think you are? Strange Old Feng was not afraid at all, while he looked at Jian Wushuang in ridicule. It's not possible if I'm the only one doing it, but Jian Wushuang smiled. What if I joined in? A grand deep voice suddenly filled the air. Yunjin's figure suddenly appeared in the void. Oh, Yunjin, you guys seem prepared. Strange Old Feng's expression darkened as well but felt no fear. Strange Old Feng, hand over the purple shimmer. I'm still willing to exchange it for something more valuable. If not, they'll have to attack. Don't forget your disciple is right here. Aren't you worried I would kill him? Jian Wushuang's voice was cold and slightly threatening. Chapter 2497. 1,000 feet Divine God. Did you say kill my disciple? Strange Old Feng smiled menacingly. Master, don't worry about me, you. Strange Old Feng's disciple had just spoken, but his eyes popped out in surprise before he had finished speaking. A dry old palm had penetrated his body with a terrifying force and completely crushed his internal organs. The disciple's expression was one of disbelief as he fell to the ground. You actually killed your own disciple? Jian Wushuang's face showed consternation. Strange Old Feng is cruel and vicious. He has been alone. How could he possibly want a disciple for real? He probably treats his disciple like a toy collected at will, said Yunjin. Strange Old Feng waved his palm and said with a wicked laugh. Hee, Yunjin sure knows me best. Now that no one's in the way, let me see how powerful the most heaven-defying divine demon in the history of Wuxia Wilderness. His body was surging with an aura that only ultimate god experts could possess while speaking. His breath of power carried a hint of malice that engulfed the entire place. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly. Just considering the breath of power alone, Strange Old Feng's aura was stronger than the 3 supreme elders of the Great Compassion sect, but was a far cry from a high-level ultimate god such as Yunjin. He has reached peak early-stage ultimate god realm. Jian Wushuang concluded on Strange Old Feng's strength. Strange Old Feng made a move. A blast of cold wind swept across the sky at a terrifying speed. After Strange Old Feng went at full speed, he did not swoop in the direction where Jian Wushuang was to everyone's surprise. Instead, he turned and ran away. Running away? Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold and his figure immediately sprang out to chase after Strange Old Feng. Haha, I'm not stupid to contend with both of you at the same time. There was a peal of loud, unbridled laughter from Strange Old Feng. This old thing is very cunning. Yunjin's face sulked as he went after Jian Wushuang to kill Strange Old Feng. The 3 of them were extremely fast. Not long after, they were outside the city. Jian Wushuang, I've dealt with Strange Old Feng before. His current speed is already amazingly fast, but he still has a life-saving secret technique. Once he uses it, his speed will rise to another level which enables him to shake both of us off from pursuing after him, said Yunjin. It shouldn't be easy for him to cast that technique, right? Jian Wushuang asked in a low voice. Well, it's not easy, but if he has no choice, he'll do it, said Yunjin. We shall not give him the chance to perform it then. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold as he chased after Strange Old Feng alongside Yunjin. Suddenly, 2 holograms lurched forward at the same time, and Jian Wushuang's speed increased and surpassed Yunjin. The distance between Jian Wushuang and Strange Old Feng was getting closer. Is Jian Wushuang that fast? Strange Old Feng noticed the movements behind him and was surprised. It's space-time apparition, and there are 2 holograms. No wonder. However, he's alone, so even if he catches up to me, he can't do anything. Strange Old Feng was not bothered. He was also not in a rush to cast his life-saving secret technique. The distance between Jian Wushuang and Strange Old Feng was getting closer, with Jian Wushuang's eyes also getting colder. Finally, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a severe glare. It's the time. Buzz. Majestic golden divine power condensed abruptly behind Jian Wushuang. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a huge golden god shadow. The golden god shadow was different from the one he cast 4 months ago. 4 months ago, Jin Wushuang used the divine god of punishment secret technique and formed a 900 feet tall golden god shadow. For the past 4 months, Jin Wushuang stayed in Blazing Moon City and worked hard to improve the powers of those secret techniques he had. The golden god shadow he formed now had exceeded 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet golden god shadow. It represented the second level of the divine god of punishment technique and should not be taken lightly. The current golden shadow compared to 4 months ago was a whole new level with its power at completely different levels. Under the amplification of golden god shadow, Jin Wushuang's breath of divine power soared before his big hands shot forward and clapped. Prison of punishment. Rumbling. Golden divine power shot out madly from the golden god shadow in all directions as it spread across the entire space and blotted out the heavens and covered the sun. Strange old Feng was not far in front of Jin Wushuang as he rapidly fled. However, no matter how fast he could not match up to the golden divine power's speed. In an instant, the vast golden divine power had surpassed him and condensed into a golden barrier at the void in front of him. A huge golden prison took shape. Both Jin Wushuang and Strange Old Feng were trapped within the golden prison. Prison? Strange Old Feng was nervous, but soon let out a cold snort. A dark red spear appeared in his hand. The dark red spear carried an infinite amount of evil spirits. It turned into a swift and violent lightning from being enveloped by the tyrannical divine powers of Strange Old Feng as it thrust fiercely towards the golden barrier. Bang! There was a loud noise. A spiral pit the size of a water bucket appeared on the golden barrier, but the spear did not penetrate the golden barrier. This prison is so hard? Strange Old Feng was surprised. He did not know one of the 5 most powerful secret techniques of the 7 Stars Black Sects. The divine god of punishment was extremely powerful and famous. 4 months ago, Jin Wushuang condensed only a 900 feet high golden god shadow, and the prison formed was not something an ordinary ultimate god could break away. Outside Saint's tomb, the 3 supreme elders of the Great Compassion sect were trapped in the prison of punishment, and Lei Chong had to use the thunderbolt bead which he paid a great price to refine just for blasting a hole through the golden prison. The thunderbolt bead exploded, and the power it emanated alone was equivalent to a high-level ultimate god's power. When the golden god shadow had reached a height of 1,000 feet, the prison of punishment's powers had also increased by a huge amount. Even a high-level ultimate god as Yun Zhun had to use his strongest move just for attempting his luck to puncture a hole in the golden prison. Strange Old Feng was only at the peak early stage ultimate god. It was impossible for him to break the golden prison. Chapter 2498. Compromised. Humph. After a cold snort, a second dark red spear appeared in Strange Old Feng's other palm. He was holding 2 spears and gathering streams of terrifying divine power in his hands as he rifled both spears swiftly towards the golden barrier. Bang! 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 The spears drove towards the golden barrier over and over again, hitting the same spot 13 times. The pit that appeared on the barrier before gave way under the impact and began expanding in size, but at the same time, it was recovering at an astonishing speed. After receiving attacks from Strange Old Feng, the pit reverted to its original appearance and was still rapidly recovering. What? Strange Old Feng frowned. It's useless unless you can tear it down with a single blow or blast a hole through it. Otherwise, no matter how much impact you applied, it'll instantly recover. You can't escape. Jin Wushuang explained with a cold voice as his figure appeared behind Strange Old Feng without warnings. A grim and forbidding sword intent swept up. Jin Wushuang kept a cold and distant look, the Blood Mountain sword brandished at will in his hand. Swordlight filled the space as a sea of swords formed in an instant and inundated Strange Old Feng. Strange Old Feng turned around immediately with his 2 spears emanating evil spirits. He decided to confront Jin Wushuang head-on. Jin Wushuang was extremely powerful. Although he had not used the 7 Stars secret technique, his divine powers were much stronger than before from absorbing 3,500 primordial stones. He also had the 1,000 feet golden god shadow behind him. Those sword lights spread out with each being extremely powerful and fast. This kid is strong. He's only a divine demon, but his combat prowess is no lesser than mine and perhaps even stronger than me. Strange Old Feng's face got uglier as both of them engaged in a battle. All of a sudden, Jian Wushuang's figure briefly stopped. The next moment, he dived steeply down with the Blood Mountain sword in his hand, evolving into a long snake. There were harsh clattering sounds as the void was torn apart like a piece of paper, with everything being dissolved into emptiness. It was soundless and stirless with no traces of anything, except for a sword shadow that swept past. Space-time sword technique, third form, pure shadow. It was a sword technique created during his enlightenment from Fengtian Scroll and Saint's Tomb, but Jian Wushuang never used it before when he fought against the Great Compassion Sect's ultimate gods. It was time for the pure shadow technique to show its powers. Clang. With loud clanging sounds, the spears in Strange Old Feng's hands skewed slightly when collided with the sword shadow. The sword shadow was like a phantom as it went straight towards Strange Old Feng's body. A layer of dim black light flashed on the surface of Strange Old Feng's body in the form of a heavy barrier. Bang! Strange Old Feng was sent falling back, while Jian Wushuang stood firm in place. Strange Old Feng has strong self-defensive abilities. I'm surprised my sword did not hurt him. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. Jian Wushuang. Yunjin finally arrived, entered the golden prison with Jian Wushuang's permission, and appeared next to him. This prison? Yunjin examined the golden prison around him and was amazed by its power. He speculated it would be hard for him to break out of the prison if trapped within it. Strange Old Feng, you have nowhere to escape. Just hand over the purple shimmer. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang's cold voice echoed in the golden prison. Strange Old Feng replied angrily, Jian Wushuang, there are no grudges between us, but you have ill feelings for the Great Compassion Sect and Yunjin. All you want is the purple shimmer. Both of us should join forces and use your domain to teach Yunjin a lesson. The purple shimmer will be yours after you help me fight against him. Yunjin was irritated. I've already said before, the conflicts between me and the Great Compassion Sect have been resolved. I will not attack them. I shall take it by force since you are unwilling to hand me the purple shimmer. Lord Yunjin, let's attack together, said Jian Wushuang. All right. Yunjin nodded. Haha. So what if you both team up? So what if there's this golden prison? You can't kill me even if I'm unable to escape. Strange Old Feng laughed arrogantly. We can't kill you? Really? Jian Wushuang smiled. The moment he finished his sentence, the golden divine power's pressure went down on Strange Old Feng. The prison of punishment was made up of prison and domain. Prison traps the opponent and domain oppresses them while improving the user's powers. The power of one party depletes while the other gains, widening the strength gap. This technique was manifested to its fullest with Jian Wushuang's 1,000 feet golden god shadow. What? Strange Old Feng's figure sank. Although he was an ultimate god expert and had reached peak early-stage ultimate god, his power had been reduced rapidly under the golden divine power's pressure. His strength had dropped by nearly 20%. It was an awful percentage of power depletion to him. Go! Jian Wushuang commanded in a low voice and attacked alongside Yunjin. He had chosen to discharge his 7 stars secret technique's power, and his divine power breath skyrocketed and was approaching the level of the first-class divine demon realm. Boom! Boom! The two experts delivered their shots at the same time. Jian Wushuang's sword skills were perfectly displayed, whereas Yunjin was being overbearing. His big hands swung out again and again, with each palm print turned into a giant ape, brown bear, tiger, and leopard interchangeably every time he drew his palm. Every palm was derived from extremely powerful and ferocious animals. The combat power of high-level ultimate god was fully displayed by Yunjin. As for Jian Wushuang, he relied fully on the support of elevated powers from the Golden Prison's domain and had soon attained combat powers equal to that of a high-level ultimate god. It barely achieved that level of power as he was still slightly inferior compared to Yunjin. However, he was much stronger than Strange Old Feng, especially when Strange Old Feng's power had been decreased by 20%. It was a complete showdown. Strange Old Feng had no room to repel the attacks and could only rely on his physical protection abilities to resist the attacks. It would not last long, and soon he would give way as his body reached the limit. Strange Old Feng had no means to escape while being trapped within the golden prison. His life-saving secret technique could not be used either. Strange Old Feng was nervous. Stop! Stop! Jin Wushuang, don't you want the purple shimmer anymore? Okay, I'll give it to you. Strange Old Feng screamed as he obviously had no choice but to compromise. Chapter 2499. Killed. Strange Old Feng waved his hand as a hazy purple light was thrown towards Jian Wushuang. The purple light was a grain of purple shimmer with a peculiar aura. Although it was like a grain of sand, it was actually the size of a pea. Purple shimmer. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up, waved his hand, and sent the drop of purple shimmer into his interspatial ring. Jian Wushuang was done collecting all the materials needed to refine his life armor with that. All he needed to do next was to find Master Kuan and ask for his expertise to refine that armor. Jian Wushuang, I've given you the purple shimmer. Can you let me out of this golden prison now? Strange Old Feng called out. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes at Strange Old Feng before immediately shook his head. Sorry, but no. What did you say? Strange Old Feng was startled. If you were someone else, perhaps I will let you go. But you're cruel. You even killed your own disciple. What else can you not do? You gave the purple shimmer to me because you have no other choice. But once you escape, you'll probably retaliate against me. Even if you can't retaliate against me, you will retaliate against my family, and that's troublesome for me. I'll have to kill you then, since I've provoked you, and not leave such a risk behind. Jian Wushuang wore a ghastly look. Strange Old Feng was cruel, unruly, and despicably. He dared to madly retaliate against the great compassionate sect. What more towards Jian Wushuang? Jian Wushuang was sure that Strange Old Feng would seek vengeance with him thereafter. Lord Yunzhan, well, join forces to kill him, said Jian Wushuang coldly. Haha, sure thing. Yunzhan nodded without hesitation. The Great Compassion sect had wanted to kill Strange Old Feng for a long time but lacked the abilities and chance to do so. How could Yunzhan possibly let go of a perfect opportunity that lay in front of him? Kill. Jian Wushuang and Yunzhan delivered their shots again. They no longer held back and went in for the kill. Jian Wushuang, you didn't keep your promise. Strange Old Feng was very frightened and kept screaming. Promise? Haha, if you choose to give the purple shimmer at the beginning, I wouldn't have hurt you. But now, you should just go to hell. Jian Wushuang's killing intent shot up and combined the high-level ultimate god's combat power from both Jian Wushuang and Yunzhan. Strange Old Feng could only retreat further and further as his injuries became more and more obvious. Eventually, his body had reached the limit of how much it could resist. Buzz. Strange Old Feng's body collapsed and his voice completely gone. Finally, he's dead. Yunzhan sighed lightly after seeing Strange Old Feng being killed. The Great Compassion sect has tried to kill him many times, but his life-saving ability is so great that we failed countless times. He's finally dead this time. Thank you, friend Wushuang. Your prison is indeed amazing. Yunzhan knew the Golden Prison had greatly contributed to their success in killing Strange Old Feng. Had it not been for the Golden Prison which trapped Strange Old Feng, he would have used his life-saving secret technique to escape. Jian Wushuang also murmured, the life-saving ability of this old monster is indeed strong. Apart from his life-saving secret technique, his Bodhi's defensive abilities were also powerful. Ordinary early-stage ultimate god would have died much earlier under our combined attacks, but he persevered for quite some time. Anyway, he's dead now. Wushuang, my friend, Strange Old Feng is dead, and you have received the last drop of purple shimmer. The Great Compassion sect has fulfilled our promise to you. There are still many things to deal with in the Great Compassion sect. I shall leave first, said Yunzhan. Thank you, Lord Yunzhan. Jian Wushuang smiled. Although Jian Wushuang was not sure whether the Great Compassionate sect still held grudges against him, the two sides had apparently resolved their conflicts. Unless one party decides to fall out, there should be no more fights between them. All the instrument cultivation materials have been collected. It'll go directly to Master Kuan in Luogu territory. Jin Wushuang chuckled and left for Qingxiao City, one of Luogu territory's 9 cities. As soon as Jin Wushuang arrived at Qingxiao City, he thought of Miss Xiao from Hundred Flowers Tower. After Miss Xiao vanquished the Mu clan, she left Wuxiao Wilderness and no one knew where she went. Regardless, there was a verbal alliance between him and Miss Xiao. They might meet in the future. A towering and grandiose mansion floated above the void. It was none other than Master Kun's residence. Jin Wushuang had been there before. He had to use some tactics before being allowed to enter and meet Master Kuan. Jin Wushuang went straight into the mansion with an apparition, such that the guards did not notice his existence at all. A bald elder in an exquisite room was none other than Master Kuan, who wore a black robe and was carefully browsing a jade slip. Suddenly, a light breeze blew and a figure appeared in the center of the room. Who? Master Kuan was alerted and raised his head. Master Kuan, long time no see. Jin Wushuang folded his hands behind him and smiled. You are? Master Kuan looked at Jin Wushuang in a daze. He was unable to recognize Jin Wushuang, although Jin Wushuang looked rather familiar to him. Master Kuan, do you remember a chaotic divine demon who came not long ago and asked for help to cultivate a life armor? Jin Wushuang smiled. Life armor? Are you Jin E? Master Kuan finally figured who Jin Wushuang was. The last time Jin Wushuang visited Master Kuan, he was wearing a hat to cover his appearance, hence Master Kuan did not recognize him at first glance. It's my pleasure that Master Kuan still remembers me. Master Kuan, do you remember the agreement we had? These are the instrument cultivation materials which you mentioned. Please help me to cultivate a life armor. Jin Wushuang handed over an interspatial ring. Master Kuan took the ring and looked into it only to be shocked. 4 red sun secret essences, 5 red blood fruits, 2 drops of purple shimmer, 100 pieces of spectacular beast scale, and 10,000 pounds of celestial iron oregon. You have managed to gather all of them, and in such a short time. Master Kuan was flabbergasted. He knew very well how rare those instrument cultivation materials were in Wuxia Wilderness. There were 5 types of materials, and each of them was priceless. In addition, they were required in rather large quantities such that even for a top sect such as Narcissus Island, it would be impossible to gather those materials. Master Kuan had not considered Jin Wushuang would be able to collect all of those materials. However, Chapter 2500, Cultivate Life Armor, Master Kuan. When would you be able to help me cultivate the life armor? Jin Wushuang asked. Master Kuan tried calming down and raised his head to meet Jin Wushuang's eyes again. He inferred, if I'm not wrong, your name isn't Jin E, but Jin Wushuang, right? Master Kuan knows me? Jin Wushuang kept a straight face. You're indeed Master Jin Wushuang. Master Kuan was startled, and his tone became respectful. Master Jin went to Saint's tomb and vanquished many genius disciples from various sections. Finally, you even single-handedly defeated the 3 supreme elders of the Great Compassion sect. This news has spread across Wuxia Wilderness. As for how I know it was Master Jin, the conditions and things Master Jin requested from the Great Compassion sect were made known to the public. The things you have asked for were materials needed to cultivate the life armor. Now that Master Jin has come to me with these materials, it will naturally reveal Master Jin's identity. Is that so? Jin Wushuang thought it was logical. Master Jin, there will be no problem to cultivate a life armor since we now have enough instrument cultivation materials. They'll start making preparations and begin 3 days later, said Master Kuan. I shall wait for 3 days then. Jin Wushuang smiled. Master Kuan soon left to make preparations. 3 days later, Jin Wushuang came to a huge underground chamber under the guidance of Master Kuan. The chamber was located at the bottom of a fire pit which was surrounded by frighteningly high-temperature raging flames. In the center of the chamber was a huge furnace. The aura from the furnace was quite extraordinary. It was obviously a rare treasure. Master Jin, the cultivation process of the life armor is cumbersome. I'm afraid it'll take more than 10 days. As it's my first time cultivating a life armor, so the failure rate may be very high and you'll need a longer time. A lot of materials would be damaged during the process, explained Master Kuan. I don't care how long it'll take and how many materials will be damaged. The materials I gave you should be sufficient for a few tries. It's good enough as long as you can guarantee success in cultivating even just one life armor, said Jian Wushuang. Master Kuan smiled. Absolutely, there may be leftover materials too. By the way, I wonder if Master Jian has prepared the blood essences? There were three main conditions in cultivating a life armor: cultivation materials, a craft master, and blood essences from an expert that met the requirements. Didn't you say that the blood essences of the expert must be absolutely strong? Mine should meet the requirements, said Jian Wushuang. Master Kuan frowned. Well, Master Jian might not know this, but the cultivator's own blood essences are naturally the best choice. But its power may be influenced by the cultivator's life rating. A cultivator's life rating is usually inferior to the blood essences of powerful beasts or some special race experts. It would be better if Master Jian can prepare blood essences from powerful beasts or special race experts. Of course, it doesn't matter if Master Jian doesn't have any of them. I have some with me, and I can use it. Jian Wushuang smiled upon hearing that. Master Kuan, I don't need the blood essences of a beast or a special race. Mine is good enough. Jian Wushuang was confident. Life rating? What kind of beasts or special race experts can have a better life rating than myself? What a joke. Who was Jian Wushuang? He was the second perfect chaotic creature in the entire world. His life rating was the best in the world, and no one can be compared with his. The four great tribes who stood at the top of ancient god domain had excellent life ratings, but they were nothing compared to Jian Wushuang. He was a perfect chaotic creature. Why would he want to use blood essences of a beast or special race? If this is the case, then let's go with it. However, if Master Jian's blood essences do not meet the necessary requirements, Master Jian's life armor will be of low level. Master Kuan was a little nervous. Don't worry, there will be no problem with my blood essences, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. Master Kuan opened up the furnace and began the cultivation process. Jian Wushuang was standing in the chamber and did nothing else other than closely watching Master Kun's cultivation skills. Instrument cultivation skills were a profound knowledge. Jian Wushuang had not done much research into it, but he did not want to miss the scene where a fourth-grade craftmaster cultivated a life armor. Jian Wushuang watched Master Kuan open the furnace before using a special method to draw extremely high-temperature liquid lava into the furnace and filling it up. The liquid lava was no ordinary volcanic liquid lava. It was one that had existed for at least millions of years, and with the highest temperature from its core. It was collected by Master Kuan at a great cost, and especially used for instrument cultivation. Next, Master Kuan began throwing some materials into the furnace. At first, Master Kuan put in some celestial iron, ore and spectacular beast scales into the furnace. Later on, he added 1 part of red sun secret essence and a stalk of red blood fruit into the furnace. The purple shimmer was the only thing he did not put into the furnace. Time passed very quickly and more than 10 days had passed. Over the past 10 days, Jian Wushuang was closely watching the entire cultivation process. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang frowned. Failure! An explosive sound came out of the furnace as those materials that had dissolved, integrated, and formed into the shape of a battle armor shot out of the furnace. Those materials were no longer usable. Sigh. Master Kuan sighed. He was not surprised as he had not expected to be successful on his first attempt. He spent half a day restoring his divine power and physical state before Master Kuan attempted it for the second time. The second time was a lot more proficient than the first, and the whole process was much faster. Nonetheless, those materials were crushed into powder on the 9th day, and the second attempt had also failed. After his second failure, Master Kuan was not discouraged at all. Instead, there was a gleam of determination in his eyes. So, this is how it is? Master Kuan must have figured out a lot of things in his first 2 attempts. He was enthusiastic on the 3rd try. Master Kuan, are you confident with the next try? Jian Wushuang asked. Don't worry, Master Jian. I've already figured out all the cultivation steps. I'm more than 70% sure on the 3rd attempt. Master Kuan was very confident. Chapter 2501. Life Armor Completed. Master Jin, please be ready to feed the life armor some of your blood essences, said Master Kuan. Okay. Jin Wushuang nodded. Soon, Master Kuan began his third attempt. This time around, he had perfected the steps and made no mistakes. Another 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Master Kuan, who had been focusing on cultivating the life armor by the furnace, had both his eyes lit up in excitement. The life armor is completed. Jin Wushuang looked over immediately. He could vaguely see a battle armor in the middle of the furnace within the hot liquid lava. The life armor was just taking shape, but yet to have its own wisdom. Master Kuren then took out the purple shimmer. In his last 2 failures, he had not used the purple shimmer at all. He had only taken the purple shimmer out after the life armor took shape. The purple shimmer was like a finishing touch to the life armor. The life armor seemed to have instantly come to life when Master Kuan sent it into the furnace. The life armor gave away a unique aura. This life armor has wisdom now. Master Jin, come here and let it absorb your blood essence, said Master Kuan. Jin Wushuang did not hesitate and walked towards the furnace. How much blood essences are needed? Jin Wushuang asked. Generally, it takes a lot, but also depends on the blood essences ratings. Take your time, Master Jin. Just put in drop by drop and well judge according to the situation, said Master Kuan. Jin Wushuang nodded. He stretched out his index finger and squeezed a drop of blood into the furnace. The blood essence dripped into the furnace and was instantly swallowed by the hot liquid lava, but there were no changes in the furnace. A single drop of blood essence probably won't give rise to any reaction. Master Jin, try dropping a few more drops. Master Kuan suggested. Jin Wushuang frowned. The higher the life rating, the harder it was to accumulate and extract their blood essence. It was extremely difficult for people of the ancient race to accumulate and extract their blood essence. Jin Wushuang, being a perfect chaotic creature, would naturally have a hard time accumulating and extracting his blood essence. Try a few more drops? However, he only had a few drops of blood essence. Just when Jin Wushuang was about to squeeze the second drop of blood essence, buzz! The huge furnace suddenly shook and the hot liquid lava in the furnace began boiling wildly and surged around violently. What's going on here? Master Kuren was taken aback as he did not know what had happened. Right then, a strong golden ray of light lit up. Master Jin, step backward. Master Kuren screamed and immediately retreated. Jin Wushuang retreated a few steps. At the same time when he retreated, the huge furnace spar burst open as hot liquid lava flew out madly in all directions. Jin Wushuang's divine powers erupted and formed a barrier in front of him to block the hot liquid lava on the other side. Explosion? How could it possibly explode? The life armor had already taken form. Master Kuan, who was next to Jin Wushuang, was talking loudly. No. Master Kun's eyes glistened again because he saw the golden light floating at the chamber top. The golden light was extremely bright, and within the rays of golden light was a completed life armor. The life armor was neither damaged nor exploded. Nonetheless, the furnace had indeed blown up. Besides, the aura of this armor is so strong. Master Kuan stared hard at the life armor basking in the golden light. He could feel the aura emanated from the life armor was very powerful. Its aura was much stronger than many natural treasures. Even the top-notch natural treasures had a subservient aura toward it. It has become an extraordinary natural treasure, has it not? Master Kuan was startled. Master Kuan, what should I do next? Do I continue squeezing blood? Jin Wushuang asked. Blood essence? Master Kuan seemed to have understood something, but still had doubts in his heart as he stared at the life armor for a while and said, Try another drop. Jin Wushuang did not hesitate and immediately squeezed another drop of blood essence, sending it towards the life armor. The life armor instantly swallowed the drop of blood essence. Then, boom! The life armor was already extremely powerful and had a much stronger aura than any natural treasure, yet its aura skyrocketed again by several folds more than before. Next, the life armor gave off an aura that countless experts would covet and at the same time was shining with a colorful glow. Even though the chamber was located underground, it failed to stop the widespread aura and colorful glow. In an instant, there were colorful clouds illuminating heaven and earth in the void above the chamber. The aura of a precious treasure permeated for thousands of miles. Colorful clouds? This sort of colorful clouds only appears when a heavenly treasure is born. Is this an anomaly of heaven and earth? How is this possible? Master Kuin was completely stunned. He could not even believe he made the life armor. It was a heavenly treasure. A heavenly treasure that was highly sought after by any ultimate god expert was successfully cultivated. Most importantly, he had cultivated that life armor. What's a life armor? It was something closely related to the cultivator and was a progressing treasure. Its powers increased simultaneously with the strength of its cultivator. Under normal circumstances, any newly cultivated life armor or life divine weapon would be at the ordinary power. Its power was seldom able to match ordinary earth treasures. However, the life armor he cultivated was at the level of a heavenly treasure. What just happened? It's like two cultivators. One was just an ordinary man when he was born, while the other was a chaotic divine demon upon birth. How are they even comparable? A life armor that attained the level of a heavenly treasure right after it was successfully cultivated would have an extremely bright future. Its powers would grow along with the power of its master and might even become a legendary premier treasure. Premier treasures only existed in the legend. Master Kuin had only seen it in ancient books. He still could not believe that he had made a precious life armor that could potentially be a premier treasure one day. How did this happen? Master Kun's eyes were glistening as he looked at Jian Wushuang. Was it because of Master Jian's blood essence? Yes, it must be Master Jian's blood essence. Master Kuin concluded. He knew fully well that based on his cultivation skill and those instrument cultivation materials, the life armor would not have reached the level of an earth treasure under normal circumstances. Hence, it must be the 2 drops of blood essence which Jian Wushuang inserted that upgraded it to be a heavenly treasure. Chapter 2502. Golden Glaze Life Armor. This life armor is able to reach the heavenly treasure level with just 2 drops of blood essence. What kind of blood essence is that? Master Kuin was astonished. Jian Wushuang, who was standing beside, had also felt the aura emanating from the life armor. A wide smile appeared on his face. Judging from the aura, this must be really powerful. Master Kuin, should I continue dripping blood essence into it? Jian Wushuang asked. Master Kuin was startled. He took a serious look at the battle armor and then shook his head. No, Master Jian. Your blood essences are extraordinary. Merely 2 drops of your blood essence have pushed this life armor to its endurance limit. Another drop of blood essence might immediately destroy it. Jian Wushuang nodded and stopped putting in more of his blood essence. Master Kun's eyes flashed as he waved his big hand and sent several palm prints in the direction of the life armor. It's done. After he solemnly announced the end of the cultivation, the golden light finally dissipated. The life armor, which was enveloped by the golden light, descended from floating in the void. Without any guidance, it floated towards Jian Wushuang. It was Jian Wushuang who fed it his own blood essence after all. It had become a heavenly treasure with unlimited potential. The life armor certainly knew who its owner was. After Jian Wushuang tried the life armor on, the armor immediately bonded with him. Oh, this little guy is still acting like a baby to me. Jian Wushuang smiled at it with great interest after he had established a connection with the spirit of the armor. Master Jian, the armor is done, but it hasn't got a name. Why don't you think of a name? Master Kuin suggested. Name! Jian Wushuang gently stroked the armor in front of him. The armor was golden in color with its extremely smooth surface which exuded a faint metallic luster, like a shimmering phantom. Let's call it Golden Glazed Life Armor. Jian Wushuang smiled. The armor responded happily to its name with a slight quiver. Using his mind to control, the golden glazed life armor immediately turned into golden light which covered Jian Wushuang's body. In an instant, Jian Wushuang's whole body was completely covered by the armor. It was very delicate, beautiful, and fitted seamlessly on Jian Wushuang's perfect figure. Jian Wushuang stood majestically like a golden god of war. Jian Wushuang then started moving around, and the golden battle armor covering his body immediately transformed into an exquisite golden robe. Haha, not bad. Jian Wushuang laughed, obviously very satisfied with the golden glazed life armor. Not only was he satisfied, but he could also feel the armor's power. The golden glazed life armor at the heavenly treasure level had terrifying physical protection capability. Jian Wushuang did not have time to cultivate the 9 Sparkle Star armor, hence his overall strength would increase significantly after he did so, and the golden glazed life armor's prowess would then be fully displayed. Oh yes, Jian Wushuang was reminded of something. Master Kuan, I have a life divine weapon with me. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and took out his Blood Mountain sword. This weapon has been with me for many years, but it didn't absorb my blood essence when it was being cultivated. I have also not been able to feed it with my own blood essence. I wonder if you can temper it again and figure out a way for it to absorb my blood essence? Jian Wushuang asked. Jian Wushuang could feel the Blood Mountain sword's excitement in his hand as he spoke. Blood Mountain sword was his closest comrade. It had been with him since his last life till the current. In his last life, Jian Wushuang's life rating was only average. He was able to occasionally feed the sword with his blood essence. In his current life, the Blood Mountain sword was no longer able to absorb his blood essence after he became a perfect chaotic creature. Master Kuan was quite surprised. This is your life weapon, but it hasn't absorbed your blood essence before? Show me the sword. Jian Wushuang handed the Blood Mountain sword to Master Kuan. Master Kuan cautiously took over and brushed his fingers along the blade. He went wide-eyed. Good sword to this. It's perfect. This sword, regardless it's the external look or internal structure, was done perfectly in every cultivation step without any flaws. This is my first time seeing such a perfect weapon. Master Kun's heart skipped a beat. In the cultivation process of a weapon, subtle errors such as heat, the quantity of materials used, and so on were inevitable no matter how careful the craftmaster was. However, those minute errors gave no impact on Jian Wushuang. There were craftmasters with extraordinary abilities that enabled them to cultivate divine weapons without a single error. Those types of craftmasters only existed in legends and were at least 7th grade or even 8th grade craftmasters. For a 4th grade craftmaster such as Master Kuan, this perfect weapon was a myth. Who's that? Master Jian Wushuang. Who's the craftmaster who cultivated this weapon? Master Kuan asked in an electrified tone. Master Kuan, you don't have to know who made it. You only have to tell me whether you were able to help me, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. Master Kuan pondered for a moment before answering seriously. I've never seen the materials used to make this sword, but there might be a possibility to recultivate it and feed your blood essence to it. The bad news is that a 4th grade craftmaster like myself is unable to do so. Master Kuan helplessly smiled. A 4th grade craftmaster was the top craftmaster in the Wuxia wilderness, but in the entire ancient god domain, 4th grade meant nothing. There were craftmasters who were much stronger. Master Kuan was unable to fulfill Jian Wushuang's request. Is that so? Which grades of craftmasters are needed to meet my requirements? Jian Wushuang asked. At least a 7th grade craftmaster, but the craftmaster at the peak of 7th grade might still fail. Hence an 8th grade craftmaster might stand a much better chance of success, said Master Kuan. Peak of 7th grade or an 8th grade craftmaster? Jian Wushuang was shocked to find out. In a small place like Wuxia Wilderness, it was difficult to even find a 4th grade craftmaster. Jian Wushuang found Master Kuan after much effort. Someone at the peak of 7th grade and the 8th grade was still too far-fetched for Jian Wushuang. You heard that, little guy. You'll have to wait for a little while longer to absorb my blood essence. Jian Wushuang helplessly stroked the Blood Mountain sword. Chapter 2503. 9 Sparkle Star Armor Secret Skill. Blood Mountain sword quivered slightly and seemed dissatisfied, but was nonetheless helpless. Master Jian, these are the remaining instrument cultivation materials from cultivating the golden glazed life armor. There is still a drop of purple shimmer, but a lot more red sun secret essence, red blood fruit, spectacular beast scales, and celestial iron oregon. You'll probably need these materials in the future. Master Kuan handed the remaining materials to Jian Wushuang. In fact, Was it someone else who asked for his favor to cultivate a weapon or an armor, he would have kept the remaining materials for himself. However, he dared not do the same to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded and accepted the remaining materials. He then took out another interspatial ring and said, "Master Kuan, this is a small gift for you. Thank you for helping me with the cultivation of my life armor." There were a lot of resources and treasures in that interspatial ring. It was the ring that Jian Wushuang got after killing strange old Feng and after splitting the gains with Yunzhan. It was definitely more than enough to pay Master Kuan. However, Master Kuan shook his head and refused. No, Master Jian. It's an honor for me to be able to cultivate your life armor, especially when it's such a rare piece at the ratings of a heavenly treasure right after being cultivated. How could I take any reward from you? Master Kuan was telling the truth. He never thought he would be able to personally cultivate a life armor which was as precious as a heavenly treasure. It was his highest achievement throughout his life in the cultivation of weapons and armor. This achievement was worth much more than any reward in the world. Just take it. You have worked so hard for such a long time after all. You shouldn't be kept busy for no reason. Besides, your furnace has broken in the process of cultivating my life armor, said Jian Wushuang. Master Kuan refused a few times, but finally accepted the ring. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining with seriousness. Master Kuan, there is one matter I have to make clear with you. I hope you can keep to yourself about my heavenly treasure life armor and the fact about my blood essence. Never mention it to anyone in the future. Otherwise, I won't tolerate such behavior. Master Kuan knew Jian Wushuang was serious. His face changed as he felt shivers up his spine. Merely 2 drops of Jian Wushuang's blood essence were capable of making the life armor to reach the heavenly treasure rank. It was simply incredible. There was no doubt Jian Wushuang had a big secret. Jian Wushuang would face countless troubles if this news spreads among public ears. You can rest assured, Master Jian. I promise to never say anything about cultivating this life armor. I can also take a heavenly oath today. If I break my promise, I shall immediately die from a demonic heart's attack, said Master Kuan. Jian Wushuang raised his brows and felt relieved. Master Kuan, I want to stay in this chamber for a while to cultivate a secret technique. I wonder if it's feasible? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, I'll personally stand guard to protect you and never allow anyone to disturb you, said Master Kuan. Thank you, Master Kuan, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. Master Kuan soon left, and Jian Wushuang was the only one remaining in the chamber. He found a place and sat cross-legged. My life armor is ready. Next is for me to start cultivating the 9 Sparkle Stars armor, Jian Wushuang muttered as he slowly closed his eyes. 9 Sparkle Stars armor was one of the 5 most powerful secret techniques of the 7 Stars Black Sect at its peak. The secret technique was as famous as the 7 Stars secret technique and the Divine God of Punishment. In his eternal chaotic world last life, Jian Wushuang saw the scenes where Emperor Bai used the 9 Sparkle Stars armor. As soon as the technique was executed, Emperor Bai's strength instantly skyrocketed. Moreover, the environment of the eternal chaos world was bad. Emperor Bai had gone through a lot of erroneous variants and extremes before finally managed to cultivate the secret technique. However, he was unable to fully manifest the power of this secret technique. During the ancient God domain period of time, Jian Wushuang had a chance to display the secret technique in its complete form. It was a pity if one would like to cultivate such a secret technique. One must have a life armor connected to one's body and blood. Jian Wushuang did not have the golden glazed life armor previously. Even if he had the cultivation method of the secret technique, he could only look at it but not use it. There were a total of 6 chapters in 9 Sparkle Stars armor secret technique, with each representing 6 different levels. The chapters consisted of the black armor, golden armor, precious armor, heavenly armor, stars armor, and the highest level of all, ultimate armor. Emperor Bai first cultivated golden armor, which was the secret technique's 2nd level. Jian Wushuang had now begun looking into the 1st level, which was the black armor chapter. With his life armor and Jian Wushuang's astuteness, he was able to easily cultivate the black armor chapter. Inside the chamber, Jian Wushuang's body quivered as a streamer of black light appeared outside of the armor he was wearing. The black light, which completely covered Jian Wushuang's body like battle armor, was extremely adamant. Jian Wushuang seriously murmured, "I have the golden glazed life armor on me. I now have an extra layer of physical protection ability with the black armor and golden life armor integration, but 9 Sparkle Stars armor secret technique shouldn't be so simple." Jian Wushuang summoned his Blood Mountain sword and thrust it forward. With that simple move, he clearly sensed the power of his sword light was affected by the black surface on his body. The power of his sword light had increased exponentially. The sword light cut onto the void, causing the void in the chamber to quake. "The power of my sword has doubled." Well. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. 9 Sparkle Stars armor was a secret technique that integrated both attack and defense. The defense mechanism complemented the life armor by strengthening the life armor's protective capabilities and formed an extra body protective barrier at the same time. Whereas the attack mechanism was a result of the star-guided attack mechanism derived from the secret technique. It amplified the powers of any attack performed by Jian Wushuang. In the Black Armor chapter alone, he was able to double up the power of his various attacks. The second level, which was the gold armor of the 9 Sparkle Stars armor secret technique, supposedly boosted his power by 3 folds. The third level, treasure armor, boosted it by 6 times stronger. The fourth level was 9 times stronger, and it went on and on with the remaining levels. If he was fortunate enough to cultivate the final 6th level, Ultimate Armor chapter, his power would then be increased by 15 times under the Ultimate Armor's guidance. That was the 9 Sparkle Stars armor, one of the 5 most powerful secret techniques of the 7 Stars Black Sect. It's terrifyingly powerful. The 9 Sparkle Stars armor is terrifying indeed. No wonder it's as famous as the 7 Stars secret technique and Divine God of Punishment. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He had also cultivated another secret technique that integrated both attack and defense mechanisms, the Primordial Void Celestial Body. Not only does the Primordial Void Celestial Body increase one's Divine Bodhi's strength, but also one's Divine Power's strength. However, one that simply increased the Divine Power's strength was incomparable with the other, which greatly increased attacking power. Chapter 2504. An important guess: the second form of the Primordial Void Celestial Body, which merely increased Jian Wushuang's divine powers by 3 folds, did not help much in increasing his attack powers. It was because he had to convert the divine powers into the attack powers before manifesting it. Such power conversion reduced the power's efficacy and finally resulted in only about 30 to 40% of an increase in Jian Wushuang's overall strength. As for 9 Sparkle Stars armor, the star-guided attack mechanism directly intensified the attack power which Jian Wushuang manifested. His overall strength was doubled up, hence the 2 techniques were incomparable. The black armor alone has doubled up my overall strength. I can try to cultivate the gold armor with my current realm level. Jian Wushuang was electrified. He began to sit cross-legged and continued meditating upon the gold armor chapter. Time flew, and half a month passed in a flash. Jian Wushuang was still sitting in the chamber when suddenly a layer of bright golden light appeared on the surface of his divine body. The golden light was like a gold armor covering his entire body. Jian Wushuang had his eyes closed while his Blood Mountain sword quivered in his hand. A bloody sword shadow and tint swept across the entire area and instantly filled the chamber with an ocean of sword and tint. A shrill sound resonated across the chamber. "It's done." Jian Wushuang opened his eyes. He could not contain his excitement, which was shown through his shining bright eyes. The gold armor chapter has been cultivated. My attack power has increased by 3 times from the gold armor's guidance, which means that my overall strength has also increased by 3-fold. Jian Wushuang murmured. Tripling his overall strength was undoubtedly a huge improvement. Before Jian Wushuang cultivated the 9 Sparkle Stars armor secret technique, his combat prowess had already surpassed the early stages of Divine Demon. His combat prowess was close to a high-level Ultimate God, but still not enough for him to engage in a duel with Yunzhan. With his overall strength increased by 3 times, Jian Wushuang would be able to fight against Yunzhan. Although it was still uncertain if he could defeat Yunzhan, he knew he was sufficiently strong to be a threat toward Yunzhan. On the other hand, there was absolutely no hope for Yunzhan to defeat Jian Wushuang. The only reason why Jin Wushuang was not absolutely certain over winning Yun Zhan was that Yun Zhan might hold a trump card. If nothing was hidden, Jin Wushuang was confident he could defeat Yun Zhan in a duel based on Yun Zhan's combat prowess at the time they besieged and killed strange old Feng. It's a pity I'm only in the divine demon realm. The highest level I can cultivate the 9 sparkle stars armor is at the gold armor chapter. If I can't proceed to the 3rd level, which is the previous armor chapter, not will it improve my overall strength, but upon full achievement, they'll be able to manifest the special techniques in 9 sparkle stars armor. Jin Wushuang muttered to himself. Some powerful secret techniques were accompanied by special action techniques. For instance, the divine god of punishment had 2 special action techniques, prison of punishment and extermination of criminals. Both were killer moves. The 9 sparkle stars armor also had special techniques, but its threshold was higher. Only after cultivating the treasure armor chapter could one its first special technique, the star armor domain. The star armor domain was initiated by the star armor itself. Not only was the domain power extremely terrifying, but also had no conflicts against any other domain methods. Jin Wushuang imagined the day when he crossed over to the ultimate god realm, achieved a breakthrough in his swordsmanship, and gained control over a sword world. He will first subdue his opponent with the sword world before applying both prison of punishment and star armor domain on his opponent. That action would be equivalent to 3 great domain techniques superimposed on his opponent. How strong would its effect be? Unfortunately, he was still very far from his aspirations. Anyway, my life-saving ability has improved greatly with the 9 sparkle star armor secret technique. My overall strength has also increased by 3-folds. It's a great overall achievement. At least my efforts to source for instrument cultivation materials to make the life armor didn't go to waste. Jin Wushuang smiled, feeling pleased. He was happy to have cultivated the gold armor chapter. His happiness did not last long. Shuanger, his father in his current life, Zhui Yunfeng, sent him a message. Father, what's the matter? Jin Wushuang answered while trying to suppress his joy. Shuanger, please come back quickly if you are free now. We have a special guest at home, said Zhui Yunfeng. Special guest? Jin Wushuang was startled. Jin Wushuang had proven his extraordinary strength, to which elevated his status. He was no longer inferior to many people, and even the lords of many sections. Zhui Yunfeng was fully aware of that. Under such circumstances, who could possibly be considered as a special guest to him? Father, who's the guest? Jin Wushuang asked curiously. It's Taoist Xian Shan. Zhui Yunfeng answered solemnly. Jin Wushuang's eyes widened. Taoist Xian Shan, the one who arrived at Blazing Moon City after I was born, and gave me the name Jin Wushuang upon careful calculation of my birth date? For Jin Wushuang, Taoist Xian Shan was the only person in Wushao Wilderness which Jin Wushuang was curious and envious of. However, Jin Wushuang did not see Taoist Xian Shan as his enemy. Taoist Xian Shan showed up once when I was born and gave me my name before disappearing. I have never heard from him all these years, and he miraculously appears again at this point in time. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Father, do you know why Taoist Xian Shan visited? Jin Wushuang asked. I don't know, but he's here for you. After arriving at our mansion, he bluntly said he wanted to see you and told me to send you a message, replied Zhui Yunfeng. I got it, Father. Please ask Taoist Xian Shan to stay for a while. He'll be back soon, said Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang dared not neglect the mysterious and unpredictable Taoist Xian Shan. He thought the Taoist might even know everything. After Jin Wushuang got the news, he rushed home as quickly as possible. Not long after, Jin Wushuang had returned to the governor's mansion in the Blazing Moon City. In a large greeting hall, Zhui Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were seated there with a few servants standing right behind them. As for Zhuo Bing and Zhuo Peng, they had returned to their respective sects long ago. Beside the hall was a barefooted old man in a plain green robe with white hair and a beard. His eyes were squinted while sitting there waiting. On a chair beside the barefooted old man was a piece of canvas with the characters, Psychic and Fortune-Telling. Is he Taoist Xian Shan? Jin Wushuang walked into the hall, saw the barefooted old man at first glance, and was rather amazed. Looking at the barefooted old man, Jin Wushuang was fascinated, as he was unable to read that old man at all. Just as Jian Wushuang had thought, the barefooted old man was unpredictable like an infinite ocean. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and headed towards the old man. Chapter 2505 Xian Shen's Advice 1. Junior Jian Wushuang greets Taoist Master Xian Shan. Jian Wushuang bowed very humbly. There was almost no one qualified to be greeted in such a way by Jian Wushuang throughout Wuxia Wilderness. However, Taoist Xian Shan before him was undoubtedly qualified to accept such politeness. The barefooted old gentleman who sat on the chair gradually opened his eyes and looked at Zhuo Yunfeng. Governor Zhuo, would you mind if I have a word with the kid? As you wish, Taoist master. Zhuo Yunfeng and his wife immediately stood up and exited the hall with their servants. Shortly after, only Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian Shan were left in the main hall. Taoist Xian Shan casually waved his hand and manifested a layer of restrictive barrier around the main hall to prevent others from hearing their conversation. Kid, I know about you. Taoist Xian Shan gazed at Jian Wushuang calmly with his eyes like a clear pool of water, as though he had completely seen through Jian Wushuang. You know me? Jian Wushuang was perplexed. Taoist Xian Shan said, I know everything about you, which includes your past, present, and future life, sir. Jian Wushuang was startled and about to inquire. Taoist Xian Shan waved his hand and stopped him from talking. I know you have a lot of questions, but there are some matters you better off be ignorant about. The reason I'm here to see you now is to give you advice on certain matters. Jian Wushuang focused and listened. 1. You and I are on the same side in camp. You shouldn't doubt this. The reason is that I come from the 7 Stars Black Sect, and your master Xian Yi has a very close relationship with me, said Taoist Xian Shan. Jian Wushuang nodded, as there was nothing to doubt about what Taoist Xian Shan just said. He had guessed earlier on that, even if Taoist Xian Shan was not from 7 Star Black Sect, he was at least on his side. The reason being he knew about everything, such as Jian Wushuang's birthplace and his next reincarnation life, and even visited on the day he was born to name him Jian Wushuang. The reincarnation passage was a deep mystery that even the will of Heavenly Wei did not know where he would be born. However, Taoist Xian Shan knew about it. Obviously, the only logical explanation was Xian Yi, who personally sent Jian Wushuang into the reincarnation passage, had told Xian Shan about it. That alone was enough to prove Taoist Xian Shan and Xian Yi were on the same side and shared deep relations. Jian Wushuang had even guessed the Taoist Xian Shan in front of him could be Lord of 7 Stars Black Sect. 7 Stars Black Sect had 3 supreme figures during their peak. Xian Yu, Lord of 7 Stars Black Sect, Xian Yan, Lord of Divine Punishment Palace, and Xian Yi, the most unique person in the 7 Stars Black Sect, and also Jian Wushuang's master. Among the 3 of them, Xian Yi's cultivation level was undetermined, while both Xian Yu and Xian Yan were realm lords. During the Great War, 7 Stars Black Sect was toppled, but quite a number of their highest-level experts had survived. Perhaps, Lord of 7 Stars Black Sect was also still alive. However, that was naturally Jian Wushuang's speculation. Whether Taoist Xian Shan before him was really Lord of 7 Stars Black Sect was something he could not be certain about and naturally would not dare to ask. Taoist Xian Shan continued, Secondly, it's about you being a perfect chaotic creature. A perfect chaotic creature is a creature second to none in the heavens and earth. A long time ago, your master Xian Yi was the first perfect chaotic creature to ever exist in the world. After he died, his remaining consciousness has spent tremendous effort and sacrifice until the last bit of his consciousness has completely evaporated just to make you who you are today. However, a perfect chaotic creature isn't acceptable by Heavenly Wei. The will of Heavenly Wei would use every method possible to destroy you, so that the balance of Heavenly Wei could be maintained. You have probably sensed this. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and said, I've heard about it. When I made a breakthrough to the divine demon realm in Saint's Tomb and metamorphosed into a perfect chaotic creature, the world outside underwent radical changes. Furthermore, the energy of the will of Heavenly Wei was concentrating, but for whatever reason, it evaporated before it could be fully formed. The will of Heavenly Wei would not disappear for no reason. It vanished because I did it, said Taoist Xian Shan. You drove it away? Jian Wushuang was shocked. The energy from the will of heavenly way represented both the heavenly way and cycle of heaven. In order to drive the energy away, Taoist Xian Shun's abilities must be. Taoist Xian Shun smiled faintly. Don't feel too shocked. Although its energy is strong, it isn't as terrifying as you have imagined. The will of heavenly way is constantly in control of the ancient God domain, and there are many rules of heaven that it couldn't defy by itself after all. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Wuxia Wilderness is located beyond the third heaven. It can be considered as the outermost edge of the ancient God domain, a place where the will of heavenly way was the weakest. The will of heavenly way which concentrated and formed here is thin and weak. It's really not that strong. It was easy for Taoist Xin Shan to say, but Jian Wushuang would still not take it lightly. That was the will of heavenly way. Even with various restrictions and his current location, which was where it was the weakest, its energy could probably still be insanely powerful when concentrated and formed. Under the will of heavenly way's threat, an undying saint was probably only as powerful as an ant. In order to drive the will of heavenly way away, one had to have powers of at least higher than an undying saint or even that of a realm lord. The Taoist Xian Shun before him was most probably a realm lord. Jian Wushuang, even though the will of heavenly way's energy has been driven away by me when it formed, the will of heavenly way has already noticed your existence. Luckily, I fooled the divine intelligence on time. Although it realizes the second perfect chaotic creature has been born between heaven and earth, it doesn't know where you are, so it's impossible for it to harm you again. Of course, if you trigger a huge event once again, the will of heavenly way could probably track you down, said Taoist Xian Shun. Trigger a huge event? What huge event could catch the will of heavenly way's attention? Is it to get incredibly famous in ancient God domain or something? Jian Wushuang asked. No, regardless how famous you become in ancient God domain doesn't affect the cycle of heaven. Hence the will of heavenly way wouldn't pay attention to you. What I mean by huge event are you utilizing the tactics and abilities unique to a perfect chaotic creature. For example, that perfect life rating pressure which you unleashed. Taoist Xian Shun said. Jian Wushuang was slightly stunned. Taoist Xian Shan even knew about the life rating pressure. He obviously had a deep knowledge of perfect chaotic creatures. One could even say he knew everything about it. Jian Wushuang, you definitely have to master the perfect life rating pressure after you become a perfect chaotic creature. Try oppressing me with it, said Taoist Xian Shan. Chapter 2506. Xian Shun's advice. 2. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. As he concentrated his mind, the terrifying life rating pressure began to push forward. Under that pressure, even an undying saint would have to directly kneel down without the slightest bit of capability to endure it. However, Taoist Xian Shan seemed calm and composed when facing the pressure without showing a trace of discomfort. That's good enough, said Taoist Xian Shan. Jian Wushuang immediately retracted the pressure. Not bad. It's exactly the same as your Master Xianyi's pressure since both came from an extremely strong life rating pressure. This kind of pressure is oblivious of one's abilities or cultivation level and only depends on the organic structure. Unfortunately, you have only very recently become a perfect chaotic creature. The pressure you emitted isn't considered too overpowering yet. When you get to your master's level, you can oppress billions of lives as soon as you concentrate your mind and make countless gods and demons to worship you, said Taoist Xian Shun. A trace of desire and longing was shining through Jian Wushuang's eyes. He truly wished to become an earth-shattering super expert like his master who could directly cause the heavenly way to shiver, and as soon as he focused his mind, the will of heavenly way would immediately fall apart. However, he was still way too far from that level. Jian Wushuang, you'll have to stop using life rating pressure from now on. You can use it during desperate life-threatening situations, but you have to leave the territory as swiftly as possible once you do that, advised Taoist Xian Shun. Would this move startle the will of heavenly way? Jian Wushuang asked. The will of heavenly way is weaker beyond the third heaven. If you merely unleash it once or twice, perhaps the will of heavenly way won't be able to find you. However, if you use it many times, the will of heavenly way will definitely be able to track down your location. When that time comes, I'll wipe you out right away. Daoist Xianshan nodded. Then, what I just did? Jian Wushuang was shocked. What you just did won't cause issues as I'm right beside you, and the will of Heavenly Way has faded, said Daoist Xianshan. Jian Wushuang sighed in relief. Sir, I've made up my mind to use life rating pressure as my last resort. They'll never use it unless I'm in desperate situations, said Jian Wushuang. Daoist Xianshan smiled. Very well. Other than the will of Heavenly Way, the three great sacred realm lords have probably realized your existence at this point. They will do whatever they can to track you down and kill you. Hence, there are a lot more things you need to be careful about. You have to be extra mindful every step of the way after 3 days' time. As long as you take a wrong step, not only you but also 7 Stars Black Sect, including their sealed part of heaven and earth, would fall into an unredeemable state. I understand, said Jian Wushuang. Daoist Xianshan spoke again. Finally, third is being respectful. A perfect chaotic creature is perfect in every way and has an extremely strong ability to keep himself alive. It's totally impossible for regular cultivators to kill a perfect chaotic creature, but that doesn't mean a perfect chaotic creature won't die. The world is huge, hence you need to have a respectful heart towards heavens, earth, and the ancient god domain by continuing your path carefully at every step of the way, since even at your Master Xiani's level, he still died in the end. Whatever you plan to do, you must make sure you can survive. As long as you're alive, you can take your time to fight for opportunities, so don't be hasty and don't worry about what happens in the sealed heaven and earth. I've been waiting for so many years and I don't mind waiting a little longer. Jian Wushuang nodded firmly and kept every single advice and warning given by Daoist Xianshan in his heart and mind. He truly had too much burden. Furthermore, he had way too many enemies. Other than will of Heavenly Way, there were still the lords of the 3 divine realms and 3 sacred realms. In addition to that were the 4 god tribes, 8 heavenly sects. In such situations, he could not afford to take even a single wrong step. As Daoist Xianshan said, he would lose the whole chess game from being careless. If he took just one wrong move, it would send himself, eternal chaotic world, and 7 Stars Black Sect to eternal damnation. Ah yes, I also bring this small thing that I refined for you, said Daoist Xianshan. He flipped his hand and presented a piece of black stone. The black stone looked very normal, just like any regular stone. Senior, this black stone is... Jian Wushuang perplexedly stared at the black stone. This is just a normal black-colored stone, which I randomly picked up from the ground. However, I've refined it such that I've imposed a layer of magic matrix on it which will change your divine power aura, said Daoist Xianshan. Changing my divine power aura? How? Jian Wushuang asked. After absorbing this black stone, as long as you're below the Undying Saint realm, your divine power aura would be raised by 2 levels under the magic matrix influence. For example, you're currently at the level of the 2nd-class divine demon realm. After absorbing the black stone, the divine power aura which you project would be 2 levels higher than your actual, showing that of a peak divine demon. Of course, only the divine power aura will change, but your actual ability will not. Daoist Xianshan smiled. The way Daoist Xianshan explained was very casual. However, Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining with excitement. Raising the divine power aura that he projected was incredibly useful to Jian Wushuang. The reason being that he was only a 2nd-class divine demon, but his battle strength was close to a high-level ultimate god. It was quite extraordinary with such terrifying level-skipping capability. If he was battling in front of many people, displaying this terrifying ability to skip levels would shock everyone, as that was beyond their understanding. They would not even be able to describe him with words like demon or monster. Such a situation would be too obvious and defying nature, hence it would end up catching too much attention. In short, it was too obvious. Now that he had the black stone, his divine power aura could reach the level of peak divine demon. If he defeated a primary level ultimate god in public, he would still cause a stir, but at least it was somewhat an acceptable phenomenon. Even though it was extremely rare to find a divine demon who could defeat an ultimate god, it was still possible to find one from the huge number of talented people in the ancient god domain. It could be considered as a coincidental discovery. However, A second-class divine demon defeating a primary-level ultimate god was a non-existent occurrence in the ancient god domain. Naturally, nobody would comprehend it. If that were to occur in Wuxia Wilderness where the various sects had not seen much of the world, they would only feel incredibly stunned. However, if true experts witnessed something of that sort, they would immediately realize Jian Wushuang held a big secret, and that would bring him endless troubles. Hence, the black stone was of utmost importance to him. Chapter 2507 Thunderous Star Beast. Thank you, Senior. Jian Wushuang accepted the black stone and refined it on the spot. After that, he began driving his divine powers. As expected, his divine power aura had reached the level of peak divine demon. With help from the black stone, even if I defeat an ultimate god in public, it wouldn't seem so unbelievable anymore. Jian Wushuang smiled. Oh yes, since you have been staying in Wuxia Wilderness, you probably knew about Miss Xiao who annihilated the Mu clan? Miss Xiao? That little lass? Daoist Xian Shen smiled slightly and said, You don't have to worry about that lass. She's a friend, not an enemy. Jian Wushuang understood. All right, I've given you the necessary advice plus the black stone. We'll make a move now. Daoist Xian Shan stood up and once again held the fortune-telling canvas banner in his hand. Kid, keep up with your cultivation and keep on living. If you've made it to the pinnacle, you and I will then have an opportunity to meet again. Otherwise, there's no point in meeting again. Upon finishing his words, Daoist Xian Shan immediately floated outward. Farewell, sir. Jian Wushuang appeared to be incredibly humble. Daoist Xian Shan vanished in the blink of an eye. Zhua Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin returned to the main hall. Shuanger 1. What did Daoist Xian Shan tell you? Zhua Yunfeng asked. Nothing. He's just giving me some advice about things I should watch out for on my cultivation path from now on. Jian Wushuang laughed. Zhua Yunfeng did not ask further. Father, mother, I've decided to leave Wuxia Wilderness in a few days, said Jian Wushuang directly. Zhua Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin looked at each other and smiled wryly. They had predicted Jian Wushuang would decide to do that. In fact, they were not the only ones who predicted so. All the sects in Wuxia Wilderness did so as well. Jian Wushuang, the only super freak in ancient god domain, would absolutely not stay in a tiny pond like Wuxia Wilderness. Zhua Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were both prepared for this. 5 days later, Jian Wushuang had made necessary arrangements for his affairs in Wuxia Wilderness. The Great Compassion sect had already sent experts over to secretly protect his parents. Jian Wushuang left immediately after that. His departure did not cause any stir, as there were not many who knew him, other than his parents, his big sister, and brother. He only informed Yunjian and Wujian through a message. In his message to Yunjian, he reminded the Great Compassion sect to keep their promises of keeping his parents safe. As for the message to Wujian, it was purely words of friendship. A month later, Jian Wushuang had left Wuxia Wilderness and arrived at another wilderness. In a wide void where the weather was sunny, Jian Wushuang was clad in a golden robe with his long sword on his back and slowly walking. Suddenly, whoosh! In the void not too far ahead, lightning tore through the sky and vanished from Jian Wushuang's sight in the blink of an eye. That's truly fast. It's close to the speed of an ultimate god unleashing his full power. Perhaps that flash of lightning was probably a flying wild beast, said Jian Wushuang to himself. In ancient god domain, other than human cultivators, there existed many kinds of wild beasts, spectacular beasts, mystic beasts, and ferocious beasts. Among them, wild beasts were the most mild-mannered ones. There were also many wild beasts that could move incredibly fast. Hence, certain powerful parties domesticated wild beasts to sell them to cultivators from all over. The cultivators would ride on wild beasts for their travels. Ancient god domain was not located in the dark void like the eternal chaotic world after all. People could make flying ships that were unaffected by space-time obstructions and move without fear in the eternal chaotic world. However, the ancient god domain was covered with vast lands, making flying ships practically useless to move across lands. It's quite far for me to go to the continent of Northern Darkstar from Wuxia Wilderness. Going on foot will only be a waste of time, not to mention energy. I should probably think about purchasing a flying wild beast to ease my journey, said Jian Wushuang to himself. Northern Darkstar Continent was the center of Northern Darkstar Territory. It was the most bustling place in Northern Darkstar Territory and also the highest concentration of experts in the whole territory. The Lord of Northern Darkstar Territory also permanently stayed in the Northern Darkstar Continent. Jian Wushuang had departed from Wushao Wilderness and made the Northern Darkstar Continent his first destination. I should go explore the surrounding cities, seek out places which sell wild beasts, and purchase one, Jian Wushuang decided. 2 days later, Jian Wushuang found a shop that specialized in selling wild beasts in one of the surrounding cities. Inside the shop, looks like you need a flying wild beast for your journey? The shopkeeper stood next to Jian Wushuang and smiled. Yes, what's your recommendation? Jian Wushuang asked. We have every kind of wild beast, but if you're looking for a flying type purely for your journey, the best choice would naturally be Thunderous Star Beast. It's very fast and possesses very strong legs. It can fly nonstop for a month or two without rest. The only issue is it's more on the expensive side, said the shopkeeper. Don't worry about the price. Tell me more about the Thunderous Star Beast's speed, said Jian Wushuang. There are 3 kinds of Thunderous Star Beasts: single horn, double horn, and triple horn. A single-horn Thunderous Star Beast's fastest speed is comparable to an Ultimate God Expert's ultimate speed, or perhaps even slightly faster. The price is 1,000 drops of Ancient God Divine Power. Double-horn Thunderous Star Beast moves at 10 times the speed of an Ultimate God, with its price being 10,000 drops of Ancient God Divine Power. The highest rank was the triple-horn Thunderous Star Beast, which can move 100 times faster than an Ultimate God. And it's even more expensive, of course, and starts from 100,000 drops of Ancient God Divine Power. We have all 3 types of Thunderous Star Beast. Which one would you like? The shopkeeper's introduction was very detailed. If my guess is right, the Thunderous Star Beast's speed is not that consistent. Am I right? Jian Wushuang asked. Why, of course. If the Thunderous Star Beast could unleash that speed in any environment, then its price would be much higher. Thunderous Star Beast and most of the other wild beasts only have one shortcoming: they are very cowardly. It wouldn't be a problem during normal circumstances. However, if you want to rely on the Thunderous Star Beast to escape during a battle, that would be absolutely impossible, as when the aura of a slightly stronger divine demon pushes in, it was enough to make a Thunderous Star Beast freeze, said the shopkeeper. Really? Jian Wushuang understood and soon made a decision. Give me a double-horn Thunderous Star Beast then. A double-horn Thunderous Star Beast's speed was 10 times faster than an Ultimate God, making it already extremely fast. Jian Wushuang did not need anything faster than that. Please give me a few moments. The shopkeeper got excited and went to prepare. Chapter 2508. The escort team. Jian Wushuang soon went up to the double-horned Thunderous Star Beast's back and continued his journey. The beast was rather huge, as it was over 3 meters tall. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on its back. With a flip of his palm, an ancient and mysterious scroll appeared in his palm. Fengtian Scroll. He never had a chance to quiet down and study it in detail since Jian Wushuang accepted the Fengtian Scroll from Crimson Stone Saint. Now that the Thunderous Star Beast would carry him for the remaining journey, he could finally focus his efforts on studying it. It was also the reason he deliberately bought a double-horned Thunderous Star Beast. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes while blending his senses into Fengtian Scroll. He began researching his sword principles, space-time, and transmigration laws based on the universe's mysteries hidden in Fengtian Scroll. Following the rise of his understanding, Jian Wushuang soon discovered that his understanding for the first time through Fengtian Scroll while in Saint's Tomb was the most effective one, and the consecutive effects were a lot less than before. However, it was still faster than trying to achieve solely with his own abilities. Time flew by. Another 3 months had passed. Jian Wushuang had traveled across 10 wildernesses with the double-horned Thunderous Star Beast charging ahead at full speed throughout the 3 months. At the same time, he had achieved quite a bit of improvement with the assistance of Fengtian Scroll. He had improved a great deal in terms of sword principles, but the most crucial improvement was his further realization of laws. For instance, He could only form 2 apparitions at the same time before that using space-time law, but he could now form a total of 6, 4 more than before. For many experts who studied space-time law, it was extremely difficult to achieve this within a few decades or even a century. However, relying on his own intelligence and the Feng Tian Scroll's assistance, Jian Wushuang had achieved such in merely 3 months. Jian Wushuang held a piece of jade slip while checking the direction ahead before mumbling to himself, "Following this direction, the Dark Thunder territory should be up ahead. Dark Thunder territory is a place I must cross to reach the northern Darkstar continent. It's also the most dangerous area throughout the entire journey. This territory is huge and borderless with countless thievery and killings everywhere." Thieves. They were everywhere regardless of the eternal chaotic world of his past life, or the ancient god domain in this current. The only difference was those thieves in ancient god domain were a lot more powerful and systematic. Despite addressing them as thieves, they were actually the regional political regimes. For example, there were countless thieves residing in Dark Thunder territory and had organized their own political powers with each occupying a mountain. Among them, the 18 prefectures were the most powerful. The 18 prefectures had been deeply rooted in Dark Thunder territory for a very long time, with its total powers no weaker than some dominating sects in certain wildernesses. In fact, they might probably be stronger. As the #1 dominant sect of Wuxia Wilderness, the Great Compassion sect's strongest battle strength constituted only 1 high-level and 3 low-level ultimate gods. However, any of the prefectures in the Dark Thunder territory's 18 prefectures would possess a few ultimate gods. There were also many high-level ultimate gods among them. On usual days, the 18 prefectures would go about their regular businesses without much friendliness. They would sometimes even fight with each other to protect their respective interests. However, all 18 prefectures would work together whenever a crisis occurred, and their collective power formed was something to be feared. It was because of such that even though the 18 prefectures constantly robbed and took over various parts of Dark Thunder territory, nobody could do anything against them. Even the most powerful clan in the northern Darkstar continent would not simply take action against the 18 prefectures. In reality, the only person who was capable enough and dared to destroy the 18 prefectures throughout the Wuxia Wilderness was perhaps the mighty territorial lord himself. Unfortunately, the 18 prefectures never offended the territorial lord, and the territorial lord also had no intentions of wasting his time on them. There are too many thieves in Dark Thunder territory. I can't imagine how much trouble would come my way if I entered with my double-horned thunderous star beast. I'd better find a strong escort team to go with me, murmured Jian Wushuang to himself. He immediately began searching on the outer rim of Dark Thunder territory and soon found a place where cultivators gathered. At the gathering spot, a huge number of cultivators were present, and just like Jian Wushuang, all of them wanted to cross Dark Thunder territory. Every pair of eyes immediately looked over at Jian Wushuang when he appeared at the gathering spot with his double-horned thunderous star beast. Double-horned thunderous star beast? Thunderous star beasts have always been the best wild beasts to travel with, and the most expensive one as well. The double-horned thunderous star beast probably costs 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power. It's a lot more than a regular peak divine demon's entire net worth. I'm afraid this is no regular person, since he is able to ride a double-horned thunderous star beast. At the very least, his net worth must be out of the ordinary. All eyes were focused on Jian Wushuang. Someone soon walked directly toward Jian Wushuang. "Brother, you must be planning to cross Dark Thunder territory? Join our Xiongfeng escort team. We'll make sure your entire journey is smooth and free of obstructions." "Get out of here. What Xiongfeng escort team? You're just a second-class escort team. How dare you guarantee a smooth sail? Brother, you are better off with the Shenhu escort team. We are a true first-class escort team who are a lot more reliable than this Xiongfeng, or whatever they call themselves. As for our asking rate, it's really not that much. It only costs you 5,000 drops of ancient god divine power." 5,000? Humph. Our Xian escort team is also first class, but we only charge 3,000 drops of ancient god divine power. One by one, the escort teams invited Jian Wushuang to hire them. Those escort teams were specialized in protecting cultivators to cross Dark Thunder territory, and cultivators would naturally have to pay them some fees for services rendered. First-class escort teams were considered some of the more capable escort teams, as they usually had ultimate god experts at the helm. Some of the escort team members approached Jian Wushuang because he rode a double-horned thunderous star beast and assumed he was rich. Jian Wushuang felt weird from watching those few men around him competing for business. Just at that moment, look, isn't that Shuya escort team? Shuya escort team? A Crimson-class escort team? The entire gathering spot was stirred with many cultivators who began looking at a specific area in the void. In the void stood a few peak divine demons carrying a flag with a bloodied tooth pattern sewed on it. Their cold voices resonated above the cultivators' gathering spot. The Shuya escort team will begin our journey towards Dark Thunder territory in 3 days. We can escort 50 cultivators at a time, which means we have 50 spots to fill. The spots are obviously limited, so if you want us to escort you, please come to me and sign up immediately. As for the escorting fees, it's 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power each. Chapter 2509. Dark Thunder territory, 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power as your fees? That's so expensive. Naturally, they are a Crimson-class escort team. In Dark Thunder territory, even the 18 prefectures would have to think twice before doing anything within a Crimson-class escort team's presence. As for regular thieves, they can only escape when they run into Crimson-class escorts with no chance of carrying out their robbery. You would almost not run into any troubles with a Crimson-class escort team protecting you. I would really love to sign up since the Crimson-class escort team's protection is way more secure than second-class or first-class teams. My survival chance would rise greatly. It's a shame I can't afford to pay 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power. A large number of cultivators began to discuss in the gathering spot, and very soon some went to sign up. There were even more people who were dying to join. Unfortunately, not everybody could afford 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power. Shuya escort team, huh? Jian Wushuang squinted slightly. The next moment, he hopped off of his double-horned thunderous star beast's back, dragging the animal with him, and walked towards the Shuya escort team. The rest of the escort teams that went up to invite Jian Wushuang could only sigh without harassing him further upon seeing that. Jian Wushuang went up to the registrar. The person in charge was a tall, middle-aged man who held a crimson tooth flag. "I'm here to sign up," said Jian Wushuang. "Double-horned thunderous star beast?" The middle-aged man looked at the beast next to Jian Wushuang instead. After pondering for a while, he said, "If you want to join the Shuya escort team, you will need to pay 30,000 drops of ancient god divine power as escort fees." 30,000 for the fees? People around were shocked when they heard that. 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power was already comparable to the net worth of a peak divine demon. Perhaps only an incredibly rich peak divine demon could afford 30,000 drops. "Why charge me 30,000? Jian Wushuang questioned. "Because of the beast." The middle-aged man poised at the double-horned thunderous star beast and said in a straightforward manner, "Double-horned thunderous star beast is worth 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power. In Dark Thunder territory, the thieves would know how much you're worth as soon as they see your beast, and that will give them ideas. It's a greater risk for us to bear. As such, the fee you'll have to pay is naturally higher than the others. 30,000 is considered cheap. Feel free to find other ways if you can't accept the deal. Perhaps you can opt to sell the beast right here and come back to sign up. The Shuya escort team will then only charge you 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power." "Is that so?" Jian Wushuang understood and felt their prices were reasonable. He immediately flipped his wrist and presented an interspatial ring. "There are 30,000 drops of ancient god divine power in here." The middle-aged man then took it and did a quick scan before nodding and said, "Hey, erase your token and wait on the side. We'll leave after 3 days." Jian Wushuang held the token and went aside to wait. 3 days quickly passed by. Within those 3 days, the Shuya escort team's 50 slots were filled up. Over 20 figures rushed over from the void beside the area. "Captain, all the 50 cultivators that we're escorting have geared up. We're ready to depart at any time." The middle-aged man who held the flag stood respectfully next to a woman in purple armor. The purple-armored woman had a seductively hot body. Her face was extremely pretty with also a vigorous air between her eyes which projected a heroic demeanor. The aura projected from her was also extremely overpowering. She was obviously at the level of an ultimate god. Behind her were two other people standing beside each other, who are most probably ultimate god as well. Good gracious, it's just an escort team, and there are 3 ultimate gods. The rest of them appeared to be peak divine demons too. Jin Wushuang, who was sitting cross-legged on the double-horned thunderous star beast's back, looked around, scanned each of the members of the Shuya escort team, and felt quite surprised. 3 ultimate gods and over 20 peak divine demons. If a lineup like that appeared in any of the regular wildernesses, they could totally pick a fight with a dominant sect like the Great Compassion sect. However, they merely appeared before him as an escort team. There's nothing else to prepare, let's just depart, ordered the purple-armored woman. Aye. The middle-aged man nodded. Jin Wushuang and the rest of their clients soon began to enter Dark Thunder territory under the accompaniment of the Shuya escort team. Although Dark Thunder territory was a territory, its actual size was 5 or 6 times larger than that of a regular territory. It would take a very long time to cross over the Dark Thunder territory. However, Jin Wushuang did not care. After entering the Dark Thunder territory, he ordered his double-horned thunderous star beast to slow down its speed and keep its pace to match with the others while he sat cross-legged on its back and carried on with his studies. He did not take note or get involved with other matters, nor did he converse with anyone. The cultivators taking the journey with him would sometimes glance over at him with slight jealousy. Among the 50 cultivators being escorted by Shuya escort team, only Jin Wushuang was sitting on a double-horned thunderous star beast while most of those people were striding by themselves. It was understandable, as one double-horned thunderous star beast had already cost 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power. With an escort fee of 30,000 added in, it would amount to a grand total of 40,000 drops of ancient god divine power. It was not an amount anybody in the group could afford to spend. Time flew by and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. In the past month, everything was peaceful within the group. Although there were some thieves who appeared to check out the situations, they fled in horror as soon as they saw the lineup of the escort team. Therefore, there were no thieves who dared to appear before the Shuya escort team up to that point, let alone one that carried out a robbery. One day, the scent of blood? The purple-armored woman who led the escort team, and also their captain, suddenly stopped her pace. This scent seems to have come from ahead. Somebody's probably fighting. Let's go take a look, mumbled the purple-armored woman. The Shuya escort team did not choose to take a detour. There was no need. Crimson-class escort teams were free to roam as they pleased within the Dark Thunder territory as long as they did not run into the 18 prefectures. Regular thieves would have to take a detour around them instead. The escort team kept pushing forward until they soon saw a battle that was close to its end. On the battlefield, 2 groups of cultivators were killing each other in a frenzy. One party was clearly on the losing side and almost faltered completely, with many of them beginning to plead for forgiveness. Unfortunately, their plea was in vain as the opposing party showed no mercy and slaughtered them without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, that escort team and those cultivators they had sworn to protect were mostly killed, with only an extreme few who managed to flee from the scene. Chapter 25:10. The Robbery, Thieves. These are the thieves of the Dark Thunder territory. They wouldn't show mercy even if you beg for it. I know this escort team. It's Linghu escort team. They seem to be a second-class escort team and had invited me to join them before. Luckily I didn't, otherwise, second-class escort team? Second-class escort teams in Dark Thunder territory are those who live on the edge of death. Hiring them for protection would give you a 50% survival chance at max. The first-class teams are a little better, with at least 60 to 70% survival chance, since they have ultimate god experts at the helm after all. Under the escorts of Crimson-class teams, we have an absolute 90% chance to cross over Dark Thunder territory alive. Many cultivators around Jin Wushuang were sighing upon looking at the sight in the battlefield ahead. The battlefield thieves noticed Shueya escort team's arrival as well, and their team's lineup immediately brought panic to them. Go, go, let's get out of here now. With 3 ultimate gods, they are a Crimson-class escort team for sure. We can't mess with them, run. Following their leader's orders, the thieves immediately dispersed while trembling with fear. Such a sight made all the cultivators around Jian Wushuang laugh. Haha, that was quick. They don't seem to be too foolish. Crimson-class escort teams are a whole other story compared to the second-class escort team that they just annihilated. If they don't escape and the personnel from Shueya escort team charged at them, they will be slaughtered. The cultivators were even more confident towards Shueya escort team after their discussions, laughter, and seeing those thieves' reactions. They pushed on. Another 3 months went by like a flash. Adding on to the prior 1 month's journey, they had traveled for 4 months and Shueya escort team had arrived at the central region of Dark Thunder territory. It was still the same territory and did not look any different from other wildernesses. However, the Dark Thunder territory's central region had a thin veil of blood-colored fog in the air. That blood-colored fog was obviously caused by constant fighting and slaughtering. The Shueya escort team moved forward slowly and consistently. Once they finally arrived at the central region, even escort team members, including the 3 ultimate gods leading the team, began to look solemn. Not far from them in the void, a group of almost 100 people gathered. Boss, we've thoroughly investigated that the escort team nearby is a Crimson-class escort team. They have a total of 3 ultimate gods, and all of them are lower-class ultimate gods. As for peak divine demons, they have 22 of them as well. A thin and weak-looking young man reported with a cold glint in his eyes. Standing before him was a man clad in black with eyes that were cold like a blade's edge. 3 lower-class ultimate gods and 22 peak divine demons. A lineup like this can only be considered normal among Crimson-class escort teams. How about the cultivators they're protecting? Anyone we should take note of? Asked the man in black. No. I've carefully checked those 50 cultivators who are being escorted. Most of them are only second-class or first-class divine demons with a few third-class divine demons and chaotic realm cultivators. As for peak divine demons, there aren't many. We don't really have to worry. Oh yeah. There's one among them who rides on a double-horned thunderous star beast, said the thin youth. Double-horned thunderous star beast? The man in black's eyes flickered. One who had means to ride a double-horned thunderous star beast must be a rich person. Boss, should we do it? Asked the thin youth with anticipation. The many thieves around also looked over with excitement. The man in black shouted straight away, "Of course! It ain't easy waiting for this big sheep. Besides, there's nobody else around to compete with us. Why won't we do it? A Crimson-class escort team, aren't they? The Celestial Beast Alliance are no rookies either. Just follow my lead." The man in black led those 100 thieves and glided directly toward Shueya escort team. The Shueya escort team was still moving forward slowly out in the void. Just then whoosh, 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 whoosh. Air friction noises were heard continuously from afar as individual energies began to enter the parameter of their soul perception one at a time. Thieves, prepare for battle. The purple-armored woman's face turned stern. How dare they rob the Shueya escort team? Are they tired of living? The experts in the Shueya escort team were startled and unsheathed their weapons in preparation to fight. The figures soon began to appear in the void surrounding them with as many as around 100 thieves. Any one of them had an overpowering aura, with the weakest being first-class divine demons. There were also dozens of peak divine demons within their ranks. The most eye-catching ones among the thieves were their 4 leaders. Their auras obviously showed they were at the ultimate god realm. So many experts? 4 ultimate gods and dozens of peak divine demons? No wonder they have the guts to rob us. Their lineup is so strong. Don't tell me they're from the 18 prefectures? The many cultivators under Shueya escort team's protection began to panic. Even the expert members of the escort team wore grim expressions on their faces. 4 ultimate gods? The purple-armored woman's face was void of expressions as her eyes scanned through those thieves before suddenly speaking in a low voice. "Happy to meet you. I'm the captain of Shueya escort team, Xiao Yixin. I wonder which one of the 18 prefectures are you from?" The man in black grinned. 18 prefectures? Am not from the 18 prefectures. Am the leader of Celestial Beast Alliance. Celestial Beast Alliance? The purple-armored woman called Xiao Tianxin was surprised. There were countless thieves dwelling in the Dark Thunder territory with many thievery powers that were quite capable other than those 18 prefectures who were considered the strongest. For example, the Celestial Beast Alliance was almost as powerful as the 18 prefectures. Shueya escort team? Thanks, I've heard of you. I hear your captain is a woman and has a hot, sexy body. I take that it's you? The fire of desire was burning in the black-clad man's eyes while staring at Xiao Tianxin. Gentlemen from the Celestial Beast Alliance, we never had any run-in with you. Within this interspatial ring are 50,000 drops of ancient god-divine power. Let's just treat it as a gift from us. Please give us some conveniences to pass, said Xiao Tianxin grimly. 50,000 drops of ancient god-divine power? Do you think we're beggars? Let me tell you something. You'd better give us 500,000 drops of ancient god-divine power if you're smart, and it'll let all of you through. Otherwise, before the black-clad man finished speaking, a powerful and vicious aura was released from his body. Chapter 25:11. The Captain's True Colors, 500,000 drops of ancient god-divine power? Xiao Tianxin's eyes turned stern. 500,000 drops of ancient god-divine power was equal to 50 pieces of primordial stones. It was almost the net worth of an ultimate god. There were 50 cultivators the Shueya escort team was escorting, with each being charged 10,000 for their service rendered. It only totaled slightly more than 500,000 drops of ancient god-divine power. That black-clad man was asking for 500,000 drops. The service would be carried out in vain if they gave it to him. Captain, what should we do? An ultimate god looked at her. Number 2, number 3, both of you follow me. As for the rest of you, think of a way to endure the thieves' attack. You don't need to endure long. Just hold on for 10 breaths will be enough, said Xiao Tianxin quietly. 10 breaths? The peak divine demons in the Shueya escort team exchanged glances. Even though their number was a lot less than their opponents, they were very skillful and could even hold on for 20 breaths, let alone just 10. Charge! Xiao Tianxin did not waste a second. Her figure had already dashed toward the 4 ultimate gods of Celestial Beast Alliance up ahead in a flash. A bewitching purple sickle appeared in her hand. The other 2 escort teams' ultimate gods immediately followed suit. Haha, you really want to fight? You're really seeking death. The black-clad man laughed out loud when he saw that. Boys, destroy them and leave none alive. A huge number of thieves immediately screamed and shouted before charging at those peak divine demons of the Shueya escort team. The battle began in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, the ultimate gods from both sides made contact. The Celestial Beast Alliance had 4 ultimate gods, while Shueya escort team only had 3. Xiao Tianxin, the escort team's captain, had an incredible stern face while holding her purple sickle with one hand. As she waved the sickle in the air, it left traces of purple lights in the void. Phew, phew, phew. It was evident Xiao Tianxin had only waved the sickle once, but 3 beams of bewitching purple blade light lashing out all of a sudden. Himph! The black-clad man was also leading the Celestial Beast Alliance crowd, and felt no fear as he watched the purple blade light dashing over and waved the heavy sword in his hand. The sword had strong momentum and an extremely heavy strike. In an instant, beams of wave-like sword shadows carrying heaven-shaking energies swung outwards. The 3 beams of purple blade lights were suddenly shattered. However, Xiao Tianxin had already appeared right next to him before the black-clad man could even rejoice. At the same time, the purple sickle was cutting downward at him from above. A beam of stern blade light appeared, like thunder on a sunny day. This woman is that fast? The black-clad man was slightly shocked, but his hand did not slow down. He swung his arm, and the heavy sword was already blocking his front. Twang! Under the strong impact of divine powers, the black-clad man could not steady himself, faltered, and sank a little. Right at that moment, the mysterious purple blade light appeared silent behind him. The cold blade light cut towards his head like cutting wheat. What? The black-clad men were startled. Xiao Taixin's blade skill and speed were completely out of his expectations. Right at the most dangerous moment, he violently moved himself to the side. The cold blade light sliced through the air next to his ear. The sharp blade that drew across made his face feel icy cold. "Blindy, quick! Come help me!" shouted the black-clad man. A blind, white-haired old man with milky eyeballs behind him stepped forward. The aura of an ultimate god exploded outwards before joining hands with the black-clad man and began fighting against Xiao Tianxin. However, Xiao Taixin's face remained as indifferent as before even when both ultimate gods joined forces. The purple light which was surging out of her body formed a purple shadow out of nowhere behind her. The purple shadow was in the silhouette of a purple demon deity. As soon as the purple demon deity appeared, Xiao Taixin's aura had surged by quite a lot. Her speed had violently surged further as she waved her purple sickle. Phew! 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 Beams of bewitching purple blade light were unleashed one by one from Xiao Taixin's actions. The blade light was heartbreakingly beautiful and delicate. Its speed was shocking fast, while the black-clad man and the white-haired old man, two ultimate gods, joined hands and gave their all. They were still completely overpowered by Xiao Tianxin and ended up losing to her time and again. In a few breaths' time, they were already on the brink of being crushed. Damn it! How could this woman be so powerful? Two of us were fighting against only her and yet, we're still being overpowered. This woman's abilities are perhaps infinitely close to a high-level ultimate god. We won't be able to get anything with her around. "Boss, let's retreat," said the white-haired old man. Even though the black-clad man did not feel like conceding, Xiao Taixin's ever-increasing pressure along with his other party members not being able to gain an advantage in the remaining battles had forced him to decide on retreating. Fall back, retreat. It took no more than a short moment before those people from Celestial Beast Alliance had completely retreated. The experts of Shueya escort team and those 50 cultivators they escorted sighed in relief upon seeing that. What followed immediately after that was a big roar in the void. This truly is a Crimson-class escort team. Even the Celestial Beast Alliance has been defeated head-on. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. Especially the captain of the Shueya escort team. Both sides are ultimate gods, but she alone could actually overpower two opponents. This captain is just too amazing. All eyes were shining with respect and focusing on Xiao Tianxin. In the crowd, Jin Wushuang, who had been sitting straight on the back of his double-horned thunderous star beast, had not flicked his finger once. He raised his head, took a glance at Xiao Tianxin, and secretly nodded. Good blade skills. She's very close to the first level of blade principles. She also has a very high level of law understanding. Moreover, the secret technique she performed is also very powerful. Her battle strength is truly great. Of course, Jin Wushuang was only praising her casually in his mind, and closed his eyes immediately after that. It did not matter to him how the others were doing. All he asked for was that he could sit peacefully on the back of his double-horned thunderous star beast and study without any disturbance. Although the Celestial Beast Alliance thieves had started a big conflict with Shueya escort team, they had not defeated the escort team. Their overall battle had not affected him the slightest, hence he naturally did not bother to be involved. The battle lasted for a very short time. The Shueya escort team did not suffer any loss save for a few slightly injured peak divine demons who were not in any sort of danger. Xiao Tianxin asked the other two escort team's divine demons to go toward her. The battle just now has caused injuries on a few of our brothers, and we have consumed quite a bit of divine powers. Let's find a place to rest and regroup. We'll resume our journey tomorrow. Chapter 25:12. Xiao Tianxin. The 18 prefectures were definitely the overlords of Dark Thunder territory. They were deeply rooted in the territory, very powerful, and way above any of the other criminal enterprises. The Celestial Beast Alliance, for example, were definitely not weak in terms of their strength with 4 ultimate god experts. However, they had never dreamed of comparing themselves with the 18 prefectures. The reason did not purely lie in strength, as it also had to do with the methods they had taken and the nature of their businesses. However strong the Celestial Beast Alliance was, they were just thieves after all. Although the 18 prefectures were also thieves, they could be equated to 18 powerful regional political powers to the others. Any one of the 18 prefectures was equipped with the means to control a region. Each of the 18 prefectures had its own very well-organized intelligence department. One of the 18 prefectures, Demonic Moon Prefecture. Inside a black garret. Third leader, we just received news of the Celestial Beast Alliance pouring all their manpower to rob an escort team but lost big time. A black-robed man knelt down. Celestial Beast Alliance? At the foremost part of the garret, a slim old man in gray stood up with his face full of surprise. Celestial Beast Alliance is not weak. They have 4 ultimate gods among them. Even if they were robbing a Crimson-class escort team, they should be returning victoriously. How come they lost? According to our informants in Celestial Beast Alliance, they were really robbing a regular Crimson-class escort team which only has 3 ultimate gods and around 20 peak divine demons. However, their captain, Xiao Tiexin, is very skillful. She's an ultimate god, but so are the 2 Celestial Beast Alliance leaders which she crushed by herself. The Celestial Beast Alliance had to retreat from desperation, said the black-robed man. The gray-robed old man was shocked. She fought against 2 ultimate gods at the same time, and was still able to defeat them. Doesn't that mean she's very close to possessing the battle prowess of a high-level ultimate god? Perhaps she's even one? Xiao Tiexin? I feel like I've heard of her name. While he spoke, the gray-robed old man began to shuffle through jade slips on the table before him. After a while, here it is. The gray-robed old man held up a jade slip with his eyes flickering with excitement. Xiao Tiexin, the eldest daughter of the Xiao clan and its last survivor. Haha, so it's her. Xiao clan? The black-robed man also immediately recalled an ancient clan that used to exist. This Xiao Tiexin has the guts to appear in Dark Thunder territory and even became captain of a Crimson-class escort team. She is also very skillful. Looks like she's in the midst of training and gaining experiences to improve her abilities. Once ready, she'll return and seek vengeance from that person. The gray-robed old man exclaimed. That person? The black-robed man shuddered and immediately recalled a person. That man was someone who the 18 prefectures would not even dare cross even if they joined forces. That man was basically a god in the northern Darkstar territory. Third leader, Xiao Tiexin wants to seek revenge from that person. Why don't we catch her and send it to the Lord? Would that make him happy? Suggested the black-robed man. The gray-robed old man waved his hand. No, Xiao Tiexin is nothing to the Lord. Otherwise, she would have been dead for a long time. How did you think she survived till now? Even if we presented her to the Lord may not even care and perhaps wouldn't even care to see us. However, Xiao Tiexin is the eldest daughter of the Xiao clan and their last survivor after all. She probably possesses some of Xiao clan's wealth. Xiao clan's wealth? Didn't all of it get taken by the Lord? Said the black-robed man in surprise. That's true, but Xiao clan is such a large ancient clan and Xiao Tiexin is their eldest daughter after all. We want to know if she had taken some of it when she escaped. The gray-robed old man squinted and soon decided. You wait here, let me find elder brother. Dark Thunder territory was shrouded in freezing darkness during the night. In the forest, Shuya escort team and their clients were resting and regrouping. Jin Wushuang remained seated cross-legged on the back of the double-horned thunderous star beast while silently studying and cultivating by himself. The others were also sitting down and going about their own businesses. Some were recuperating their abilities, some were cultivating, and some were discussing the battle with the Celestial Beast Alliance that occurred earlier. In one corner, 2 peak divine demons of the Shuya escort team were sitting together and chatting casually. Our captain is really something. She could oppress 2 ultimate gods all by herself. One of them, a young man in a white robe, exclaimed. That's true. Otherwise, how can she become our captain? You're a newbie on the team. Naturally, you haven't seen many such occurrences yet. When you've seen more, you'll know how powerful she truly is, said the other bald man proudly. Are you saying she hasn't unleashed her full strength in today's battle yet? The white-robed youngster was shocked. The bald man smiled awkwardly and said, Well, I want to know. Our captain is not only skillful. Her background is also pretty incredible. Background? The white-robed youngster was intrigued. The bald man looked around and quietly said after realizing nobody was paying attention to him, "Ever heard of the Shao clan?" Shao clan? Are you talking about one of the top clans in the northern Darkstar continent? The captain is one of them? The white-robed youngster exclaimed. Hee hee, now you know. The bald man smiled mysteriously before sighing a little and said, "The captain is the Shao clan's eldest daughter and has lived in a very sophisticated environment since young. It's a shame the Shao clan fell into turmoil not long ago with their whole clan being annihilated. She's the only one from the Shao clan who escaped. The Shao clan is such a powerful family, and yet they had been destroyed. Who in the northern Darkstar territory would have such capabilities to annihilate them? Don't tell me it's—" The white-robed youngster thought of someone. "Yes, that's the one. The most superior one in the northern Darkstar territory, the territorial lord," said the bald man. "Why did he destroy the Shao clan, though?" asked the white-robed youngster. "Well, I did hear our two deputy captains mention it before that the Shao clan had obtained an extremely rare treasure by chance not long ago. Word got out by accident, and the territorial lord caught wind about it. After that, destruction befalls the Shao clan," said the bald man. "Treasure? It's just one treasure. Why would it garner the territorial lord's personal efforts in destroying such a large, ancient clan? What's that treasure?" The white-robed youngster only got more curious. "I hear it's a painted scroll. I think its name is the Stately Painting," answered the bald man. "The Stately Painting?" The white-robed youngster had a blanket look on his face, as he had obviously never heard of it. "What are you two chatting about?" someone suddenly scolded. It was one of the Ultimate God's deputy captains who walked toward them. The two were startled and immediately shut their mouths without speaking another word. The deputy captain harumphed coldly and left. However, nobody noticed over the course of discussion between the bald man and white-robed youngster, Jian Wushuang had already opened his eyes while sitting on top of his double-horned thunderous star beast. Furthermore, an unprecedented sharp glint was shining through his eyes. His body slightly trembled with excitement. The Stately Painting. Chapter 25:13. The Demonic Moon Prefecture. Previously, there were no changes in Jian Wushuang's expressions at all, even when the Celestial Beast Alliance attacked in close proximity. However, just the mention of that treasure by those two experts of the Shuya escort team had shaken Jian Wushuang. The Stately Painting. Jian Wushuang mumbled in the corner of his mouth. In his past life, Jian Wushuang possessed two extremely valuable treasures in the eternal chaotic realm. Both treasures were given by his master, Xian Yi. One of them was Blood Mountain Sword, his default weapon which was upgraded alongside his own abilities. The second treasure was the Stately Painting. It was his secret weapon, his trump card, and also one of the 7-star Black Sect's most precious articles. After Xian Yi sent his soul into the reincarnation passage, he also sent the Blood Mountain Sword and the Stately Painting as well. The Blood Mountain Sword fell from the sky during his birth and was still in his possessions. However, the Stately Painting was lost. Jian Wushuang guessed the Stately Painting had probably fallen into the ancient god realm as well on the same day he was born, but its exact location was unknown. However, Jian Wushuang heard the name of the treasure mentioned once more in the Dark Thunder territory through Shuya escort team members' conversation. According to their conversation, the Stately Painting was only recently discovered by the Shao clan, which only led to their clan's destruction by the territorial lord's personal actions. Obviously, the Stately Painting is so extraordinary it stirred such madness in the territorial lord to annihilate an entire clan. But that doesn't mean this Stately Painting is the treasure which I've lost. Although Jian Wushuang was incredibly excited, he did not lose his rationality. There were many people in the world who shared similar names, so it would not be surprising if there were treasures that shared the same name as well. For example, it was entirely possible another painting scroll which was also a special treasure bearing the name the Stately Painting. Regardless, it did not matter as Jian Wushuang would not ignore it the moment he heard the name Stately Painting. The Shao clan may be annihilated by the territorial lord because of the Stately Painting, but I wonder if the painting is currently in his hands. Jian Wushuang squinted before moving his eyesight toward the purple-armored woman who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. This woman. The Shao clan's eldest daughter must know everything about how her clan obtained the stately painting. Nothing else happened for the rest of the night. On the next day, everyone in Shueya escort team had freshened up and resumed their journey. They soon stood before a huge mountain. The group stopped there for a short while. Captain, what we see ahead of us is the demonic Moon Mountains according to our map. One of the Dark Thunder Territory's 18 prefectures has nested inside the mountains. However, the 18 prefectures are infamous in the Dark Thunder Territory. If there isn't something valuable enough, they wouldn't easily take action. One of Shueya escort team's deputy captains, Ultimate Gods, reported. Although the 18 prefectures were also thieves, they had risen to the level of political powers. They had taken over the Dark Thunder Territory and regarded themselves as kings and overlords of the area. They still did indeed rob passers-by, escort teams, caravans, and experts. However, they would usually run a thorough background check on the other party to understand their abilities and potential gains before making a move. The 18 prefectures would not take action altogether if there were not much to obtain. The Shueya escort team was merely a regular Crimson-class escort team, while the 50 cultivators they were escorting had only very normal backgrounds. The only person slightly more unique was Jin Wushuang, who was riding on a double-horned thunderous star beast, but that was really a tiny benefit. Perhaps the demonic Moon Prefecture did not think too much of it. Even so, we still need to be careful. We should avoid troubles, even if it's just some regular thieves. This is the base of the demonic Moon Prefecture, after all, with a lot of thieves around. We're only passers-by, hence let's not get into any more trouble and finish crossing through this place within 2 days, said Xiao Tiexin. Aye. The rest would be smooth sailing once we pass through Dark Thunder Territory's central region, the demonic Moon Prefecture. The deputy captain agreed. Let's go then. Everyone entered the demonic Moon Mountains very soon, following an order from Xiao Tiexin. They moved at a moderate pace. After an hour, Jin Wushuang, who had been riding cross-legged on the double-horned thunderous star beast, suddenly opened his eyes. He scanned the surrounding voids once and shook his head. Looks like crossing the demonic Moon Mountains wouldn't be an easy job. He muttered to himself before closing his eyes. All was calm and uneventful within the first 6 hours after entering the demonic Moon Mountains. However, Xiao Tiexin, who was walking in front of the group, suddenly paused. What's the matter, Captain? The 2 deputy captains immediately looked at her. Xiao Tiexin looked serious. Something isn't right. Our journey is too calm and smooth. The demonic Moon Mountains is the demonic Moon Prefecture's base. There are usually innumerable criminal activities going on here. However, we have been here for 6 hours now and still didn't see even a single thief. Not only did we not run into any, but there hasn't even been a single person spying on us from our surroundings. I didn't even sense a single beam of soul power. That's absolutely impossible. Although Xiao Tiexin was quite young, her years of adventures had trained her to be mature and methodical. She would definitely not be that naive to assume the situation was a coincidence. Captain, are you saying the demonic Moon Prefecture has noticed us? One of the deputy captains could not help but ask. That's very possible. Xiao Tiexin nodded solemnly. Then what do we do? The deputy captain continued his inquiry. Don't panic, stay calm. We'll turn around and go back the same way. We'll think of another way to cross Dark Thunder Territory's central region once we are out of the mountains, said Xiao Tiexin. Aye. The 2 deputy captains solemnly nodded and immediately began sending messages to the remaining escort team members. However, something suddenly happened before they could turn around. A few waves of powerful aura suddenly swept across the void in various directions as a huge curtain of light gray-colored energy began spreading in an instant after that. The Shueya escort team and their current void location were soon completely shrouded by it. Is this restrictive shield? Besiegement restrictive shield. Xiao Tiexin began to worry. The peak divine demons in Shueya escort team and those 50 cultivators being escorted were also visibly shocked. Chapter 25:14. Reality. It's the demonic Moon Prefecture. It must be them. God damn it. Why did they lock onto us in the first place? Many cultivators in the Shueya escort team began to cry in disbelief. They knew the demonic moon prefecture had made a move when they noticed the restrictive shields surging around them. Only the demonic moon prefecture had the capabilities to decorate those mountains with such powerful restrictive shields. Furthermore, one could clearly differentiate between a normal group of thieves and the 18 prefectures by merely observing their restrictive shield. For example, the Celestial Beast Alliance who attacked the Shuya escort team a while ago would pour all the manpower and attack as a whole group the moment they started with no strategy whatsoever. However, when the demonic moon prefecture used restrictive shield formation to seal up the surrounding space-time before attacking just to ensure no one from the escort team could run away. This was the evidence of demonic moon prefecture's foundation and absolute strength. Phew, 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 phew. 7 figures charged over at the same time from the void ahead. They were so fast, appearing before the Shuya escort team in no time. Although there were only the 7 of them, everyone's face in the escort team turned shockingly pale. The 7 figures stood side by side in a straight line with their overpowering aura swept out. That was a total of 7 ultimate god experts. In addition, the red-robed bald old man standing in the middle of those 7 was probably their leader and projected an aura which surpassed a low-level ultimate god's. He was an actual high-level ultimate god. If a fight were to break out against such a lineup consisting of 6 low-level ultimate gods and a high-level ultimate god, hopelessness, the members of the Shuya escort team almost completely lost hope. Even Xiao Tianxin was secretly gritting her teeth while looking at the red-robed old man. She asked with a deep voice, "I assume you are the governor of the demonic moon prefecture?" "That's me." The old man nodded a little. "We wonder if the Shuya escort team has offended demonic moon prefecture in any way such that you are carrying out such drastic measures?" Xiao Tianxin asked. "Your escort team did not offend us in any way. The reason we came to you was because of one person. You." The red-robed old man pointed straight at Xiao Tianxin. "Me?" Xiao Tianxin was surprised. "The captain of Shuya escort team, Xiao Tianxin. We know you're the Shao clan's eldest daughter, and also the only survivor from the Shao clan massacre. We've come here just for you," said the red-robed old man with a resonant voice. There was a huge stir among the clients of Shuya escort team as soon as he made this statement. The demonic moon prefecture is here for the escort team's captain? That's what ID thought. All of us have pretty regular backgrounds. How would they target us with such theatrics? The person they want is the escort team's captain, of course. If I'd known this before, I won't be so stupid to spend such an amount of money to hire their team to escort me. This Shuya escort team has been hired to protect us, but became the reason we got into trouble. What the hell? A number of the cultivators who were still glad they were being protected by the Shuya escort team started to blame the escort team instead. Not only they were blaming, they even felt a deep hatred and began cursing them. They were all blaming the Shuya escort team for getting them in trouble. All of that was clear in the red-robed old man's eyes as he mysteriously smiled. "Looks like you're all panicking, huh? Actually, there's no need. We are only here for Xiao Tianxin. As for the rest of you, you're not our target. I've already ordered my people to leave a few gaps on the restrictive shield. There's still time if you want to leave right now. We can go." The cultivator's expression changed, with some of them downright joyful, but not without a slight worry. However, the red-robed old man coldly continued, "If you want to go, you better do it soon. The gaps will completely seal up within 10 breaths. Anyone who stays in this restrictive shield formation, except for those from the demonic moon prefecture, will die by then." The cultivators who were previously protected by the Shuya escort team let go of all their hesitations upon hearing that. "Quick, run. 10 breaths is enough for us to escape from the restrictive shield. Although we won't be protected by the Shuya escort team anymore, and the rest of the journey would be extremely dangerous, it's still better than dying here. This is clearly the Shuya escort team's fault. Why would I die with them here?" They began to shout. The escorted cultivators began running toward the restrictive shield's edge from all directions. There were even a few peak divine demons who just joined the Shuya escort team escaped without any hesitation since they had neither feelings nor emotional connections with the team and Xiao Tianxin. The remaining escort team members who chose to stay saw that and gritted their teeth in agitation. "You maggots! All of you stop! Stop right now! A bunch of bastards! Idiots!" The two deputy captains were also shouting angrily. "Number 2 and Number 3, leave them alone. Just let them run if they feel like it." Xiao Taixin's demeanor appeared to be very calm. Aloof would be more accurate. She had experienced such a scene before. Countless clans and sects bowed at them when the Xiao clan was at its peak and seriously took every word they said. However, all the clans and sects immediately disappeared without a trace when the Xiao clan experienced destruction from the territorial lord's personal attacks. None of them was willing to offer even a wee bit of help. That was reality. Cruel reality. Xiao Tianxin had a clear view of reality and did not feel surprised by the action of those people. Humph! They really believed the demonic Moon Prefecture's governor would let them live within 10 breaths? Naive. Xiao Tianxin thought sarcastically. The Dark Thunder Territory's 18 prefectures were infamous. The reason for their infamy was built on nothing but endless killings which caused the shrouding crimson fog. It was true the 18 prefectures did not easily attack, but when they did, everyone within their sight would be killed without showing the least bit of mercy. It was nice to hear the red-robed old man's words which promised to let them live. However, perhaps he did not feel like wasting so much energy and was reluctant to suffer any additional loss on the demonic Moon Prefecture's side. If her predictions were correct, those who scattered and ran out of those gaps would probably be killed immediately and mercilessly right after they left. In the end, perhaps not many would survive. Of course, Xiao Tianxin knew that, but had no desire to waste her words on those fleeing from battle. Chapter 25:15. Xiao Clan's survivor. Only in a short moment, the 50 cultivators who were previously escorted by the Shuya escort team had completely cleared the place. No, it was more accurate to mention that one of those cultivators actually stayed. That person was none other than Jian Wushuang. "Oh, there's actually one who stays behind?" The red-robed old man who was the demonic Moon Prefecture governor was intrigued. Xiao Tianxin and the rest of the Shuya escort team experts who stayed back also looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Everyone else had left except for this man. Noticing everybody's glare, the cross-legged Jian Wushuang on the back of the double-horned thunderous star beast smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I truly wish to run, but my beast isn't listening to my commands. It has become frozen from fear." Everybody immediately looked at the double-horned thunderous star beast. It was true that the beast was shuddering and did not dare to move a muscle. Wild beasts were fundamentally cowardly. They would not be able to move as long as they felt the auras from strong divine demons, let alone being in front of so many ultimate gods. What an idiot! He's on the brink of death and still won't let go of a wild beast? The ultimate gods from the demonic Moon Prefecture began to scoff, and nobody paid Jian Wushuang any more attention. Eldest Miss Xiao, the Xiao clan was one of the top clans in the northern Darkstar continent. We hear there were even a few peak ultimate gods, not to mention your foundations were extremely strong. Although the clan has been annihilated, perhaps you still possess some family wealth that you brought with you as the sole survivor of the clan? The governor stared at Xiao Tianxin with full of anticipation. Xiao Tianxin stared at the demonic Moon Prefecture governor and scoffed. "Mr. Governor, it looks like you're here for my family's wealth. As one of the 18 prefectures, you probably have a pretty well-organized intelligence department, yes? Didn't your agents find out the territorial lord has robbed us completely of the clan's wealth?" "Yes, our intelligence did state so. However, you escaped from the Xiao clan after all. You should have brought with you some resources and treasures when you ran. The Xiao clan was so large that even a tiny part brought out, say 10 or even 5%, will still amount to huge wealth," said the governor. "Haha, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Mr. Governor. I did bring a portion of wealth with me when I left, but that was only the interspatial ring which my mother passed to me. My mother's accumulated wealth only amounted to 6,000 pieces of primordial stones. If you want it, you can have it. Why did you even utilize such a dramatic tactic?" As Xiao Tianxin spoke, she flipped her wrist and presented an interspatial ring. Lying quietly in the ring were 6,000 pieces of primordial stones. 6,000 primordial stones? The demonic moon prefecture's ultimate gods were happy to hear that. According to market value, one piece of primordial stone was equivalent to 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power. 6,000 primordial stones meant 60 million drops of ancient god divine power. It was a great amount of wealth for any high-level ultimate god, let alone a low-level ultimate god. Even the demonic moon prefecture, who accumulated an enormous amount of wealth through the ages, could still not ignore 6,000 primordial stones. For those ultimate gods, it was worth their time if they could obtain it. However, the demonic moon prefecture governor did not look too happy. 6,000 pieces of primordial stones were a lot, but was still a lot less than what he expected. The governor raised his head and said coldly, "Xiaotiexin, don't think you can get away with just giving me 6,000 primordial stones. Perhaps what you carried with you is truly 6,000. However, your clan elders probably didn't just give you primordial stones when you escaped. There are probably treasures which mean a lot to the Xiao clan, some secret techniques, and whatnot. All those are highly valuable stuff, a lot more valuable than the 6,000 pieces of primordial stones. Surrender all of it." Xiao Taixin's heart sank. She did bring some exceptional items when she left, but those items were her growth capital, and some were even for the Xiao clan's revival. Unlike the primordial stones, the primordial stones were only a considerable wealth, and as long as she became powerful, they were easy to obtain. However, the rest of the items with her had their clan taken ages to accumulate. She absolutely could not give up those things. Just 6,000 primordial stones. I don't have anything else. If you promise to let us leave, I shall respectfully present them to you. Otherwise, we'll have to fight it out," responded Xiaotiexin frostily. "Fight it out? Haha. Eldest Miss Xiao, perhaps you look too highly upon yourself since you don't wish to give up the Xiao clan's treasure. All I can do is to kill you before checking your interspatial ring myself." The governor sneered as his eyes turned icy cold. "Do it." Boom. The 6 ultimate gods next to the governor immediately sprung into action. 2 giant waves of ultimate god auras began pressing against each other and shocking everyone in the Shueya escort team. Number 2, Number 3, be careful. Find your chance to escape. Xiaotiexin instructed quietly and dashed forward in a sudden burst. Purple lights surged from her body as she dashed forward while dragging out a trace of purple shadow. The purple shadow was actually in the form of a purple demon deity. Xiao Taixin's aura suddenly surged a great amount when the demon deity appeared. The bewitching purple sickle also appeared in her hand, without needing to mention it. Charge! Xiao Taixin's killing intention rose sky-high as she swung the purple sickle with one hand. Whoosh! 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 3 bewitching beams of purple blade light immediately swept outward. The purple blade lights were incredibly fast and instantly blocked 3 ultimate gods of the demonic moon prefecture. The 3 ultimate gods also immediately reacted. Unexpectedly, Xiao Taixin's movements were also extremely mysterious and unpredictable. She flashed and swayed along with her inconsistently flashing blade lights produced by her purple sickle. It was extremely unpredictable and incredibly powerful. The 3 ultimate gods joined forces, but could not gain any advantage over Xiaotiexin. They gradually and eventually fell into a disadvantage. Goodness, this woman is really something. All 3 of them were shocked in their minds. At that very moment, the governor, who was behind the whole time, stepped forward. "Haha, eldest Miss Xiao, let me experience your skills." The governor laughed heartily, and a bright red stone staff appeared in his hands. The battle strength of a high-level ultimate god blasted outward. Boom! A staff shadow appeared out of the blue in the void above and began hitting down at Xiaotiexin like huge waves. The staff shadow was heaven-defying as it sealed up the void around Xiaotiexin the moment it appeared and not giving her a chance to dodge. She could only swing her purple sickle to fend those attacks off by force. Chapter 25:16. Making a deal. A terrifying momentum swept over with a huge bang as Xiaotiexin lowered her body while feeling a little stunned. The governor of Demonic Moon Prefecture took another step forward before turning the stone staff in his hand into a thunderbolt and lashed out. The purple light gushed out of Xiao Tiexin's body as her bewitching purple sickle drew an arch before she dashed forward. Twang! After another collision, her purple sickle's momentum was knocked away from its original direction, causing both her hands to suddenly feel numb while the insides of her body were throbbing. Haha, go to hell. The governor laughed as he sent his stone staff forward, which penetrated a hole in the void before continuing to pierce toward Xiao Tiexin. No! Xiao Tiexin panicked. She still felt numbness in her hand and was not able to defend against the incoming attack. In the nick of time, a strange flash of light shone before her eyes. Whoosh! 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 3 light beams appeared out of the blue at the void she was in, and Xiao Tiexin retreated to the one side of the void with a flash. She dodged the staff attack, but its momentum had not vanished. On the contrary, it turned into a bright red light beam which continued on with its attack. Coincidentally, Jin Wushuang was located not far behind Xiao Tiexin. She may have avoided that attack, but not Jin Wushuang. Ah, Xiao Tiexin was shocked but could not do anything. In such situations, she could not even guarantee her own safety, let alone the safety of Jin Wushuang. Boom! Violent energies burst outwards from the void where Jin Wushuang was. The void fell into a humongous storm of energy with nobody being able to see what had happened inside it. A secret technique? The governor looked at Xiao Tiexin with his face blooming in a grin. So it's true that you did not only bring 6,000 pieces of primordial stones from the Xiao clan. The secret technique which you used to dodge my attack is probably a lot more valuable than the 6,000 primordial stones. Xiao Tiexin looked at him coldly without uttering a word. Eldest Miss Xiao, I have a suggestion. Why don't you come to Demonic Moon Prefecture and become my wife and teach me all the secret techniques you know in one go? What do you say? The governor sneered. However, as soon as he finished speaking, phew, that was close. My double-horned thunderous star beast, which costs 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power, almost died. A light voice suddenly spoke from afar. On the battlefield, the experts from both the Demonic Moon Prefecture and Shuya escort team were caught by surprise. All their eyes immediately moved over to the side void and looked at the energy storm. The governor and Xiao Tiexin both looked over as well. The energy storm began to gradually die down and unveiled its insides. They saw a 3-meter-tall, double-horned thunderous star beast standing trembling there. On its back was a golden-robed man sitting cross-legged and carrying a long sword behind. It was clear the governor's staff energy had exploded in that part of the void. But how did both the beast and golden-robed man escape unscattered under such immense energies? He's actually still alive? Xiao Tiexin and her men were shocked. That powerful staff strike required Xiao Tiexin to dodge with a secret technique. Otherwise, a low-level ultimate god could only greet death when facing it head-on. However, not only did the golden-robed man before their eyes survived, so did his double-horned thunderous star beast. Jin Wushuang looked at the beast he was riding on under everyone's stare and said, "Little Ray, don't be scared. Come, let's get over there." Little Ray was a pet name Jin Wushuang gave to his double-horned thunderous star beast. However, Little Ray did not even move a hair no matter how much motivation he directed toward the beast. It was already frightened to near death. Jin Wushuang could do nothing but got down from its back and walked on his own. The governor closely stared at Jin Wushuang and slowly squinted his eyes at the same time. Looks like our intelligence has made some mistakes. There's an expert among those being escorted. Previously, he did not notice Jin Wushuang at all, but now, as Jin Wushuang slowly closed in, he realized he could not see through Jin Wushuang's true abilities and cultivation level, which started to make him slightly alarmed. He was a high-level ultimate god after all. If an ultimate god could not see through his opponent, it was either an opponent at the same cultivation level or a low-level ultimate god good at hiding his aura. He was most probably an expert regardless, which was true. Otherwise, it would not be possible for him to safely survive his staff strike. Jin Wushuang finally arrived at the battlefield center and stood next to Xiao Tiexin. Xiao Tiexin and her men were a little surprised. Jin Wushuang was a client who hired their escort team to protect himself and had been traveling with them for more than 4 months. Although Jin Wushuang's aura felt a little strange to them with nobody able to see through him, They had never taken note of him, let alone suspected that he was a hidden expert. The reason for their point of view was that, would it not be pointless for him to hire them for protection if he was that powerful? Why would he need to pay them escorting fees? Any escort team would love to have an expert at the level of ultimate god or above among them. However, to be able to survive the staff strike and remain unscathed probably meant the golden-robed man's abilities were quite high. Xiao Tianxin, oh great Captain Xiao. Jian Wushuang smiled mysteriously at Xiao Tianxin next to him. What if we make a deal? Xiao Tianxin was surprised. A deal? What kind of a deal? It's very simple. We'll get rid of these people from Demonic Moon Prefecture, but you'll have to be honest with me when I ask you a question later, said Jian Wushuang. Sure. Xiao Tianxin agreed without hesitation. If it was only one question, it should not be anything serious, at the very least not comparable with everyone's lives. However, the bigger question was whether this unknown man who traveled with them would really be able to get rid of the Demonic Moon Prefecture's people. The Shuya escort team, including Xiao Tianxin herself, felt slightly doubtful. However, Jian Wushuang did not care much and turned his gaze toward those people from Demonic Moon Prefecture. Demonic Moon Prefecture, yes? Do you want to leave on your own? Or do you want me to kick you home? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly with his absolutely confident tone. They could not tell what Jian Wushuang was up to, hence nobody dared to move. They looked at the governor instead. The governor's face turned a little gloomy before saying, Sir, perhaps you're being too arrogant if you think you could convince us to leave with just a few words. Well, there's no other way but to fight in that case. Jian Wushuang smiled while his divine powers began to surge. His aura was naturally in full display as soon as he activated his divine powers. Everyone on the battlefield was instantly shocked. Chapter 25:17. 11 Apparitions. Divine Demon Realm? Peak Divine Demon? He's only a peak Divine Demon? Is this a joke? Experts from both sides could not make peace with what they saw. Some even felt incredibly angry. How did the golden-robed man before them have such self-confidence? He had the gall to strike a deal with Xiao Tianxin and announce that he would get rid of the Demonic Moon Prefecture people and even ask them to leave under their own initiative. Most importantly, both the Shuya escort team members and the ultimate gods from the Demonic Moon Prefecture almost believed him. It was because they could not see through his abilities. The Shuya escort team naturally found a beacon of hope from seeing how confident Jian Wushuang was, adding to the fact he survived the governor's staff strike unscathed. As for the Demonic Moon Prefecture's ultimate gods, which included their governor, they were made alert and worried that the golden-robed man before them was really a hidden expert. However, he had finally put his cultivation level on full display. In the end, he was only a peak Divine Demon. Peak Divine Demon was truly considered experts in most regular wildernesses. However, in Dark Thunder territory, especially in this particular situation under the presence of 7 ultimate gods from the Demonic Moon Prefecture, even a low-level ultimate god could not make any difference, let alone a peak Divine Demon. Was this some kind of a joke? This kid is playing with us. Flames of fury were burning in the eyes of the Demonic Moon Prefecture's ultimate gods. They really almost got stunned by that peak Divine Demon. However, they did not know Jian Wushuang's peak Divine Demon aura was due to the black stone, which raised his aura by 2 levels higher than its actual. Jian Wushuang's real divine power, aura, and cultivation level were in fact that of a second-class divine demon. Angry eyes gazed over one by one, but Jian Wushuang did not care at all. Behind him, his enormous divine powers were still surging and formed a 3,000-meter-tall god shadow in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the 7-star secret technique was being unleashed in his body. Captain Xiao, remember what you just promised me? Jian Wushuang smiled mysteriously. Xiao Tianxin was even more shocked at that point. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang moved. Nothing happened when he stood still, but as soon as he did, many figures started bursting out one after another. A total of 12 figures covered half of the void. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Those are apparitions, space-time apparitions. There are 12 figures in total, but one of them shouldn't be a space-time apparition. This means there are 11 apparitions in total. 11 apparitions? Impossible. The demonic moon prefecture's ultimate gods were in complete shock. Space-time apparitions were only achievable after one had made a breakthrough to the first stage of space-time law understanding. The more apparitions one could form meant the higher one's understanding of the law. In normal circumstances, high-level ultimate gods who were studying the space-time law could perhaps form 3 to 4 apparitions at most. However, forming 11 at the same time? It was extremely rare among the high-level ultimate gods. Normally, only peak ultimate gods who focused on studying space-time law could form more than 10 apparitions. This man before them, however, So what if you have a slightly deeper understanding of the space-time law? You're still nothing but a mere peak divine demon. The governor scoffed in disdain and refused to take him seriously. However, Jian Wushuang had moved his physical body before the governor after concurrently forming 11 apparitions and unsheathed his blood mountain sword. Ring. A gigantic swordlight appeared out of nowhere. The swordlight was incredibly attractive and bright as though it could connect heaven and earth together. The moment it appeared, it became the focal center of heaven and earth. It even became an eternity. Space-time sword technique, heaven and earth aligned. How's that possible? The governor, who was paying no mind to Jian Wushuang, was suddenly shocked beyond words when he saw that gigantic swordlight sweeping at him. How can this be a sword technique performed by a divine demon realm cultivator? No way. The governor roared. The swordlight was so sufficiently strong that it stunned regular ultimate gods. At the same time, he felt immense dangers from that swordlight. He had only experienced such feelings from high-level ultimate gods, very powerful high-level ultimate gods. The governor did not dare remain arrogant anymore as he instantly turned the bright red stone staff in his hand into a thunderbolt and swung viciously toward the swordlight. With a huge bang, the seemingly ever-expanding swordlight spread toward every direction. The governor's pupils dilated as he felt a huge momentum being directed towards him, knocking his body and sent him faltering backward. However, a ghastly figure already got close to him before he could steady himself. Infinite sword essences swept around and shrouded him. The governor instantly fell into an infinite ocean of sword essence, while Jian Wushuang's blood mountain sword finally erupted with great powers. One after another, the sword lights swept toward the governor like a tsunami. Too fast. The sword lights were way too unbelievably fast. The bewitching blade light was also very fast when Xiao Tianxin swung her purple sickle, but it was still behind Jian Wushuang's speed by 2 folds. Jian Wushuang had repeatedly flickered among those apparitions of his. He was able to do so due to his tremendous space-time law understanding in both the aspects of sword techniques and movement methodologies. As such, it was impossible for the governor to realize Jian Wushuang's mysterious appearance beside himself. All he could do was to swing his stone staff like a madman and tried insanely hard to fend off Jian Wushuang's attacks. However, even with such defenses, Jian Wushuang's pressure was so huge that he was completely being suppressed to the point of gradually losing. "You divine demon maggot, scram!" The governor released an explosive shout as his bright red stone staff suddenly began to grow in size with terrifying divine powers began concentrating in his hand. The bright red stone staff resembled a bright red volcano suddenly falling at Jian Wushuang before completely erupted. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned frosty as his sword essence began to sweep around and immediately turned his blood mountain sword into a long snake. With a tearing sound, layers of the void were torn open like pieces of paper as everything was dissolved by the sword stroke. It was soundless and motionless without a single trace. The only exception was a sword shadow that swept past. Space-time sword technique, 3rd form, pure shadow. The violently erupting bright red volcano was also being torn open as a large amount of vicious divine powers was dispersed into its surroundings. The remaining sword light still had quite a bit of momentum and continued sweeping toward the governor. Thud. The governor got swept by the sword light, which immediately caused his body to be severely injured. His aura began to weaken after spitting out a big gulp of blood. A huge amount of his divine powers began to gradually decrease. However, the golden-robed man who was holding a long sword continued to issue attacks at him which were capable of tearing open everything in the void. Chapter 25:18. Defeated, don't let him go. Quick, block his path. The demonic Moon Prefecture governor let out a stern shout with his booming, hysterical voice. Several ultimate gods around the governor of demonic Moon Prefecture were still in shock. Nonetheless, the three ultimate gods closest to their target immediately reacted upon hearing the distraught shouting. Let's take him down together. The three ultimate gods placed themselves in front of Jian Wushuang, blocking his path, and were just about to launch an attack. Those three ultimate gods had trouble telling which one was the real Jian Wushuang when 11 apparitions appeared out of thin air at the same time. 3 sword lights lit up and sliced through those three ultimate gods' necks when they were still caught in a limbo. Their eyes widened in horror from being surprised by the sword speed of that divine demon and could not even react before their heads flew off. In a span of mere seconds, their consciousness was gone. Are you really primary level ultimate gods? TCH. Jian Wushuang's lips curled slightly. The differences between primary level ultimate gods and the high level ultimate gods were huge, but strenuous efforts were required in order for a high level ultimate god to kill a primary level ultimate god. Normally, 3 primary level ultimate gods together could even engage in a riveting head-on fight against a high-level ultimate god. Unfortunately, their opponent was none other than the unfathomable Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang possessed the combat prowess of a high-level ultimate god. In addition, his speed was extremely fast, and he had his space-time law. A deep understanding of space-time law, to be exact. The 3 ultimate gods had no time to react with his 11 apparition disguises and his sword moving at warped speeds. They did not even have the opportunity to unleash an attack before all of them died to his sword. Run, run. The governor dared not stay any longer, made a swift turn around, and fled for his life from the untenable situation. Of course, the remaining 3 ultimate gods also fled without hesitation. In a blink of an eye, those 4 had vanished from Jian Wushuang's sight along with the heavy restrictive shield which enshrouded the area soon dissipated. Jian Wushuang watched the 4 escape, but made no efforts to chase after them. It was easy for him to kill a primary level ultimate god, but considerably arduous to kill a high-level one. Although the governor is a high-level ultimate god, he probably hasn't been at that level for long and only has a rudimentary understanding of space-time law. His strength is probably at rock bottom among the high-level ultimate gods. I only used the 7-star secret technique and divine god of punishment technique, yet I could easily defeat him with only space-time law, murmured Jian Wushuang. He knew his current strength barely reached the combat prowess of a high-level ultimate god level, as when he fought with Yun Zhan against strange old Feng in the Wuxia wilderness. After his strength skyrocketed, he obtained his life armor, cultivated the 9 sparkle star armor secret technique, and reached the golden armor chapter. He was then sufficiently capable to oppress Yun Zhan. In the battle against the demonic Moon Prefecture governor, he neither used 9 sparkle star armor nor divine god of punishment, but could still easily defeat the governor. The only explicable reason would have been the governor's strength was too weak and ranked at the bottom, even among high-level ultimate gods. Secondly, Jian Wushuang's understanding of the laws had improved greatly. It had been 7 or 8 months since he departed from Wuxia wilderness. During that time, Jian Wushuang had been sitting on the double-horned thunderous star beast and worked on his cultivation. Besides that, he did not only rely solely on his own ability, but on Feng Tian Scroll's support. Although the Feng Tian Scroll was not as helpful when he was in Saint's Tomb, it was still beneficial to Jian Wushuang. In just 7 to 8 months, his understanding of space-time law had improved so much that he went from just having 2 apparitions to 11 apparitions. Was that not impressive? His sword skills had also improved tremendously. The governor is too weak. If it's someone slightly stronger, I'm afraid I will only be able to win by executing Divine God of Punishment or 9 Sparkle Stars armor. Jian Wushuang sighed. However, he had not realized those members from Shuya escort behind him were completely stunned. Yes, they were stunned to see what happened. They were furious when they saw Jian Wushuang merely showing divine powers at the level of a peak divine demon realm. They thought Jian Wushuang was just fooling around with them. However, the very same peak divine demon had defeated those demonic moon prefecture experts right before their eyes. And he did not simply drive them away, but managed to intimidate them and even killed 3 of their ultimate gods. How terrifying he must be to have done that. He must be a genius. One of Shuya Escort's deputy captains exclaimed, I once heard there were pools of talents in the ancient god domain, and many of them were monsters. They had the combat prowess of an ultimate god when they were merely in the divine demon realm. Some of them were capable of killing an ultimate god. I thought that was just hearsay, but I saw it with my own eyes today. It's simply amazing he could defeat high-level ultimate god head-on and even beheaded 3 primary-level ultimate gods while being at the divine demon realm. The others were also shocked. Even though they were terribly shocked, they were still able to accept what just happened. There were peak divine demons in ancient god domain who could kill primary-level ultimate gods after all. They were just lucky to have met one. However, they would be even more shocked to realize that Jian Wushuang was merely a second-class divine demon, where he not had that black stone disguising his actual cultivation level. It was impossible for a second-class divine demon to kill a primary-level ultimate god. Xiao Tiexin took a deep breath, calmed his nerves, and stepped forward with a hint of respect. Thank you for your actions. You've just helped the Shuya escort team to resolve a crisis. Thank you for what you have done, Master, said the other members of the Shuya escort team. Faced with someone who killed a primary-level ultimate god at peak divine demon, the Shuya escort team was respectful toward Jian Wushuang. Tiexin was almost at the strength of a high-level ultimate god, yet she had addressed Jian Wushuang politely, whereas everyone else, including the 2 ultimate god deputy captains, had to call Jian Wushuang as master. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said, There's no need for that. Captain Xiao, just don't forget the deal between us. Of course I won't. I don't know what you're looking for, but I'll tell you everything I know, said Xiao Yixin. Jian Wushuang did not speak. Instead, he looked at the others from Shuya escort team. Xiao Tiexin understood and immediately ordered, Number 2 and Number 3, go around and see if all those people from Demonic Moon Prefecture have escaped. Check if any of those people whom we are supposed to escort had survived. If anyone survives, bring them back to where we are. Yes. The 2 deputy captains nodded and immediately brought someone to search the nearby area. Their departure gave Jian Wushuang and Xiao Tiexin some space to speak privately. Chapter 25:19 Precious Treasure, Captain Xiao, addressed Jian Wushuang. Your Excellency, please don't call me Captain Xiao. You can just call me Tiexin. Oh yes, I didn't get your name, said Xiao Yixin. My name's Jian Yi. Jian Wushuang introduced his pseudonym. Mr. Jian Yi, what do you want to ask? Xiao Tiexin asked. I want to know what happened to that treasure Xiao clan had, said Jian Wushuang in a deep voice. That treasure? Xiao Tiexin pondered for a moment before saying, In fact, that incident is no secret. I can tell you everything you want to know about it. Jian Wushuang nodded and was keen to hear about it. Our clan got that treasure not long ago. It is only a little more than 20 years ago. At that time, an ultimate god elder from our clan was engaged in a duel. Out of a sudden, the void around him shattered and a treasure flitted from the void which the elder then caught, explained Xiao Tiexin. Around 20 years ago. Did you say it flitted from a broken void? Jian Wushuang's heart quivered. It had only been a little more than 20 years since he was reborn in his current life. The timing seemed to coincide exactly as his Blood Mountain sword was also a treasure descended from the heavens. That treasure is a picture scroll. After the elder got the picture scroll, he immediately took it back to the Xiao clan's residence and studied it with other Xiao clan's elders. Unfortunately, the picture scroll is very mysterious and weird that those elders failed miserably to open it up after exhausting every idea they had. Hence, they had no way to claim and meditate upon it. However, during their many attempts, one of the clan elders discovered the picture scroll's name was the stately painting. Xiao Tiexin said. Jian Wushuang remained calm. It was no surprise that Xiao clan's experts were unable to cultivate using the picture scroll. How could any ordinary individual claim ownership over such a precious treasure, especially when it's indeed the stately painting. It was a treasure that belonged to the Seven Stars Black sect after all. One would naturally be unable to unseal the picture scroll without first gaining ownership over it. Tixin, what else do you know besides the picture scroll's name? Jin Wushuang asked. There is another message which I vividly remembered. Xiao Tixin paused before reciting. The stately painting. The endless mountains and streams, dividing the world. Xiao Tixin had just started the first half of the sentence when Jin Wushuang finished the remaining by saying, mountains and rivers were the palms and the land was the seal which created the world. Mr. Jin E, do you know this message? Xiao Tixin looked at Jin Wushuang in surprise. Haha. Jin Wushuang just smiled faintly. There was not much change in his expression, but his heart was deeply moved. The stately printing is indeed mine. Jin Wushuang was overwhelmed with excitement. He knew the Xiao clan had gotten hold of the stately painting, but he was not sure if it was the genuine article. He was now sure it was indeed the genuine article when he heard Xiao Taixin's words. It was indeed the stately painting. That was the most powerful treasure he had in his previous life, and one of Seven Star Black sect's most powerful treasures. I thought it would take a long time to recover the stately painting which went missing, but I didn't expect I would have found it so fast. Jin Wushuang was stoked, but tried his very best to pull a straight face before continuing to ask, what happened after that? The events which happened later were widely known. The Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord learned of the fact our Xiao clan acquired such a treasure, and he has his heart set on it. Although neither our Xiao clan nor the Lord knew where the treasure came from, we're certain it was an extremely high-level treasure of at least a heavenly treasure, said Xiao Tixin with anger flashing in her eyes. In fact, there are long-standing conflicts between our Xiao clan and the Lord. He has been wanting to take down our clan for a while now, since our clan used to be a rather influential and prominent clan after all. Even though he's a territorial lord, our presence still perturbed him. The stately painting was the last straw which broke the camel's back. He attacked our Xiao clan without warning with his amazing feats of strength and decimated our clan in a very short time. No one else except I survived. Xiao Tixin was trembling in anger. Jin Wushuang was able to understand her feelings. The hatred she had for someone who wiped her entire clan out must be unimaginable. Jin Wushuang continued to ask after Xiao Tixin simmered down a little. Did the territorial lord get his hands on the stately painting in the end? Xiao Tixin nodded. Yes, he did. Not only the stately painting but also our clan's wealth which had been accumulated over the years. Many treasures and resources have fallen into the despicable territorial lord's hands. I've no idea if he managed to cultivate with the picture scroll or just gave it away. An Earth ultimate god like him will not be able to cultivate with the picture scroll. Jin Wushuang firmly shook his head. He knew for certain that even a remarkable undying saint would not be able to cultivate with the stately painting. There were very few in the world who possessed the capability. Jin Wushuang was able to do so in his previous life with the help of his master. In addition, he had managed to claim ownership due to his renegade cultivation method. I believe the stately painting is still with the territorial lord since this happened only about 20 years ago. Jin Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly with his unprecedentedly chilly and sharp gaze. He initially had no apparent conflict with the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord. Although he thought of challenging the Territorial Lord to a duel and replace him, he was just thinking without any real intentions to realize it. Besides, there were countless star territories in the ancient god domain. There were hundreds of star territories in a single domain with many domains in each. There was no need for him to target solely the territorial lord. However, things had changed. He had to do it now because the stately painting was in the territorial lord's hand. In order to regain his treasure, Jin Wushuang must confront the territorial lord. The Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord is an Earth Ultimate God. I've no idea where his level of strength is among Earth Ultimate Gods. I might not be able to compete against him with my current strength, and must find ways to improve myself as soon as possible. They'll need a large number of primordial stones for that. Jin Wushuang tightly clenched his fists. Chapter 25-20. Cultivation, Primordial Stone. Jin Wushuang groaned, but suddenly raised his head the next moment. Tianxin, I would like to request your help in a matter. What's the matter? Xiao Tianxin looked over. I want to borrow the 6,000 primordial stones in your interspatial ring. They'll return it to you after some time, said Jian Wushuang. Xiao Tianxin frowned but soon relaxed. It's just 6,000 primordial stones. If Mr. Jian Yi needs it, they'll give it to you. It doesn't matter if you return it or not. Xiao Tianxin did not hesitate and took out her 6,000 primordial stones. She knew that were it not for Jian Wushuang, she would be left with nothing that day. Even her life would be gone, let alone the 6,000 primordial stones she had. Don't worry, I'm just temporarily borrowing it. Jian Wushuang smiled and accepted the primordial stones from her. At that instance, the Shuya escorts members who went to investigate their surroundings had also returned. Captain, there's no more people from the Demonic Moon Prefecture around us. As for those people we previously escorted, all of them are dead, reported a deputy captain in a deep voice. Indeed, none survived. Xiao Tianxin was not surprised. Jian Wushuang smiled. It's nothing to do with Shuya escorts, as they were digging their own graves. Now that those people you were serving are dead, it's meaningless to go on with the journey. Are you returning to where you're from via the same route, or will you continue through Demonic Moon Mountains and head to the other end of Dark Thunder Territory? We are heading to the other end of Dark Thunder Territory. The escorting task is just an opportunity for us to earn some ancient god divine power. What about you? Where is Mr. Jian Yi heading to? Xiao Tianxin asked. Me? Don't worry, let's go through Demonic Moon Mountains first, suggested Jian Wushuang. Right, this is Demonic Moon Prefecture's nest. They went full force against you but were defeated. They might not be able to have their revenge against you now with only the Demonic Moon Prefecture's powers alone, but they'll find ways to invite experts from other prefectures for assistance, so we'd better leave. Xiao Tianxin nodded in agreement. Everyone soon continued to set off. 2 days passed in a flash. During this time, people of the Demonic Moon Prefecture knew exactly where the Shuya escort team was, but dared not cause any trouble as the scene where 3 ultimate gods were killed were fresh in their minds. They were terrified of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang made a pit stop when the Shuya escort team had left the Demonic Moon Mountains. Let's part ways here, Jian Wushuang directly announced. Mr. Jian Yi, aren't you going with us to the other end of Dark Thunder Territory? The Shuya escort team members were quite shocked. The environment in Central Dark Thunder Territory is good. I want to stay here for a while. Tianxin, you can stay with me if you don't mind. I still have to return to use 6,000 primordial stones after all. If you leave now, I won't make the effort to seek for you and return those primordial stones, Jian Wushuang said with an implicit meaning. Xiao Tianxin pondered for a moment before agreeing. Number 2 and number 3, both of you will take the others home first. Mr. Jian Yi and I have some other things to do in Dark Thunder Territory. Oh well. The 2 deputy captains of the Shuya escort team looked at each other and finally agreed. Take little Ray along too. It's not convenient for me to bring it along. Jian Wushuang led the double-horned thunderous star beast in front of the Shuya escort. The 2 deputy captains accepted it, and soon the Shuya escort team left. After passing through the midsection of Demonic Moon Mountains, they were quite a distance from Dark Thunder Territory. Although there were bandits along the journey to the other end of Demonic Moon Mountain, the bandits were nothing in comparison to the Shuya escort team, hence Xiao Tianxin was not worried about their safety. After the Shuya escort team disappeared into the distance, Mr. Jian Yi, what's your plan? Xiao Tianxin asked directly. In fact, she did not care too much about the 6,000 primordial stones. She was only especially curious about Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was evidently only a divine demon, but possessed the terrifying combat prowess to easily kill an ordinary ultimate god, yet was very low-key from the beginning and had never exposed his skills or techniques. Moreover, he was also very interested in the stately painting. Perhaps he was more than just interested in it, as he seemed to have a deep understanding of that picture scroll and knew what it was. Mysterious, powerful, and extremely weird. He must have an extraordinary background with a lot of hidden secrets. Xiao Tianxin was willing to stay out of her curiosity toward Jian Wushuang. As for Jian Wushuang, He kept Xiao Tianxin with him not because he merely wanted to return her 6,000 primordial stones, but also because she fitted the role as a helper well. Tianxin, come with me first. Jian Wushuang smiled without explaining too much. Jian Wushuang strolled around before stopping in a slightly secluded place. I'm going to spend a few days here cultivating. Can you protect me and don't let anyone disturb me? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Xiao Tianxin nodded and did not refuse. Xiao Tianxin immediately went into the void nearby Jian Wushuang with her soul power sweeping across the area. Jian Wushuang sat down cross-legged, flipped his hands, and many primordial stones appeared around him. Those primordial stones were borrowed from Xiao Tianxin with a total of 6,000 altogether. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing those 6,000 primordial stones. In Wushao Wilderness, I previously swallowed and refined 3,500 primordial stones from the Great Compassion Sect and Narcissus Island in one breath. My divine power was close to the peak second-class divine demon then. These 6,000 primordial stones should be enough for me to make a breakthrough from second-class divine demon to first-class divine demon. Jian Wushuang carried a glimmer of expectation before emitting a terrifying suction force and began to swallow and refine the primordial stones around him. He was absolutely fast and made scary progress. A large amount of pure divine power from those primordial stones entered his body before being instantly refined and absorbed by his body. His divine power began to increase at an astonishing speed. While Jian Wushuang was refining and absorbing the powers from those primordial stones, Xiao Tianxin, who was in the void not far away, was taken aback at what had happened before her eyes. She could not believe how fast Jian Wushuang was absorbing and refining those powers. How can he be so fast? Chapter 25-21. First-class divine demon Xiao Tianxin was dumbfounded. Everyone knew about the powers within primordial stones. In the ancient god domain, many cultivators used primordial stones as a currency, though there were also some who often used them to restore or enhance their divine powers. However, the effects were not as significant because the direct absorption speed from those stones was slow for many cultivators. An ordinary ultimate god might require several days to absorb the powers of just one stone, even with his full concentration. It was too time-consuming, and most importantly, it consumed a lot of resources. A primordial stone was expensive, so it was considered extravagant to cultivate using it. Xiao Tianxin got to see it with her very own eyes that day. Jian Wushuang's divine power absorption speed was phenomenal to her horror. She could clearly sense many primordial stones around Jian Wushuang had dimmed and turned into ordinary stones. In just merely an hour, Jian Wushuang had refined around 100 primordial stones. She finally understood Jian Wushuang borrowed her primordial stones to absorb and refine the powers within. Jian Wushuang chose to do it after the remaining Shuya escort members had left, as he was not worried about showing such a scene to Xiao Tianxin. At the speed, I'm afraid that my 6,000 primordial stones will be completely gone within 2 days. He had absorbed such a great amount of divine power. Could he possibly advance to the ultimate god? Xiao Tianxin thought. She was right. Jian Wushuang was indeed aiming to make a breakthrough to a higher level. However, he was not targeting the ultimate god level. Instead, he just wanted to achieve the first-class divine demon realm. Time passed and Jian Wushuang was completely engrossed in the process of absorbing and refining divine powers. Xiao Tianxin had also quieted down. She wanted to focus on protecting Jian Wushuang from the interference, or possibly any bandits that would attack him. The primordial stones around Jian Wushuang continued dimming at an alarming speed. In less than 2 days, all 6,000 primordial stones were completely refined by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had also smoothly broken through from second-class divine demon to first-class divine demon. Of course, the black stone disguised Jian Wushuang's combat powers and made him appear to have made a breakthrough from the peak divine demon level to the ultimate god level. Xiao Tianxin walked over to greet Jian Wushuang. Mr. Jian, congratulations, said Xiao Tianxin with clear amazement on her face. Before his breakthrough, Jian Wushuang was already able to kill ultimate gods and defeated the demonic moon prefecture governor. She wondered what he could do with his powers after progressing to a higher level. Truth be told, progressing from second class to first class divine demon might seem like a small advancement, but for Jian Wushuang this progress caused his strength to have a qualitative improvement. Now, I'm probably unmatched among the high-level ultimate gods such that I can easily defeat or even kill someone like the demonic moon prefecture governor without even using the 9 sparkle stars armor technique. I might be able to face off a peak ultimate god if I have other trump cards in hand. Jian Wushuang was quite pleased with that thought in mind. I have made progress in my realm, now it's time for me to work out my plan, said Jian Wushuang with his glowing eyes. Tiexin, come with me. Jian Wushuang took Xiao Tiexin, returned to the demonic moon mountains again, and wandered there. Mr. Jian Yi, what on earth do you want to do? Xiao Tiexin asked suspiciously. Don't worry, you'll find out later. Jian Wushuang decided to not reveal it yet. After what seemed like a lifetime, Jian Wushuang stopped in front of a giant mountain. Found it. Jian Wushuang had a smile on his face with his eyes locked on the mountain ahead. There were pavilions and palaces on the mountain, with a hazy restriction shield enshrouding the area. Is this the demonic moon prefecture's nest? Xiao Tiexin was taken aback as she commented, Mr. Jian Yi, are you thinking of attacking their nest? Why not? Jian Wushuang smiled mischievously. Xiao Tiexin was stunned. Jian Wushuang could easily wipe out demonic moon prefecture's ultimate gods before even making a breakthrough. With his newly attained divine powers and strength, he could probably wipe out the entire demonic moon prefecture. That's demonic moon prefecture, one of the 18 prefectures. There are 18 prefectures deeply ingrained in Dark Thunder territory having intricate relationships with each other. Your action today might incur the hostility of other prefectures. The other 17 prefectures will not turn a blind eye. I'm afraid that, Xiao Tiexin frowned. What could happen? Will the other 17 prefectures join forces and kill me together? They must first be able to find me and obtain the opportunity. As for now, I'm definitely after this demonic moon prefecture. If I don't do it, where do I get so many primordial stones to return your favor? Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Mr. Jinny, those primordial stones are nothing but demonic moon prefecture. Xiao Tiexin wanted to continue speaking. However, Jian Wushuang waved his hand and interrupted her. I've already decided. You just need to watch me. Jian Wushuang was not bothered if his actions would nettle with the 18 prefectures, since he had planned to face them off sooner or later. He had no choice as he needed a lot of primordial stones. In fact, he needed heaps of it. The 6,000 borrowed primordial stones from Xiao Tiexin were insufficient as it only allowed him to break through as a first-class divine demon. Therefore, he had his target set on the 18 prefectures for resources. Although those 18 prefectures had never rubbed him the wrong side, they were still unscrupulous bandits who robbed others. Jian Wushuang was just contributing to society by eradicating these evils. Xiao Tiexin knew she could not change Jian Wushuang's mind. As for Jian Wushuang, he had his eyes locked on demonic moon prefecture at the front as surging divine powers started arising from within him. The divine powers were obviously stronger than before as it madly condensed behind Jian Wushuang and formed a 1,000-foot-tall golden god shadow behind his back in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang was performing the 7 stars secret technique. Bang, bang, bang. Several handprints were produced as he wore a grim expression. Prison of punishment. Rumbling. The heavens and earth shook as infinite golden divine powers swept across the area, forming a vast ocean of golden divine power that expanded madly in every direction. The golden divine power ocean was moving fast, abruptly, and continuously expanded wider. In the demonic moon prefecture's nest, a large number of bandits within were alarmed by the sudden attack. A commotion had stirred up in the demonic moon prefecture and quickly turned chaotic. Chapter 25-22. Major upheaval. The governor and several other remaining ultimate gods gathered in a magnificent palace within demonic moon prefecture's nest. There were once 9 ultimate gods, but only 6 remained. Governor, how's your injury? Asked one of the ultimate gods. Fortunately, I've restored about 70% of my strength. Hopefully, they'll completely recover in a few days, said the governor, who was still a little pale. After spending years with eagles, I never expected we'd be attacked by another eagle. I must have lost my foresight. I didn't expect such a terrifying genius would appear within the Shueya escort team. Not to mention, a peak divine demon who could subdue me. Such super geniuses are scarce even in the entire ancient god domain. Yet we encounter one of them. The governor sighed at his ill fate. It was rare to see a genius like Jian Wushuang, as many people could not even come across one in their lifetime. In a sense, the demonic moon prefecture must have been lucky. Governor, we've concurrently lost 3 ultimate gods with even you being injured. If the other 17 prefectures know about this, they might even hit us when we are down beside ridiculing us, said a thin old man dressed in gray who was in charge of intelligence. The governor's complexion turned ugly and hissed in a low voice. Try containing the news and don't spill anything to the other 17 prefectures. Let's talk about this when my strength is fully restored. Yes. The ultimate gods all nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, rumbling, a terrifying power erupted, and their whole world started shaking. The many pavilions and palaces in demonic moon prefecture violently shook. What happened? Go out and take a look. The governor and several ultimate gods immediately left and appeared hovering in a void above. They were greeted with an earth-shattering scene. An infinite ocean of golden divine power was frantically sweeping from all directions and completely enshrouding the demonic moon prefecture's nest. There was a heavy restriction shield formation demonic moon prefecture had set up at heavy expense surrounding the prefecture, which could even parry off attacks from high-level ultimate gods. However, that shield was shaking violently under the golden divine power's attacks and finally gave way before being shattered. The shield is gone? The governor, along with the others, were shocked. Thereafter, the golden divine power ocean engulfed the entire demonic moon prefecture and formed a huge golden prison. The golden prison was like a sturdy iron barrel that trapped all their experts. What technique is this? It's a prison. It's so strong that even our restrictive shield was crushed. Who made this prison? A tumultuous panic broke loose within the prefecture. Suddenly, Governor, look, he's there, yelled an ultimate god nearby in a shrill and forlorn tone. The governor and other experts traced the shout source and saw 2 figures standing on the golden prison's edge. They were no other than Jian Wushuang and Xiao Tiexin. It's both of you. The governor of Demonic Moon Prefecture was initially shocked, but then became furious. It was just a few days ago that he was injured twice by Jian Wushuang, and his prefecture's people were defeated. The Demonic Moon Prefecture suffered a great loss in the battle against Jian Wushuang and Xiao Tiexin. After the incident, he dared not take revenge against Jian Wushuang for fearing the consequences. However, Jian Wushuang and Xiao Tiexin were unrelenting and even appeared before him. How could the governor not be irked by their disparaging gestures? Gee, governor, look. Look at his divine powers. The stuttering voice was from an ultimate god who also previously took part in the Shueya escort team massacre as he stared fearfully at Jian Wushuang. The governor finally noticed the divine powers Jian Wushuang emanated from that ultimate god's Q. Jian Wushuang's divine power aura was increased by 2 levels under the Black Stone's influence and had reached the ultimate god level. You, ultimate god? The governor was stunned. Has he broken through to the ultimate god realm? How is it possible? 4 days ago, he was at peak divine demon realm. Did he make such crazy progress in just 4 days? The other experts around were also shocked. They had suffered great losses when that person was just at peak divine demon realm. What would happen if that person had made a breakthrough into the ultimate god realm? Tiexin, you stay here. Jian Wushuang told Tiexin as he made his way ahead toward the people of Demonic Moon Prefecture. Governor, I haven't seen you for a few days. How are you? Jian Wushuang wore a playful smile on his face. What are you doing here? Feelings of fear had overwhelmed the governor's anger. Aren't you stating the obvious? A few days ago, you and your people came to rob us, and as soon as you took action, you placed a restriction to trap all of our people. Now, I'm here to return the favor. Although my golden prison isn't a restriction, I can assure you its power is no less than an ordinary restriction. Jian Wushuang said. The governor was trembling in fear as he could see what was about to happen from the surging golden divine power. The golden prison was not something he could forcibly break open. None of the experts trapped within the prison were able to escape. Your Excellency, there have been no conflicts between us before. I admit the previous incident was purely a misunderstanding. Besides, you've already killed 3 of my ultimate gods. Do you want to wipe us out? What if we offer you 10,000 primordial stones as our sincere apology? How about that? The governor spoke servilely. He had no choice as the pressure Jian Wushuang asserted on him was too great, and he desperately needed to retreat. As for the 10,000 primordial stones which he offered, he was in great despair for losing them. Nonetheless, there would be opportunities of earning the primordial stones as long the demonic moon prefecture remained. Haha, 10,000 primordial stones? Governor, have you forgotten how you treated the Shueyue escort team before? A small guard like Xiao Tianxin from the Shueyue escort team was willing to give up 6,000 primordial stones to save her life, but you refused to accept her offer. Aren't you being a bit stingy to just offer me 10,000 primordial stones? Jian Wushuang sneered derisively. Your Excellency, we have made concessions. Don't push us too far, said the governor coldly. You are indeed strong, but don't forget this is the Dark Thunder Territory and Demonic Moon Prefecture is one of the 18 prefectures. The 18 prefectures have always been acting unanimously against outsiders. If you dare to attack us, the other 17 prefectures will join forces and kill you. Chapter 25-23 Demonic Moon Prefecture Destroyed. Oh, what a change of tone. Jian Wushuang's lips curled up as his face laced with a jesting expression. Are you threatening me with the 17 other prefectures? Well, let's give it a go. Give it a go? The Demonic Moon Prefecture experts glowered, but Jian Wushuang made his first move before their eyes. Rumbling, the infinite golden divine powers poured on the people and oppressed them. In an instant, each of their experts was suppressed by a domain-like force. *T. Is this a domain restriction? How can it be so powerful? Damn it, he's about to wipe us out. The experts were shocked and desperately looking for an escape path. Governor screamed frantically. Stop, stop. The other 17 prefectures will surely take revenge on you. Jian Wushuang was unruffled. His majestic sword intent swept across the area as 11 apparitions appeared at the same time which went in for the kill. Before his first-class divine demon breakthrough, Jian Wushuang was already able to take out a few ultimate gods. However, his performance was completely incomparable after the breakthrough. Under the Golden Prison and Domain Suppression, those people of Demonic Moon Prefectures had no way to escape. A series of forbidding sword shadows constantly flickered in the Golden Prison. Its ever-changing flickering styles sent heads flying and bodies falling with each flicker. There were many within the Demonic Moon Prefecture who were not weak in strength or combat prowess, but they were unable to deflect Jian Wushuang's attacks. No. Come on. Let's attack him together. Run. Run. Shrill and howling of every kind came from each corner, but they were drowned by the Golden Prison's walls. A quarter of an hour had passed when the world finally calmed down. Xiao Tianxin was standing on the edge of the Golden Prison with shock and horror in her eyes as she stared at everything in front of her. They are dead. All the bandits in Demonic Moon Prefecture, including the governor, are dead. Xiao Tianxin's heart quivered. Demonic Moon Prefecture, one of the 18 prefectures in Dark Thunder Territory, was not only infamous within the Dark Thunder Territory, but also in the entire northern Darkstar Territory. Besides, the Demonic Moon Prefecture's overall strength was strong as they had 1 high-level ultimate god, 8 primary-level ultimate gods, and thousands of divine demons, which many were either peak divine demons or first-class divine demons. Such a lineup was stronger than many overlords or sects in the world. The Great Compassion sect, which was the top sect in Wushao Wilderness, only had 1 high-level ultimate god and 3 primary-level ultimate gods, which was inferior to Demonic Moon Prefecture. However, Jian Wushuang alone extirpated the Demonic Moon Prefecture. The Demonic Moon Prefecture was destroyed. Neither their bandits nor higher-ups like their governor could escape the Golden Prison and Jian Wushuang's attacks. All of them were killed. Rumbling. The Golden Prison enveloping the prefecture soon faded away. The huge demonic moon prefecture appeared once again under the sun, but bloody scenes and bodies were strewn across the area. Jian Wushuang scoured the bones, collecting interspatial rings and treasures which were left behind. Jian Wushuang and Xiao Tixin left an hour later. Jian Wushuang had already counted the various resources and treasures he had collected from the demonic moon prefecture in the void. Not bad. I've gained 29,000 primordial stones after extirpating the demonic moon prefecture on top of various valuable resources and treasures. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. Jian Wushuang definitely gained a huge wealth as 29,000 primordial stones equated to 290 million drops of ancient god-divine power. Adding up the rest of the resources and treasures, the value was much higher than the 29,000 primordial stones. In other words, the resources accumulated by the demonic moon prefecture over the years were valued at more than 80,000 primordial stones. 80,000. It was a frighteningly high number. This is just the wealth from one of the 18 prefectures. Imagine if we obtained all the wealth from those 18 prefectures. Although these 18 prefectures are great, they are still a far cry from affluent families in the northern Darkstar continent, just like your Xiao clan at its peak. Jian Wushuang glanced at Xiao Tixin beside him. The Xiao clan where Xiao Tixin came from was one of the biggest clans in the northern Darkstar continent at its peak. Their influence was only second to the northern Darkstar territorial lord. For Xiao Tixin to receive a total of 6,000 primordial stones just from her mother's collection. The entire wealth accumulation by the Xiao clan must be of a startling amount. Tixin, these 6,000 primordial stones yours. Jian Wushuang took out 6,000 primordial stones and returned them to Xiao Tixin. Xiao Tixin gladly accepted it. She knew Jian Wushuang had just made a fortune after destroying the demonic moon prefecture, so 6,000 primordial stones were nothing to him. Mr. Jian Yi, I'm sure news of the fallen of demonic moon prefectures will spread throughout Dark Thunder territory. The 17 other prefectures will definitely soon receive news of this. Though the 18 prefectures are always competing against each other, they are united against a common enemy. I'm sure the other 17 prefectures will come after to kill you soon. We better leave the Dark Thunder territory now, suggested Xiao Tixin. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. No, don't worry about it. The demonic moon prefecture has just been destroyed. It takes time for the other prefectures to react after getting the news. We can take advantage of this time to accumulate more wealth. Accumulate more wealth? Xiao Tixin was startled as she looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. Mr. Jian Yi, are you thinking of extirpating the other prefectures too? Jian Wushuang smiled. Haha, smart. My plan isn't as simple as merely wiping out the demonic moon prefecture. Now that I've already done something to one of the 18 prefectures, I don't mind doing it on another one. Why don't I seize this opportunity to exterminate a few more prefectures and reap more benefits? Xiao Tixin was in a daze before she said, Mr. Jian, you were talking about the 18 prefectures. They are no ordinary small fries. Each of them has a formidable background and is extremely powerful. The demonic moon prefecture is ranked rock bottom among the 18 prefectures. You are definitely powerful to be able to destroy it, but you should just stop right here. Demonic Moon Prefecture ranked rock bottom among the 18 prefectures? Jian Wushuang was slightly surprised, but immediately cracked a smile. Tixin, your Shueya escort team often roams the Dark Thunder territory. You should know the 18 prefectures much better than me. We are now in the central area. Can you tell me which prefecture is closest to the Demonic Moon Prefecture? Heaven Poison Prefecture, Xiao Tixin said. Then let's go to the Heaven Poison Prefecture. We can talk more on our way there, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. Chapter 25-24, 9,000 Primordial Stones. Xiao Tixin knew the 18 prefectures well, and also had informed Jian Wushuang on each of the 18 prefecture strengths. After listening to Xiao Tixin, Jian Wushuang had to admit the 18 prefectures were indeed very strong. The 18 prefectures were equivalent to 18 powerhouses, with each of them being extremely powerful and had at least one high-level ultimate god. The demonic moon prefecture had one high-level ultimate god and 8 primary-level ultimate gods, which was a strong lineup, but was still ranked lowest among the 18 prefectures. The other prefectures had 2 to 3 high-level ultimate gods and more than 10 primary-level ultimate gods. They were definitely much stronger than demonic moon prefecture. Besides that, the 3 strongest prefectures among all were each headed by a peak ultimate god. Individually, each of them might not be a big deal, but if those 18 prefectures united as one, there will be nearly 200 ultimate gods, 20 to 30 high-level ultimate gods, and 3 peak ultimate gods. No wonder, despite their despicable reputation, they were able to stand strong in the Dark Thunder territory for so many years. They will be fine on their own as long as they aren't stupid enough to offend the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord or any other top clans from Northern Darkstar Territory. Even the Shao clan at its peak dared not mess with the 18 prefectures. Jin Wushuang sighed. However, he did not care too much in his heart. He was not afraid of the 18 prefectures, even though many powerful clans in Northern Darkstar Territory preferred to stay out of the 18 prefectures' way. His opponent could not do much against him as long as he was careful not to expose his identity. He was currently a lone ranger with both his parents, Zhuobing and Zhuopeng. Being far away in the Wushao wilderness after all, he had nothing to fear. Usually, lone experts were the leaders in many forces. Mr. Jin Yi, the Heaven Poison Prefecture's nest, is right in front. Xiao Tiexin abruptly stopped. Jin Wushuang raised his head. He could sense noises and movements in front of him from where the nest apparently was. The Heaven Poison Prefecture is ranked at the bottom of the 18 prefectures, just like the Demonic Moon Prefecture. There's only one high-level ultimate god, but 10 primary-level ultimate gods, Jin Wushuang murmured. That was the entire message he obtained from Xiao Tiexin regarding them. Mr. Jin Yi, are you really going to do something against the Heaven Poison Prefecture? Xiao Tiexin furrowed her brows tightly. You don't need to be with me this time, just wait outside. Jin Wushuang smiled indifferently. His figure soon advanced toward Heaven Poison Prefecture. Rumbling, heaven and earth shook as the golden divine power ocean once again swept out. In just a split moment, a huge golden prison appeared. The golden prison had completely enshrouded the Heaven Poison Prefecture. Xiao Tiexin quietly stood waiting in the void not far from the golden prison. Although she could not see what happened in the golden prison, Xiao Tiexin could guess it and even imagine the scene of Jin Wushuang killing mercilessly in the golden prison. She knew the Heaven Poison Prefecture was about to end with Jin Wushuang had also completely offended the 18 prefectures. As expected, the golden prison faded away and Jin Wushuang slowly stepped out. The once boisterous Heaven Poison Prefectures had also fallen into dead silence with no more noises coming from it in the future. Xiao Tiexin let out a sigh and silently shook her head. She never thought that Jin Wushuang was too cruel or harsh. After all, Jin Wushuang was doing the world some good by extirpating these bandits. Those extremely cruel bandits looted cultivators who happened to be around the area and should have long been killed. She was just feeling a little emotional and shocked at the course of events. Heaven Poison Prefecture is now destroyed. What's next? Xiao Tiexin asked. Underworld Prefecture, said Jin Wushuang resolutely. Xiao Tiexin raised her brows and guided Jin Wushuang. The 18 prefectures were located in the central area of Dark Thunder Territory. They were rather close to each other, with the furthest being only a few days away. Jin Wushuang first went to the Demonic Moon Prefecture, followed by Heaven Poison Prefecture and Underworld Prefecture under Xiao Tiexin's guidance. It took less than 10 days for him to completely destroy those 3 prefectures. 3 out of the 18 prefectures were wiped out in less than 10 days. The entire Dark Thunder territory was in an uproar after news got out. On an ordinary-looking glade, Xiao Tiexin laid out the interspatial rings in front of them and carefully counted. She finally announced after a long time, I've carefully listed them out for you. In addition, I've also made a rough valuation. These resources and treasures in the interspatial rings are valued at around 170,000 primordial stones. It might be a bit more than, but not by a lot. 170,000? Are you so sure? Jin Wushuang was surprised. Of course, I've been helping in our clan's largest store before the Shao clan was exterminated. I know around 99% of those resources and treasures in these interspatial rings, along with their market values. It's not bad to have accumulated 170,000, said Xiao Tianxin. Jin Wushuang nodded. Indeed, 170,000 primordial stones was a huge amount of money. Not even prominent clans in the northern Darkstar territory would take that amount lightly. Jin Wushuang had gained so much after destroying the demonic Moon Prefecture, Heaven Poison Prefecture, and Underworld Prefecture. It was the wealth accumulated by 3 prefectures over a span of many years. Don't be too happy that you have these valuable resources and treasures. If you take these and sell them at the shops, I doubt there are any shops in the northern Darkstar territory which are able to produce that many primordial stones at once. Even if there are shops which could and are willing to do it, you might be targeted once you leave. Such a huge amount of primordial stones would be tempting to any clans or sects, said Xiao Yixin. Jin Wushuang said, I understand. They'll put these resources and treasures in the interspatial rings for the time being. Once I have the chance, or I'm powerful enough, they'll exchange them for primordial stones. At this point in time, I've collected nearly 90,000 primordial stones which will last me for some time. Apart from the various resources and treasures worth 170,000 primordial stones, he had collected nearly 96,000 primordial stones after annihilating the 3 prefectures. After returning 6,000 to Xiao Tianxin, he had about 90,000 primordial stones remaining. At Jin Wushuang's stone refinement speed, it would take approximately 1 month to use all of it. After careful consideration, Jin Wushuang doubted whether he could even progress to peak Divine Demon Realm after refining those primordial stones. Chapter 25-25. Furious earlier, when he was breaking through from the second-class Divine Demon to the first-class Divine Demon, Jin Wushuang used almost 10,000 primordial stones and the entire Divine Power Ocean in Saint's Tomb. At that time, he had reached a certain level in second-class Divine Demon, and he had also been cultivating to improve his divine power. All in all, he probably needed 20,000 primordial stones to make a breakthrough from second-class to first-class Divine Demon. Hence, if he wanted to make a breakthrough from first-class Divine Demon to peak Divine Demon, he would need multiple times more divine power. Jin Wushuang estimated he would need at least 100,000 primordial stones to make a breakthrough to the next level. Hence, having only around 90,000 primordial stones were not sufficient, unless he would destroy another prefecture. However, Jin Wushuang shook that thought off his mind. Can't do this anymore, murmured Jin Wushuang. He knew his successes in destroying the demonic Moon Prefecture, Heaven Poison Prefecture, and Underworld Prefecture were because of 2 main reasons. First of all, those 3 prefectures were the weakest in strength among the 18 prefectures, as they were ranked the bottom 3. Not only were their combat prowess much weaker than other prefectures, but so were their techniques. The formations protecting and shielding their prefectures were so weak that Jin Wushuang could easily annihilate those formations just by relying on the Prison of Punishment. On the other hand, the other prefectures were different as they had stronger combat powers and more advanced techniques. It would not be as easy for Jin Wushuang to handle them. Secondly, he was able to succeed one after another because of his fast pace, while not allowing time for the prefectures to react and plan their counterattacks. 10 days had passed since he started with the first prefecture and ended with the third. The other prefectures would have gotten news by now and came up with strategies to protect themselves. Jin Wushuang guessed the remaining 15 prefectures were probably boiling in rage and were already discussing how to deal with him should he seek them out. Under such circumstances, it was unlikely for him to succeed in destroying another prefecture. He could not stay in the Dark Thunder territory any longer as well. Tianxin, let's go, said Jin Wushuang. Just as Jin Wushuang had anticipated, his deeds in the past 10 days spread like wildfire and caused a huge sensation in the entire Dark Thunder territory. The remaining 15 prefectures were furious. Those 18 prefectures had internal conflicts and struggles, but they had always been united against any outsiders that were against any of them. The other 15 prefectures had reacted immediately upon the destruction of those 3. In a magnificent palace, many experts from those 15 prefectures had gathered. Although not all of them were their prefecture's governor, all of them were powerful ultimate gods. I've already figured out the culprit. It's this golden-robed man with a sword who did that to Demonic Moon Prefecture, Heaven Poison Prefecture, and Underworld Prefecture, said a purple-clothed old man. Despite Jian Wushuang performing the prison of punishment technique to prevent bandits from escaping, that technique could not prevent those bandits from communicating with others through sending messages. Therefore, information about Jian Wushuang's appearance, characteristics, strength, and skills had been leaked. This golden-robed man is good with the sword on top of having a profound understanding of space-time law, which he can produce 11 apparitions at the same time. His command of the space-time law is no less than a peak divine demons, and he's extremely clever with his techniques. Though his combat prowess is only at the primary level ultimate god, he's able to kill high-level ultimate gods. When he attacked the 3 prefectures, he first created a golden prison which prevented those experts from escaping before performing domain techniques to suppress those trapped experts before killing them directly. There were many experts in the 3 prefectures with nearly 30 primary-level ultimate gods and 3 high-level ultimate gods, but all of them were killed. The problem is we don't even know the Golden Robe Man's origins. We don't even know his name. We only know he appeared along with the Shueya escort team. According to our intelligence, the Shueya escort team has already left the central area. The purple-clothed old man frowned. It doesn't matter what's his origin or whether he's with the Shueya escort team. We must not allow him to leave the Dark Thunder territory alive, since he launched an attack on our 18 prefectures and wiped out 3 prefectures in one go. Otherwise, how will the 15 prefectures show ourselves to the world? From now on, those clans in northern Darkstar territory will think we are weak and they can bully us, commented a burly middle-aged man. Yes, whoever attacks us must die. According to our intelligence, although this golden-robed man can destroy 3 prefectures with his own powers, he mainly relied on his golden prison, which prevents experts from escaping. As for his true combat strength, he's actually only at the high-level ultimate god. There are many of us amongst the 15 prefectures that can kill him. Inside the palace, the faces of the experts were stern and somber with their eyes flashing in anger. At that instant, a red-haired woman suddenly looked up and said in a deep voice, "There's news. I just got news from my subordinates about the golden-robed man. He's currently around Firmament Mountains while someone is keeping an eye on him." Firmament Mountains? The purple-clothed old man seated in the higher position had a grim look. The Infernal Heart Prefecture. One of the top 3 prefectures was not far away. Send a message immediately to the governor of Infernal Heart Prefecture and ask him to take action and kill the golden-robed man. Besides, the Bloodlight Prefecture is closest to Firmament Mountains. The Luo brothers of Bloodlight Prefecture are very powerful. They might not be able to kill the golden-robed man, but it shouldn't be a problem to stop him. Send both of them a message as well so that they can take action as soon as possible. No matter what's the price, the golden-robed man must be killed. The experts in the palace had strong murderous intent. Firmament Mountains was an ordinary mountain in the center of the Dark Thunder territory. Jian Wushuang did not know the mountain's name. He was soaring above the Firmament Mountains alone. He was not moving fast, nor did he hide. In short, he was just swaggering in the void. He was also using a message token to communicate with Xiao Tiexin while moving about. "Tiexin, how are you doing with your escort team?" Jian Wushuang asked. "We'll be able to leave the central area soon. There are bandits who often drop by to spy on us, but they didn't stay for too long," said Xiao Tiexin. "That's normal. I think they have their eyes on me now and will probably not pay much attention to you," said Jian Wushuang with a smile. Chapter 25-26. In for the kill. Not long ago, Jian Wushuang parted ways with Xiao Tiexin, who then joined a Crimson-class escort team which he had encountered and left the central area with those escorts. The 15 prefectures were keeping an eye on him while Jian Wushuang swaggered and appeared around Firmament Mountains, hence Xiao Tiexin could safely leave. "Mr. Jian Yi, you should quickly go. The remaining 15 prefectures aren't that easy to handle," said Xiao Tiexin. "I know, but it's not easy to leave. They have already marked me and probably won't let me leave this central area," said Jian Wushuang. "What can I do?" Xiao Tiexin asked. "It's okay. I have my own ways to deal with it. You can find a place to stop and wait for me after getting out of the central area. They'll find you soon, said Jian Wushuang casually. Okay. Xiao Tianxin nodded. Jian Wushuang ended the communication and his eyes darted around and scanned the area. His soul powers had sensed many bandits in the void surrounding him. Those bandits were probably there mainly to keep an eye and prevent him from escaping, as they were not sufficiently powerful to fight against him. Jian Wushuang estimated it would not be long before someone from the 15 prefectures appeared to kill him. The 15 prefectures have many powerful experts, but they are scattered in different corners. It's impossible to unite their high-level forces to kill me in a short period. I wonder which prefecture will come for me first? Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself and looked forward to it. Half an hour passed by very quickly. Jian Wushuang was still sauntering around Firmament Mountains. Suddenly, more than 10 tyrannical auras appeared out of thin air within the range of his soul power. Have they arrived? Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the nearby void where more than a dozen black spots had appeared. In just moments, those dozens of black spots appeared in front of him. The weakest among them were exuding an ultimate god's aura as they stood before Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang ignored the primary level ultimate gods and looked at those two people in the center. The divine powers emanating from both of them had reached the high-level ultimate god and were very powerful, at least much stronger than Demonic Moon Prefecture Governor and even stronger than Great Compassion Sect's Yunzhan. Besides, apart from both of them having similar divine powers, even their faces were identical. Both of them were burly and sturdy with cold, stern faces. Each was also carrying a gigantic axe behind them. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and figured those two's identity. Twin brothers? Seems like they are the Luo brothers from Bloodlight Prefecture. Jian Wushuang heard Xiao Tianxin talking about the strength of various prefectures, as well as some of their powerful experts. The Luo brothers were quite famous among the 18 prefectures in Dark Thunder territory. They were only slightly weaker than the three-peak ultimate gods of those three top-ranked prefectures. The Luo brothers were indeed twin brothers, with both of them having cultivated and acted together since young. They had progressed simultaneously in strength and were equally talented. Both of them were close to being peak ultimate gods, and their combat prowess were extremely powerful. It was still fine to fight against one of them, but when the two joined forces, their combat power would skyrocket. According to Xiao Tianxin, both brothers worked extremely well together and had even developed powerful fusion attack techniques to complement each other. The two of them joined forces to double up their strength, such that even those very high-ranking ultimate gods would avoid confronting them together. Golden-robed youth, you continuously wiped out Demonic Moon Prefecture, Heaven Poison Prefecture, and Underworld Prefecture. You have completely disregarded the 18 prefectures. We'll kill you today, roared the older brother, Luo Hai. You can't just use lip service to kill me, Jian Wushuang sneered. Of course, we'll crush you with our powers. Luo Hai's face was cold. Brother, let's attack? Okay. The younger brother, Luo Bao, nodded. The two brothers had a tacit understanding and fired their shots almost at the same time. They were extremely violent and drew the big axes on their backs, which were swinging around in accordance with their bodies. The giant axe in Luo Shan's hands was heavy and forbidding like a giant mountain as it went crashing down on Jian Wushuang with its almighty strength. Whoosh! The second brother, Luo Hai, waved his big axe that caused ripples to immediately spread out. It gave one the impression as if they were plunged into the sea waves and repeatedly being hit by the ripples. The two brothers might be equal in strength, but their laws and axe skills are completely different. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He had also moved along and transformed into 11 apparitions. His terrifying speed had saved him from Luo Shan's powerful axe strike. Swoosh! As his blood mountain sword flicked, a cold sword light seemed to tear apart everything in the world. The sword light tore apart Luo Hai's axe, rippled before shooting toward Luo Hai. Luo Hai let out a cold snort before discharging an infinite amount of divine power, like a giant wave in the middle of the sea. Multiple waves were sent out by his axe's swinging motions, which all of them were aimed at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang used his samsara-driven sword lights to repeatedly crush those waves. However, there were even more waves coming his way. On the other side, Heaven and earth violently shook as Luo Shan charged at Jian Wushuang with an axe at hand. His movements were intense, as if the heaven were being slashed apart. These two brothers are really strong, Jian Wushuang exclaimed as the stellar strength in his body started to surge. Buzz. Majestic divine powers began condensing behind Jian Wushuang. It was the early signs of him forming his 1,000-feet-tall golden god shadow. The golden god shadow was towering over the earth with its height as divine powers in Jian Wushuang's body continued to build up. He simultaneously performed the 7 stars secret technique and divine god of punishment. Get lost. Along with his stern shout, the Blood Mountain Sword's power soared while his eyes were filled with a burning hatred. Hate, hate, hate. The feeling of hatred filled the entire world. Transmigration Sword Skill, 3rd Form, Hateful Path Toward Heaven. Boom. Heaven-shattering sword intense swept across and smashed into the endless waves ahead. The axe which Luo Shan was waving around had also been frontally repelled. The two Luo brothers' bodies were sent retreating backwards. Big brother, he's very strong. Let's use our fusion attack techniques, said Luo Hai in a low voice. Yeah. Luo Shan also solemnly nodded. The very next moment, a glimmer of light was shining from both of them. Chapter 25-27. Fusion Attack Techniques. The glimmer of light was an extremely unique secret technique. The two brothers then moved at the same time and simultaneously waved the giant axes in their hands. Wow! Wow! 2 axe shadows, one domineering and the other extremely sturdy, as they shot out at the same time before completely integrated into one in an instant. Heavenly Beast's Descent. The two Luo brothers snorted as the glimmering lights on their bodies completely merged. Roar! A loud roar resounded abruptly. Under the fusion of both axe shadows, a ferocious wild beast descended from above. The wild beast carried terrifying powers and attacked Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's eyes sank. The divine power in him erupted before swinging across the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. Hate, hate, hate. It's still the technique Hateful Path Toward Heaven, embarking on an infinite hateful path. Boom. There was a loud noise as the beast which came out from the axe shadows was slashed and thrown back. It went rolling backward with an obvious decrease of divine powers. Again. Luo Shan's voice was cold. A million changes, a million beasts evolution. Rumbling. More lights were injected into the wild beast. After the wild beast stood firm on its feet, its momentum was rebuilt once again before charging forward and suddenly splitting into multiple beasts. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of fierce beasts. Those fierce beasts were extremely powerful and went right after Jian Wushuang as soon as it took shape. A terrifying evil spirit filled the entire void which completely surrounded Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang scoffed as 11 apparitions were concurrently produced and slipped in between the wild beasts. Thereafter, there were a series of strange and bewitching sword lights illuminating among the beasts. Every sword light could easily kill a primary-level ultimate god. With just a momentary effort, Jian Wushuang's figure retreated back to the original place as dozens of fierce beasts had already been swept away by the sword lights. Any other techniques? Jian Wushuang stood there with his sword at hand, looking condescendingly at Luo Shan and Luo Hai. The two brothers' faces turned ugly. Both of them were very powerful high-level ultimate gods, and were very close to being a peak high-level ultimate god. When they worked together to perform the combined attack, even the top high-level ultimate god experts would shun them. However, Jian Wushuang had parried off their fusion attack techniques head-on. Brother, use the ultimate trick, Luo Shan said coldly. All right. Luo Hai nodded solemnly. In an instant, the light glimmer appeared on them both again and condensed in the void ahead. Both of them shouted at the same time, impersonation of a beast, devil's descent. Boom. Heaven and earth shook as infinite light gathered before the two brothers. In the blink of an eye, 100-feet-tall devil appeared out of thin air from the gleaming light. The devil held a giant axe in his hand with its eyes emitting cold lights. Kill! Luo Shan shrieked. The 100-foot-tall devil stepped out and held a giant axe with both of its hands before swinging it downward. The axe had changed the colors of heaven, earth, and space-time. The void shuddered. Jian Wushuang stood in front of the devil with his eyes focusing on the axe which the devil wielded. The golden god shadow behind him was surging with divine powers, and the infinite ocean of golden divine powers erupted. Jian Wushuang shook his hands firmly, and the blood mountain sword turned into a long snake. Swash! The void was torn apart like pieces of paper, with everything turning into nothingness. No sound, no wind, no shadow. The sword shadow was the only thing that swept around. Space-time sword technique, third form, pure shadow. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the sky shattered while the entire grounds trembled frantically. The two brothers had already retreated to the void behind them as both Luo Shan and Luo Hai coldly stared at the void at the front. The divine powers that had flooded the void slowly dissipated before the appearance of a powerful sword in tint, which completely annihilated the collision aftermath reverberation. Once again, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the two brothers. Did this golden-robed kid actually ward off our strongest move? Luo Shan gritted his teeth tightly. His divine powers breath is still full. It seems he has not suffered any harm. Luo Hai added. The two brothers exchanged looks as a thought entered their minds at the same time. They knew it was impossible to kill the golden-robed man before them with just the two of them. Fortunately, our mission isn't to kill but to keep him occupied and not allow him to escape, said Luo Hai. Well, the governor of Infernal Heart Prefecture should be here soon, said Luo Shan. Several shadows appeared in the distant void while the two were conversing. Those shadows were moving extremely fast and appeared on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. There were only 5 people. Among the 5 were 4 high-level ultimate gods and a thin, black-haired young man standing in the center who was emitting a phantom-like aura. The aura of the black-haired man was obviously stronger than anyone present, and his aura had already surpassed the high-level ultimate god rank. He was a peak ultimate god. The phantom-like black-haired young man was also a governor of the top 3 prefectures in the Dark Thunder territory, governor of Infernal Heart Prefecture. Is he a peak ultimate god? Jian Wushuang stealthily glanced at the phantom-like black-haired young man with his narrowed eyes. A peak ultimate god, a top ultimate god who was just one step away from being an Earth ultimate god. Peak ultimate gods were considered super experts in both Dark Thunder territory and Northern Darkstar territory. In many Northern Darkstar territories' prominent families, peak ultimate gods were clan heads. The only one known to have power above peak ultimate god in the entire Northern Darkstar territory was the territorial lord. A peak ultimate god had appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang licked his lips but was still unflustered. On the contrary, his expectations were building up. Governor, you're finally here. Luo Shan and Luo Hai both turned their heads to the phantom-like black-haired young man. The phantom-like black-haired young man was the governor of Infernal Heart Prefecture. He first glanced at Jian Wushuang before looking at the Luo brothers. Are you two brothers unable to get him? It's a pity. This golden-robed kid is much stronger than we thought. We've joined forces by performing our fusion attack techniques and displaying our strongest moves. Unfortunately, we aren't able to subdue him, not to mention kill him, said Luo Shan. Chapter 25-28. Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor. Oh, the Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor was a little surprised. He knew about the Luo brothers' abilities with their almost peerless joint attack techniques among high-level ultimate gods. However, their opponent did not even budge. The governor looked at Jian Wushuang and mysteriously smiled. Golden-robed kid, I hear you're a swordsman. What coincidence, so am I. The governor flipped his wrist as soon as he spoke, and a long black sword which was glowing in a faint light appeared in his hand. The black sword projected a gloomy cold aura with a touch of evil. Let's find out who's more skillful. Jian Wushuang appeared calm with an undercurrent of excitement. He would have done so long ago if he wanted to leave, but he was not in a hurry as he wanted to cross hands with the 18 prefecture's top cultivators. His wait for a peak ultimate god was finally over. I wonder how large is the gap between a peak ultimate god and me at my current level, Jian Wushuang murmured. In the next moment, broom, an infinite golden divine power ocean began gushing out before covering heaven and earth. The void was shrouded in the blink of an eye as a huge golden prison was formed out of thin air. At the same time, an expanding golden divine power had formed an enormous domain that directly pressed against the infernal heart prefecture governor. The governor was still standing at the same spot when he felt the domain's pressure. He was slightly surprised but immediately calmed down. Is this the golden prison which you unleashed to annihilate those 3 prefectures? Rather powerful, huh? The governor looked around him. Such a sturdy prison is perhaps difficult to break, even for a high-level ultimate god. No wonder none of the 3 prefectures' experts could escape. Moreover, it has a domain within. What a pity that this domain within the prison is only a joke for me. They'll show you what real oppression is. As soon as his voice faded, the infernal heart prefecture governor's eyes turned cold. With ringing noises, a terrifying sword essence suddenly surged upward from the governor's body. It was such a strong sword essence. It was strong enough to make both regular and high-level ultimate gods stunned. Even Jian Wushuang felt a sense of fear the moment he noticed the sword essence. The sweeping sword essence immediately and completely materialized before continuing its motion toward every direction. The golden divine power ocean began to retreat under the sword essences. In the blink of an eye, the sword essence had completely covered heaven and earth, forming an immense and complete sword world. The powerful sword essence filled every corner of that world. The infernal heart prefecture governor was at the centermost region of that world. He was the ruler of sword principles in that world. Jian Wushuang experienced an unprecedented great shock physically and mentally when that enormous sword world was formed. The shock directly affected his sword technique, even had greatly decreased the gathering speed of his sword essences. He felt like a child who just started learning sword techniques and fighting against the world's best swordsman. Sword world, this is a real sword world. Jian Wushuang slightly shuddered. The first stage of sword principles, sword world. As soon as one stepped into this stage, one had entered a new level in sword principles. However, it was incredibly hard to reach that stage. Jian Wushuang did cross hands with Fan Jianxian while in Wuxia Wilderness, who had also unleashed a sword world, but it was only a frame of a sword world, an empty shell with no substance, and did not help to develop his sword world at all. Even then, Fan Jianxian's empty shell still indeed caused a slight bit of shock to Jian Wushuang during the battle. Jian Wushuang was greatly shocked when he felt those heaven-shattering sword essences sweeping in from all directions. He immediately understood that the infernal heart prefecture governor before him was a true sword expert who had opened up his sword world. The sword world which he displayed was a complete one and felt entirely different from Fan Jianxian's. It's a complete sword world? What a strange and unique feeling. Jian Wushuang was paying detailed attention to the sword essence around him. He could personally feel the sword world that surrounded him. His understanding of sword principles had reached the completion stage with his next objective was to form his sword world. However, even though he had received Purple Blood Saint's understanding on top of knowing a sword world structure, it was not enough to develop one on his own. It would be best if he could personally feel the sword world. Jian Wushuang had always wished to cross paths with a sword expert who had developed his sword world, and today's encounter was an unexpected and pleasant surprise. My luck's rather good. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining with excitement as battle intent began surging within him. The governor took action at that same moment. He had casually arrived right in front of Jian Wushuang as a gloomy and evil cold black sword stabbed outward horizontally. It produced violent wind noises as though the void was pierced through and exploded. The stroke itself did not seem to unleash an overly powerful momentum, but Jian Wushuang could tell it was done by focusing and suddenly erupting infinite sword essences at a single point. The instant explosion sent out terrifying energy waves. Humph! Jian Wushuang humphed coldly and dared not be careless. Divine powers were surging violently from his body as the 3,000-meter-tall golden god shadow behind him was also projecting infinite powers. Ring! A sword light appeared out of the blue. The sword light was incredibly attractive and bright, as though it could connect heaven and earth. It became the focal center of heaven and earth the moment it appeared. It even became an eternity. Space-time sword technique, heaven and earth aligned. However, Jian Wushuang's pupils dilated the moment his sword light appeared. How's that possible? The energy of my stroke had weakened so much? Jian Wushuang was extremely shocked. He had been under the sword world's oppression from the beginning. His gathering of sword essences and the divine powers had been greatly affected by it. He had already given his all into that stroke, but the energy it projected was only at most half of what he could have performed in his peak. How could an attack at half of his power be able to fend off Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor's explosion attack? Twang! The noises of metal collisions resonated along with the governor's immediate explosive strike, which Jian Wushuang felt was 10 times stronger than a regular ultimate god's. He could not withstand it at all. Boom! His body got blown out extremely far away and hit the wall of the golden prison. Chapter 25-29. Crushed Whoosh. Jian Wushuang struggled out of the golden prison's wall and once again appeared before Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor. Power, truly powerful. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining with excitement. His abilities had been shockingly decreased by 50% from the Sword World's effects. Moreover, the governor's battle strength was also horrifyingly powerful. Any casual stroke he unleashed was 10 times more powerful than regular high-level ultimate god. An expert such as that. Looks like I have underestimated the gap between a high-level and peak ultimate god, but I won't miss a chance to personally experience his sword world in detail. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly as his body suddenly trembled. Ring. Infinite golden lights violently surged and radically gathered in the form of a blinding golden light right outside of his golden robe before shrouding his entire body. A shiny golden armor surrounded Jian Wushuang's body in the blink of an eye. One of Jian Wushuang's secret techniques, 9 Sparkle Star Armor, was finally unleashed. It was also the debut of his cultivated life armor after its upgrade. Show me exactly how strong an expert owning a sword world is. A piercing light shone through Jian Wushuang's eyes. Whoosh! All 11 apparitions were projected at the same time. 12 Jian Wushuangs appeared out of nowhere in the void, with each of them shrouded in golden armors which shone and made their appearance seemingly like golden demonic deities. The 12 Jian Wushuangs moved with terrifying speed in the void. 11 apparitions. Does he have such a high understanding of space-time law? The Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor looked at those golden figures and drew his sword sideways with only one hand. Clank, clank, clank. Infinite sword essences suddenly solidified and became tiny little sword shadows that hurled toward those golden figures coming from every direction. The sword shadows went right through each of those golden figures, except one which made physical contact with them. Right there. The governor's figure appeared before Jian Wushuang's physical body with a flash and lashed out his black sword. He struck like a venomous snake, directly aiming for Jian Wushuang's throat. As he attacked, an enormous sword essence pressed against Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked aloof as he swung his long sword, which seemed to tear open the void before him and formed a sword river. That sword river seemed to separate the two of them, making them confront each other on either side. Both sword techniques exploded into action right after. With consecutive wind noises, multiple traces of cold and mysterious sword lights lashed out one after another. The sword lights were incredibly fast, vicious, and the momentum contained therein were horrifying. The crux was the huge number of sword lights. The infinite sword lights were so dense that they completely shrouded Jian Wushuang in just a very short time. Jian Wushuang was trying his hardest to withstand them, but was shocked by the sword world, which greatly impacted his abilities, and especially his sword techniques. Even though he had 9 Sparkle Star Armor, which caused each of his strokes to be 3 times more powerful and placing himself not far behind in terms of momentum, but in terms of sword techniques. His sword techniques are just too fast. If I'm not affected by his sword world, I could rely on my space-time law understanding to resist him. However, I can't even catch up to his speed at this moment, let alone resisting him. Jian Wushuang's expression became extremely troubled. He was gradually losing to Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor's oppression despite giving his all. This is it. Jian Wushuang made a shocking realization. The governor's pupils suddenly dilated before saying, "Golden-robed kid, go to hell." Ring. A flash of evil and cold swordlight slid by Blood Mountain Sword's edge and aimed directly toward Jian Wushuang's head. The sword's freezing tip stabbed between Jian Wushuang's eyebrows. Jian Wushuang had the 9 Sparkle Star armor shrouding over his body. It was an important defense, hence it also protected that area. However, the armor fell apart as it made contact with the sword tip, which continued to stab inward. Clank! The sound of metals making contact was heard, which was even accompanied by a flickering golden flame. Huh? Another layer of battle armor? The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor looked over and realized Jian Wushuang was not only shrouded with shiny golden armor, but the golden robe which he had been wearing also turned into a sophisticated and beautiful golden armor that covered his entire body. It was Jian Wushuang's life armor, golden glazed life armor. One must know Jian Wushuang's cultivation of the 9 Sparkle Star armor technique was meant for both offense and defense. It would fuse with the life armor and form a second layer of golden armor to defend the user's body. In other words, he was being protected by 2 layers of defense armor. The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor's sword tip shattered the 9 Sparkle Star armor which formed with the accumulation of divine powers, but it would not be able to harm the golden glazed life armor. The most it could do was to transmit its impact energy into Jian Wushuang's body through the golden glazed life armor. However, going through 2 layers of armors meant the remaining momentum bits were already very weak and could not even hurt Jian Wushuang a bit. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang and the governor moved away from each other. "Golden-robed kid, your bonus defense ability is not too bad," said the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor. "Thanks for the compliments." Jian Wushuang did not deflect the praise, nor did he show any arrogance. Humph! The governor suddenly harumphed coldly before immediately stepping out. It looked like a simple and extremely casual step, but was an incredibly huge step in truth. It was amazingly fast to the extent of being almost like teleportation. The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor had already appeared less than a meter from Jian Wushuang. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Right after that, the black sword in the governor's hand projected waves of dark light, and the governor's face looked extremely stern. "Dark sword, God kill." The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor lightly recited those words as the black sword's tip once again pointed toward Jian Wushuang without any obstructions in between. The cold and gloomy black sword tip formed strange dark waves as it moved through the void. Those dark waves seemed to have formed a huge swirl. Jian Wushuang had no time to react against that attack at all, and neither was there a way for him to fend it off. He could only watch as it made contact with his body. Boom! The sword tip contained an incredible amount of impact, and killing momentum instantly exploded on Jian Wushuang's body. Jian Wushuang flew like a cannonball and once again knocked against the golden prison's wall. It even formed a huge hole in the golden prison's wall at that time, with a huge momentum and sword essences rippled outward from the hole. Is he dead? Luo Shan, Luo Hai, and the ultimate gods who were also within the golden prison attentively gazed. Infernal Heart Prefecture governor stood coldly in the void with his suffocating aura projected from his body. He also looked ahead but began to frown. Chapter 25:30. Full retreat. Jian Wushuang once again struggled out of the cracks under everyone's scrutiny and appeared in front of the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor. The governor of Infernal Heart Prefecture is truly a premier of the 18 prefectures, 3 great ultimate gods. I'm impressed, Jian Wushuang said with a bright voice. According to Xiao Tiexin, the Infernal Heart Prefecture's governor was the best among the 18 prefectures, 3 great ultimate gods. It was indeed true based on his observation. Even among peak ultimate gods, there were very few who could open up their world after all. Most of them had to become an Earth ultimate god before they could do so, but the governor had already achieved so. That strike just now was my most powerful sword strike. It should have killed you, or at least severely injured you when it struck your body head-on, but you're completely fine. It's impossible unless you practice certain extremely powerful protective secret techniques or your golden armor is a heavenly treasure. The governor sternly stared at Jian Wushuang. At this moment, he was 90% sure Jian Wushuang's armor was not only a heavenly treasure, but also extremely high-leveled. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang could not remain unscathed under his most powerful strike. A heavenly treasure armor. The governor's eyes were shining with a touch of greed. Artifacts were categorized into 3 categories: mystical treasures, earthly treasures, and heavenly treasures. Among them, earthly treasures were already considered very good, as most regular ultimate gods only used pinnacle earthly treasures. Those among peak ultimate gods who could afford to use heavenly treasure weapons were very rare. For example, the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor did not own a heavenly treasure. However, not only was it a piece of heavenly treasure present before him, but was also a protective armor type. Protective armors were a lot more precious than offensive mystical gear. Jian Wushuang noticed the governor's greedy eyes. His protective armor was indeed at the heavenly treasure level, but its powers were not as exaggerated as it seemed. He was injured by the strike just now, but immediately used his divine powers to recuperate without the governor's notice. I have experienced his sword world when we fought, hence there's no longer any need to continue being entangled with him. Jian Wushuang had made up his mind as he immediately laughed and said, "Mr. Governor, thank you for the lesson today. Let's cross hands again if we get a chance in the future." Jian Wushuang's laughter was resonating between heaven and earth, but his figure had already shot all the way backward. Wishing to escape? The governor's expression turned dark as he immediately moved to chase after Jian Wushuang. After knowing that Jian Wushuang possessed a heavenly treasure armor, the governor had absolutely no intentions of letting Jian Wushuang live. Not to mention that the remaining 15 prefectures must kill him to salvage their reputations, since he had indeed annihilated 3 prefectures. Other than Infernal Heart Prefecture's governor, Luo brothers, and remaining ultimate gods also immediately chased after Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang only smiled faintly when he saw that before pointing his finger toward them. Just from pointing his finger, boom! A titanic divine power erupted like a volcano that had stayed idle for billions of years. It was incredibly overwhelming. At that instant, the divine power that swept out of Jian Wushuang's body had challenged the ultimate god's knowledge in divine powers. How's that possible? His divine power. How can it be so much? It's above earth ultimate gods, heaven ultimate gods, and grand ultimate gods. Probably even undying saints would not have such overwhelming divine powers. Terrifying noises resonated around them. The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor was also dumbfounded. Never had he imagined Jian Wushuang could suddenly project such vast and incredible divine powers. His divine powers literally formed an ocean with its infinite and ever-expanding size, which repeatedly formed giant waves and violently swept against them. They did not realize the divine power that was sweeping at them was only 30% of Jian Wushuang's total divine powers. As a perfect chaotic creature, Jian Wushuang possessed divine powers that were as vast as the ocean. He had absorbed an entire divine power ocean, after all, when he broke into second-class divine demon from third class. Now that he was a second-class divine demon, he naturally possessed even more divine powers. It was exactly due to such that he never had to worry about exhausting his divine powers during fights and was able to ruthlessly use various tactics. At that moment, he projected 30% of his divine power all in one go. It was still terrifyingly vast despite being only merely 30%. Under violent impacts of his infinite divine powers, Infernal Heart Prefecture's governor, Luo brothers, and everyone else could not help but stop chasing and withstood the impact while watching Jian Wushuang vanish from their sights. After a while, the vast divine power ocean which violently swept at them had finally exhausted its momentum. The divine powers that previously filled the air had completely dissolved. The governor, Luo brothers, and the rest of them stood there feeling incredibly embarrassed. He escaped even though I'm the one who fought him? The governor felt extremely reluctant to concede. He did not wish to give up on the opportunity to obtain Jian Wushuang's heavenly treasure armor. On the other hand, Luo brothers and the rest of them could only quietly shake their heads. From the recent battles, they could conclude that Jian Wushuang's battle strength might still be below a peak ultimate gods, but he was most definitely unrivaled among peak divine demons. Furthermore, his body protective abilities and life-saving skills were really high. The Infernal Heart Prefecture's governor was already the most powerful among 18 prefectures, but even he could only watch Jian Wushuang leave without being able to do anything. For the remaining 15 prefectures, unless they gathered all their high-level experts together, they would not be able to kill him with only a few prefectures joining hands, even with their peak ultimate gods. Let's go back for now. The prefectures need to discuss and decide on how to deal with the golden-robed kid, said Luo Shan. Aye. Luo Hai nodded, and soon everyone from Bloodlight Prefecture had left. As for Infernal Heart Prefecture's governor, there was nothing he could do despite feeling reluctant to concede as Jian Wushuang had already left. He could only return and plan for his next steps. Experts from other prefectures immediately fell silent when they found out that even the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor could not even injure or force Jian Wushuang to stay. However, they soon began their plans on dealing with Jian Wushuang again. Of course, their plans were based on the hypothesis that Jian Wushuang would still stay within the central region and continued messing with them. However, Jian Wushuang had immediately left the central region where those 18 prefectures gathered after his battle with the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor. Chapter 25-31. Following you above a vast void in Dark Thunder territory. Although Jian Wushuang was slowly gliding forward, his mind kept replaying the battle with the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor. Sword World. Now, that's a real complete sword world. The kind of stunning effects against sword principles and sword-based techniques, not to forget the sword essences which filled every corner of heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang sank into deep thoughts and only got out from his stupor after a very long time. Phew. Jian Wushuang exhaled lightly with a faint smile on his face. The battle with the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor was not victorious, but I had gained a whole lot through and through. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, the governor is truly very powerful, but he can only easily suppress me due to his sword world's stunning effects. If him against other peak ultimate god who has opened his own world, my sword principles won't suffer such suppression, so long it was not a sword world and I won't end up in such a miserable state. A sword cultivator who formed his sword world, and one who did not were two different concepts. Furthermore, a cultivator who had formed his sword world would have a bigger shock and suppression impact against other sword cultivators. If the opponent cultivated other principles such as blade principles, the effect would not be as apparent. Jian Wushuang had truly suffered a lot under the governor's sword world. I've now personally experienced his sword world. Once I formed my own sword world and encounter the Infernal Heart Prefecture's governor again, I'll no longer be such an easy win with both our sword worlds suppressing against each other. Jian Wushuang was really looking forward to forming his own sword world. However, he also knew forming a sword world was not something he could do as he wished. Even for him, he would need time to gradually study and understand how it works. Jian Wushuang met up with Xiao Tiexin half a day after he left the central region. Mr. Jian Yi, did you run into any troubles along the way? Xiao Tiexin asked curiously. A little bit. I had a battle with the Luo brothers and the governor of Infernal Heart Prefecture, said Jian Wushuang. The Luo brothers? The governor of Infernal Heart Prefecture? Xiao Tiexin was shocked. It was believable that he fought the Luo brothers, but the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor was considered the #1 expert in the 18 prefectures. What is the outcome? Xiao Tiexin continued to ask. I suffered a small defeat, but they couldn't force me to stay. Jian Wushuang smiled and did not explain too much. The remaining 15 prefectures are frantically looking for me now. I don't think I can stay in this territory anymore. Let's go to Northern Darkstar Continent. MMHM. Xiao Tiexin nodded. They immediately took off. Jian Wushuang and Xiao Tiexin naturally sped up upon leaving the central region for their remaining journey, as regular thieves could not pose any threats so long those 15 prefecture experts did not come after them. They arrived at the border of Dark Thunder territory a month later. Let's stop here, said Jian Wushuang. Mr. Jian E? Xiao Tiexin took a glance at Jian Wushuang and now knew what he intended to do. Jian Wushuang had obtained a big amount of resources and treasures from destroying the demonic moon, heaven poison, and underworld prefectures. Close to 90,000 primordial stones to be exact. During that whole time, Jian Wushuang did not have time to refine and absorb those primordial stones. However, at that moment, as soon as we leave Dark Thunder territory, we would be in the northern Darkstar continent. I should refine those primordial stones before entering the northern Darkstar continent. Even though it won't allow me to make further breakthroughs, an increase of divine powers will still upgrade my abilities to an extent, said Jian Wushuang. He very soon found a quiet place, sat down cross-legged, and began refining those stones. As for Xiao Tiexin, she was still assisting him as before. There were only 6,000 primordial stones last time, and Jian Wushuang needed only 2 days to finish refining them. However, there were 90,000 pieces now, and Jian Wushuang needed an entire month to refine all of them. Jian Wushuang stood up and looked at those primordial stones which had turned into regular stone piles around him and exclaimed, "It only took a month to finish all 90,000 of them. My absorption speed is beyond overly luxurious." The 90,000 pieces of primordial stones were the 3 prefectures of Dark Thunder territory's accumulation, and Jian Wushuang had just exhausted it like that. If others knew about it, they would probably be dead envious. Xiao Tiexin walked over at that moment. Xiao Tiexin was shocked as well upon looking at those rocks on the ground. She then asked, "Mr. Jian E, since you have absorbed close to 90,000 primordial stones, does that mean your divine power is?" Jian Wushuang laughed. "It's not as simple as you think. These 90,000 primordial stones may upgrade my divine powers by a lot, but there's still a slight gap before I could make a breakthrough to the next cultivation level." A slight gap? Xiao Tiexin was shocked, as those 90,000 primordial stones were the equivalent of unfathomable divine powers, and yet Jian Wushuang still could not make a breakthrough to the next level? Just a little bit. Jian Wushuang sighed as well. His divine powers at that time could be considered at the very top of a first-class divine demon, and infinitely close to the peak divine demon realm. According to Jian Wushuang's estimation, he would just have to refine another 20,000 to 30,000 primordial stones if he wished to make a breakthrough into the peak divine demon realm. That figure was not considered too big for him, who had just refined 90,000 primordial stones. The problem was that he could not find so many primordial stones at this moment. He had exhausted all of his primordial stones, and there were only a huge number of resources and treasures left which he could not refine like primordial stones. Although Xiao Tiexin still possessed 6,000 pieces of primordial stones that were not remotely enough. "Forget it. They'll go to the North Darkstar continent first and think of a way there," mumbled Jian Wushuang before looking over at Xiao Tiexin. "Tiexin, where are you planning to go after leaving Dark Thunder territory?" "Nowhere. I'll just follow you," said Xiao Tiexin straightforwardly. "Following me?" Jian Wushuang was shocked. "I have a feeling I'll gain some benefits if I'm with you," said Xiao Tiexin. "Oh, but why?" Jian Wushuang asked casually. "I'm not sure, perhaps because of your terrifying abilities, talent, or advancement speed. I've never heard anyone refining primordial stones as recklessly as you do. If you could keep progressing in this manner, perhaps you would become a pinnacle existence within the northern Darkstar continent. In the end, you could even become—" Xiao Tiexin suddenly paused with a peculiar look on her face. Chapter 2532. North Darkstar Continent. Are you trying to say I'll threaten the northern Darkstar territory lord, and even find ways to eliminate him to take over his position in the end, and help you with your revenge at the same time? Jian Wushuang looked over at Xiao Tiexin. Yes. Xiao Tiexin solemnly nodded, and immediately knelt down. "Mr. Jian E, am willing to be your slave, servant, or concubine for the rest of my life without regrets if you could kill the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord and avenge my family. Please get up." Jian Wushuang immediately helped her up, as he could see through her eyes Xiao Tiexin's deep grudge. The grudge of her clan's annihilation. Her parents, relatives, and many siblings had died in the hands of the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord. It was an enormously mortal hatred. Jian Wushuang frowned and said, Tianxin, you're actually very gifted and have an incredibly strong comprehensive mind. You'll be able to take revenge yourself with your current progress on top of having good opportunities. There's no need to become someone's slave or concubine. Xiao Tianxin smiled wryly. No, there's something you do not understand, Mr. Jian Yi. I was the only one who escaped when my clan was destroyed. Although I survived, I had to perform my family's unique secret technique during that battle to protect myself. The secret technique could radically and briefly raise my abilities at the cost of ruining my foundations. My potential has been exhausted with my damaged foundation. I'm really lucky to be able to become a low-level ultimate god, and will have an even slimmer hope of becoming a high-level or peak ultimate god. It's even more impossible for me to become an Earth ultimate god. It was because of this that when the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord found out I'm still alive, he didn't care to send people after me as he knew that I don't pose a threat to him. They'll need to rely on other people's help to seek revenge. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Her foundation is damaged and future potential exhausted? He clearly knew the importance of a foundation toward any cultivator. That was fundamental for all cultivators. One's foundation had to be sturdier and stronger the further one wanted to go. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to make a breakthrough in the future. It was the precise reason that so many cultivators in ancient god domain permanently remained at their particular level and were unable to make a breakthrough anymore. They lost the possibilities for further breakthroughs once their potentials were completely exhausted. In normal circumstances, not many people would do something that might damage their foundations unless under desperate situations. Xiao Tianxin was forced to use her clan's secret technique in order to survive the dire situation. However, she also exhausted her potential due to that. As a matter of fact, Jian Wushuang's method of directly ingesting divine powers to achieve cultivation breakthroughs could also affect one's foundation, but he was not afraid. First of all, his understanding of principles, laws, and many other matters in addition to his mental maturity had reached the breakthrough stages. He only lacked divine powers. The impact and effect on his foundations due to external divine power refinement and ingestion was extremely little, such that he need not have to worry about it. Secondly, he possessed a perfectly flawless foundation such that those tiny bits of effects were like ants shaking a huge tree, completely negligible. Hence, Jian Wushuang could behave so recklessly. Tianxin, they'll be honest with you. Even without you asking me, they'll seek the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord sooner or later. I'm not just interested in his position as Territorial Lord. More importantly, he possesses the stately painting treasure taken from the Shao clan. Jian Wushuang said with a deep voice. The stately painting? Mr. Jian Yi, are you also interested in it? Or do you mean? Xiao Tianxin stared firmly at Jian Wushuang. She was quite shocked when Jian Wushuang mentioned the hidden information within the stately painting earlier. It was clear to her at that very moment Jian Wushuang had a strong yearning for the stately painting. I'm not only interested in it. I'm dead set on obtaining the painting as it was originally mine from the start. Jian Wushuang said. Xiao Tianxin began to slightly frown but soon relaxed. All she wanted then was to seek revenge, to kill the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord. She could care any lesser for the stately painting. All right, do so if you wish to follow me. I don't know much about the Northern Darkstar continent after all, and you can fill me in on that. However, you'd better disguise yourself before we go. Although the Territorial Lord didn't deliberately send anyone to kill you, if you appear as you are in the Northern Darkstar continent, right under his sight, I believe he'll conveniently kill you off, said Jian Wushuang. I am prepared for that. Xiao Tianxin took out a veil and a hat while she was speaking. The moment she put them on, none could recognize her. After that, both of them immediately left Dark Thunder territory and headed toward Northern Darkstar continent. The Northern Darkstar continent was the core of Northern Darkstar territory, but it was not very vast. It was not even the size of a wilderness. However, experts who lived there were way above other regions of the Northern Darkstar territory. Jian Wushuang and Xiao Tianxin were already at Northern Darkstar continent. Xiao Tianxin had told Jian Wushuang a lot of things about that place as they journeyed over. Jian Wushuang carefully listened. The Northern Darkstar continent is different from the wildernesses. Sects are almost non-existent in this continent. There are only various clans with varying ability levels. There were 4 top-tier clans in the continent among them, but since the Shao clan had been eliminated, only 3 top-tier clans remained. The 3 clans are Wu, Shi, and Situ clans respectively. These 3 clans contain legacies accumulated over 1,000,000 years or so. It goes to say their foundations and abilities, extremely stable and strong. Take the Shao clan as an example. When we were at our prime, there were a total of 4 peak ultimate gods and over 20 high-level ultimate gods. As for low-level ultimate gods, we had over 100 of them. Even so, we're only ranked 3rd among those great clans in the northern Darkstar continent. Oh! Jin Wushuang looked rather surprised. 4 peak ultimate gods, over 20 high-level ultimate gods, and more than 100 low-level ultimate gods. That was an even stronger lineup than the combined forces of Dark Thunder Territory's 18 prefectures. Even with that lineup, it only ranked 3rd. Chapter 2533. Structure. The Shao clan was so strong during its prime and only ranked 3rd. Then which are the 2 clans more powerful than Shao clan? Jian Wushuang inquired. Wu and Shi clan, with both clans a step ahead of the Shao clan in terms of general abilities. Not to mention that both clans have their own Earth Ultimate God, said Xiao Tianxin. Jian Wushuang was truly shocked then. What? You're saying that these 2 clans both have an Earth Ultimate God? They do indeed, but their Earth Ultimate Gods don't stay in the northern Darkstar continent. They went out very early on to wander. Not everyone is like the territorial lord who wants to control territories and become its overlord after all. Most experts choose to go wander and experience bigger places so that they could become stronger and travel further, said Xiao Tianxin. Jian Wushuang understood. Humans truly aspire for higher pursuits in life. When a cultivator reached a peak in certain territories, he would naturally expand his horizons and find bigger arenas to test his abilities. Although Jian Wushuang was interested in the territorial lord position, his main goal was to obtain more primordial stones. He would definitely adventure to larger places as soon as he obtained sufficient primordial stones. Actually, not only the Wu and Shi clans, the Shao and Situ clans have also produced Earth Ultimate Gods in the past. It's exactly because there used to be Earth Ultimate Gods in their residence that these few clans were qualified to be labeled as a top-tier clan. Unfortunately, both Shao and Situ clans lost their Earth Ultimate Gods when they died during their adventures outside, said Xiao Tianxin. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He imagined an alternate reality where the Shao clan's resident Earth Ultimate God was still alive. The territorial lord might perhaps not dare touch the Shao clan. Even though said Earth Ultimate God did not stay in the northern Darkstar continent, as his opponent was also an Earth Ultimate God about the same level after all. Some consideration must be given before making any moves. Unfortunately for them, the Shao clan's Earth Ultimate God had died. Hence the northern Darkstar territorial lord would naturally not be scrupulous. Other than top-tier clans are a lot of mid-tier and low-tier clans on the northern Darkstar continent. Xiao Tianxin continued her explanation. Most mid-tier clans have peak ultimate gods in residence, but the most they have are 2 at any time. Furthermore, the clan's foundations aren't too strong. Their general substantiality was a far cry from top-tier clans. Those mid-tier clans had to lower their heads when facing the Shao clan at its prime. They won't even have the nerve to cross us. Those low-tier clans are the bottom feeders who could have a standing on the northern Darkstar continent. Their abilities are still quite extraordinary despite being low-tier clans. They don't have peak ultimate gods in residence, but they do have quite a lot of high-level ultimate gods and most importantly a very vast network. It's one matter when they are in normal fights, but when facing life and death situations these low-tier clans will utilize their networks and foundations to actually form a rather strong allied force in a short time. Jian Wushuang finally understood. The 3 clan levels on the northern Darkstar continent in terms of abilities might seem very far apart from each other. However, there were reasons that allowed them to have a foothold on the continent and should not be taken lightly. Of course, regardless of a clan's abilities or sturdy foundations, the real overlord on the northern Darkstar continent will always be the northern Darkstar territorial lord. Xiao Tianxin's expression turned frosty. The territorial lord is an Earth ultimate god. Furthermore, I hear he's also extremely strong among Earth ultimate gods. There were only 3 people who tried challenging him since he became the territorial lord. Challenge? Jin Wushuang was paying more attention. Territorial lords are the lord of a territory. It's his abilities that gave him his position in the first place. Anyone who is confident about his own abilities could of course challenge the territorial lord. However, he would have to meet a lot of criteria before the challenge. The territorial lord is a noble position after all, and not anyone could challenge him. As long as the criteria are met, one could challenge the territorial lord, but he would need to be free to take up the challenge. Xiao Tiexin paused a little and continued, normally, as long as that person met the criteria and issued a challenge, the territorial lord will have to accept it within a millennium, but that also implies he would always wait for 1,000 years before finally crossing hands with his challenger. However, this territorial lord has never dragged it out. He answers those challenges very soon so long someone issues him a challenge. There were only 3 people who met all criteria to challenge him, since he became the territorial lord, with those 3 people being Earth ultimate gods through and through. However, the results were all 3 being defeated and 2 of them were killed by the territorial lord. The remaining survivor is severely injured. Is he that powerful? Jin Wushuang frowned. He originally thought the Northern Darkstar territorial lord was merely a regular Earth ultimate god, but looked like it was not so. Among those 3 Earth ultimate god challengers, 2 died and 1 suffered serious injuries. It was proven the territorial lord's abilities were extremely strong, even among Earth ultimate gods. This Northern Darkstar territorial lord isn't only powerful in terms of abilities. He also has an official army under his control. The official army, the most powerful and terrifying army in the Northern Darkstar territory that only a territorial lord could control. Xiao Tiexin looked solemn. The official army is 10,000 men strong, with each battalion consisting of 1,000 men. You have to understand that the weakest soldiers in the official army are peak divine demons. In addition, sergeants leading the 10-man squads are at least low-level ultimate gods, while leaders for the 100-man platoons are at least high-level ultimate gods. As for leaders of the 1,000-man battalions are none other than peak ultimate gods. In other words, just the official army itself will contain more than 10 peak ultimate gods, 100 high-level ultimate gods, and 1,000 low-level ultimate gods. Heavens! Jin Wushuang showed a stunned expression. When he was at Wushao Wilderness, even the most powerful sects only had 4 ultimate gods, with the entire Wushao Wilderness having only approximately a dozen ultimate gods. However, just the Northern Darkstar Territory's official army had 1,000 ultimate gods. What would that mean? It's exactly because of his strong abilities in addition to his control over the terrifying official army that the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord could rule this territory with supreme authority. It's one of the reasons many sects in the various wildernesses, including many clans on the Northern Darkstar continent, under the Northern Darkstar Territory's control, would not dare disobey him, and had to make primordial stone offerings every millennium with just a single order from him. Even the Wu and Shi clans, who still have living Earth ultimate gods in residence, had to make handsome offerings every 1,000 years to show their loyalties. Jin Wushuang thus completely understood the Northern Darkstar continent power structure when Xiao Tiexin finished speaking. Chapter 2534, A Special Gamble as a Newcomer in the Northern Darkstar Continent. My first step is to find my footing, followed by finding ways to obtain more primordial stones and upgrading my cultivation level and abilities. Once I have absolute confidence, only then will I plan on challenging the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord. Jin Wushuang squinted slightly and looked over at Xiao Tiexin. Tiexin, you're familiar with this place. Do you know how I could obtain a large sum of primordial stones in a short time? Jin Wushuang asked. The fastest way to obtain primordial stones is becoming a territorial lord. First and foremost, Mr. Jiani has great potential, but still quite a distance from being able to challenge the territorial lord, said Xiao Tiexin. Jin Wushuang rolled his eyes at Xiao Tiexin and signaled her to say something more useful. Other than becoming a territorial lord, You can also provoke the Northern Darkstar Continent clans, as even the weakest clan would have huge savings. But as I've said before, that those low-tier clans do have their strengths, and especially their networks. If you're planning on getting primordial stones by annihilating the clans individually as you did back in the Dark Thunder territory, I'm afraid it's not so easy, said Xiao Yixin. Jian Wushuang shrugged. He currently could not but head on against those clans due to his lack of abilities. Even if he did, he would not annihilate an entire clan with no good reason except for obtaining some primordial stones. Those clans were different from the Dark Thunder territory's 18 prefectures after all. The prefectures were thieves, murderers, and smugglers, hence he was not bothered at all when killing them. If you don't have the heart to deal with these clans, then the only place to get a large sum of primordial stones within a short time would be the gladiatorial arena, gamble fight. I know of a very large gladiatorial arena in North Darkstar Continent owned by the Shur clan, one of the 3 top-tier clans. In the arena, participants could carry out gamble fights. Furthermore, there is a special gamble fights method in the arena, which is the Blood Gladiator Challenge. Xiao Tiexin solemnly said. Blood Gladiator Challenge. What's that? Jian Wushuang asked. Xiao Tiexin smiled and explained. Mr. Jian Yi, there would be a limit to bets placed in regular gamble fights, as you might know. It's the same in the Shur clan's arena. The upper limit is 1,000 primordial stones at max. Therefore, if you want to obtain 10,000 primordial stones in one go, you would have to win 10 consecutive gamble fights. In addition, the arena's management will lower the odds upon noticing your excessively strong abilities, which will allow you to win with certainty. This will then make it even harder to obtain those 10,000 primordial stones. However, challenging blood gladiators is completely different, as the bet's upper limit, which can be placed on a blood gladiator, is 5,000 primordial stones, not to mention those bets could be constantly accumulated. For example, if you brought 5,000 primordial stones to a gamble fight and win a game, the next game's bet will be 10,000, and winning that game will yield you 20,000, which can then be accumulated for the next round and so on. This is the only way you could win many primordial stones in one go at the arena. However, the condition is that you must first win 5 consecutive games before you can stop when taking up the Blood Gladiators Challenge. It's without the need to mention that the arena will pick your opponents who won't be too ridiculous, as they will pick someone close to your standards. For example, the 5 opponents you'll go against are going to be primary level ultimate gods, and there won't be any high-level ultimate gods appearing if Mr. Jian Yi is to challenge the Blood Gladiators. Understood, answered Jian Wushuang. The bet's upper limit could reach 5,000 primordial stones when taking up the Blood Gladiators Challenge, with his winnings being doubled at every round. However, he had to finish 5 games before he could leave. If he lost even one of the 5 games, not only would he lose all his bets, he might even lose his life. I'm afraid that the arena would pick my next opponents according to my performance in the 5 gamble fights. They would probably send mighty similar level experts to defeat me and make it difficult for me to leave with the primordial stones I've won. Therefore, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to win those 5 games, said Jian Wushuang. Indeed, the Blood Gladiators Challenge is not for just about anyone, and neither could everyone hold themselves together for their 5 games. The gladiatorial arena won't easily allow you to bring home your winnings, hence many try challenging those blood gladiators, and usually could only win 2 to 3 gamble fights before losing their lives in the end, said Xiao Tiexin. It's no doubt that one's risk is directly proportional to his final winnings. There have been several challengers who succeeded in the Blood Gladiators Challenge. They not only won a huge amount of primordial stones, but even became very famous in the end. As far as I know, there's a peak ultimate god general in the Territorial Lord's official army who succeeded in the arena's Blood Gladiators Challenge. Mr. Jian Yi, you're a genius in every aspect and can already easily kill high-level ultimate gods while being at the primary level ultimate god. You even managed to safely retreat when facing a peak ultimate god. Winning 5 games shouldn't be a problem if you do indeed take up the arena's Blood Gladiators Challenge. As for primordial stones, your total winnings would be 160,000 pieces if you placed a bet of 5,000 primordial stones, followed by winning 5 consecutive games. Jian Wushuang felt tempted when he heard that. He had reached the peak of first-class Divine Demon and only needed 20,000 to 30,000 primordial stones before making a breakthrough to peak Divine Demon. However, Cultivating towards the ultimate god realm would require even more primordial stones once he reached peak divine demon. 160,000 primordial stones were not a small figure for Jian Wushuang. The Blood Gladiator Challenge would most definitely be dangerous and difficult for most people, but it was probably nothing for Jian Wushuang. Tianxin, I've exhausted all my primordial stones obtained at Dark Thunder territory. You still have 6,000 pieces. Lend me 5,000, and when I've completed the Blood Gladiators Challenge, they'll return you double the amount. Jian Wushuang smiled. No problem. Xiao Tianxin agreed without a second thought. In that case, lead the way, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. Jian Wushuang headed toward the Shi clan's gigantic gladiatorial arena with Xiao Tianxin leading the way. The gladiatorial arena was incredibly noisy. There were probably a few 100,000 people sitting tightly together in the audience seats, with many of them hysterically shouting and roaring. The noises could probably shake the heavens. In the arena's center was a giant battlefield. Two peak divine demons giving their all and fighting violently on the battlefield, as there could only be one survivor. Chapter 2535. Gladiatorial Arena. That's pretty crazy, exclaimed Jian Wushuang while he took in the battlefield sight. Those who dare come and gamble fight at this arena are crazy, said Xiao Tianxin. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and immediately recalled his past lives' younger days. During that time, he obsessively upgraded his abilities and also went to the arena for deathmatch gamble fights to obtain more cultivation elixir because of a woman humiliating him. He was only a teen then, and was lucky he won in the end. He wanted to laugh as he recalled how naive he was during those days. Tianxin, they'll register for the gamble fight. Wait for me here, said Jian Wushuang. Okay. Xiao Tianxin nodded and seated herself. Jian Wushuang went to the arena's registrar with the usher's guidance. It was an empty field with several cultivators there other than Jian Wushuang. Most of them were waiting to go on, with only a very few still lining up to register. That's quite a lot of people. Jian Wushuang looked around at those people who were in the divine demon realm with their levels ranging between second class, first class, and peak divine demons. However, there were no ultimate gods there. It was rather normal, as ultimate gods were considered experts at Northern Darkstar. They would be placed in a rather high position regardless if they joined the official army or one of the continent's clans, hence erasing the need for them to be involved in such arena gambling fights. Even if they did, they were gambling and fighting to gain experience, or like Jian Wushuang, who merely wished to earn a huge amount of primordial stone. However, there were not many such ultimate gods. Jian Wushuang queued to register, and it was his turn soon. Leave your name in the jade slip beside. Show us your divine power aura and your bets before waiting here, spoke a black-robed old man sitting next to the desk slowly without even raising his head to look at Jian Wushuang. His only action was passing a jade slip toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took the jade slip but did not do anything. The black-robed old man impatiently instructed, "Faster! There are still many waiting behind you." "Well, I would like to challenge the Blood Gladiators," said Jian Wushuang plainly. The old man immediately raised his head as soon as he said that. Every cultivator in the field who was waiting for their turns also turned their gazes at Jian Wushuang. The entire place fell silent. "What did you just say?" asked the black-robed old man. "I would like to challenge the Blood Gladiators. Is there a problem?" Jian Wushuang said. "Oh no, no. You can, of course. The Blood Gladiator Challenge rules are written there. You can of course make the challenge as long as you are confident, but I would like to ask for you to show your divine power aura." The black-robed old man's attitude toward Jian Wushuang became more polite. The Blood Gladiator Challenge was the most unique gamble fight way in the gladiatorial arena. This kind of gamble fight was incredibly cruel and unfair, but with amazingly huge rewards. In normal circumstances, those who had the galls to challenge those Blood Gladiators were mostly very competent experts at their levels who were also very confident about themselves. The black-robed old man surely did not dare treat them like everyone else toward such experts. Jian Wushuang shook his body under the black stone's disguise as he projected his divine power aura outwards. Ultimate God? Everyone around was once again shocked. Why would an ultimate god show up in a place for gamble fights? Not to mention, he was challenging the incredibly merciless blood gladiators. The black-robed old man inquired, "So you're an honorable ultimate god. May I know what's your name and how much you would like to bet, sir?" "My name is Jin E, and isn't the bet's upper limit for the Blood Gladiator Challenge 5,000 primordial stones? They'll place that amount as the bet." Jin Wushuang took out an interspatial ring which contained 5,000 primordial stones within soon as he finished speaking. 5,000 primordial stones as the bet. The old man was shocked. Those surrounding people were also gasping in surprise. 5,000 primordial stones was a huge number even for an ultimate god. At least, it was not something any primary-level ultimate god could afford. However, that Jin E wanted to place 5,000 primordial stones as his bet. It meant that the total primordial stones that he could potentially bring home from the arena would amount to 160,000 if he won all 5 games in the Blood Gladiator Challenge. How large a number was 160,000 primordial stones? Even a top-tier clan like the Shur clan who owned this gladiatorial arena would probably feel pain from losing such a big amount. After taking a deep breath, the black-robed old man respectfully said, "Please wait for a little bit, sir. You'll need to immediately inform our supervisor, and we shall arrange a blood gladiator to be your opponent." "Very well." Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. The black-robed old man immediately entered the gladiatorial arena's inner layer while ignoring the others who were waiting to register. Jin Wushuang was not in a hurry and merely waited in the field quietly. The cultivators around him occasionally looked over toward him with awe and respect. In a delicately built room at the gladiatorial arena's inner layer, a primary-level ultimate god wants to challenge a blood gladiator? An elegant lady who was wearing a snow-white fleece dress sat calmly in there as the black-robed old man stood respectfully before her. In a 10-year average, there isn't even a person who would come to challenge. Moreover, those who come are usually some divine demons, and now we have an ultimate god? On top of that, he's betting 5,000 primordial stones. Looks like he's pretty confident about himself. Interesting. The elegant lady smiled faintly. "Oh yes, what's his name?" "His name is Jianyi. I've checked with the clan's intelligence department, but it seems like no one knows about this Jianyi," said the old man. "If the clan's intelligence has no information about him, that means he's a newcomer in the northern Darkstar continent. An unknown expert in the continent who probably came from one of the wildernesses," muttered the elegant lady before instructing. "Go on and make the arrangements. Simply pick 2 opponents for him and test him out first." "Aye." The black-robed old man bowed and left immediately. On the battlefield located in the arena's center, one of the 2 fighters who were fighting had died and hence a winner had been decided. The audience remained to be incredibly noisy even with the battle being over. At that moment, a purple-clad middle-aged man who was the arena's host walked into the center of the battlefield. Chapter 2536, Selecting Blood Gladiator. Ladies and gentlemen, the purple-clad middle-aged man's voice resonated in the entire gladiatorial area with the help of his divine power and completely overpowered those noises from the crowd. The arena quickly quieted down. The purple-clad middle-aged man cleared his throat and said with a rather excited voice, "Dear guests, we have just been paid a visit by a certain ultimate god called Sir Jian E. He placed a bet of 5,000 primordial stones and wishes to challenge the arena's craziest and most unique blood gladiator." As soon as those words were spoken, the quiet arena was suddenly filled with waves of roars from the audience. All the audiences in the arena stood up and shouted, "Blood gladiators! Someone actually wants to challenge the blood gladiators. This is so crazy. A supposedly respectable ultimate god actually wants to challenge blood gladiators?" The passion of more than 100,000 audiences in the arena had completely lit up. "Is it starting soon?" Xiao Tiexin casually sat in an audience's seat with a faint smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Mr. Jian E to enter the arena," said the purple-clad middle-aged man passionately. As soon as his voice faded, Jin Wushuang moved with a quick sway and swiftly appeared in the middle of the battlefield after being led to one side of the arena. His appearance caused the audience's gazes locking on him. The more than 100,000 pairs of eyes stared right at him. He's that Jian Yi? He seems very young. Thanks, such a handsome young man. I like, humph. Don't be deceived by his young look. He's a true ultimate god expert. God knows how many years he has been cultivating. He could be an old monster. I hear he needs to win 5 consecutive games when challenging blood gladiators. Moreover, all of his opponents are selected by the arena, making the chances of him succeeding very low unless he's an extremely terrifying genius who could fight against higher realm opponents. Indeed, I've been living in the northern Darkstar continent for so many years and heard quite a few blood gladiator challenges. It's already very impressive if there's even a 1 in 10 challenge that succeeded. Furthermore, the one who succeeded is only a second-class divine demon. It's exactly because of his low cultivation level, which made it easier for him to challenge those of a higher realm. That's how he succeeded. However, this guy is an ultimate god after all. Hee. 5,000 primordial stones is the highest betting limit in this arena. That's a huge amount. If he succeeded in the challenge, doesn't that mean hell bring home 160,000 primordial stones? How could this arena and its benefactor, the Sure clan, let him get away with it? Look at him. He's definitely gonna die on the battlefield. There were all sorts of discussions among the audiences. Most people were not confident in Jian Wushuang. It was not only because Jian Wushuang was currently an ultimate god, which made winning all 5 battles to be extra difficult. The most important matter was his placed bet was too large. The Sure clan who's behind this gladiatorial arena would find every way to kill or make him stay. Otherwise, 160,000 primordial stones were not a financial burden the Sure clan was willing to bear. Xiao Tianxin was sitting in a corridor and sneering at all the argy-bargy around her. These people have no idea how terrifying Jianyi's abilities are. He's someone who continuously topples 3 Dark Thunder Territories prefectures and slaying high-level ultimate gods by himself. Even though the Sure clan is one of Northern Darkstar continent's top-tier clans, they would not be able to find another primary-level ultimate god who could withstand Mr. Jian Yi despite having controlling rights to everything. Xiao Tianxin was absolutely confident about Jian Wushuang. That confidence came from her personally observing Jian Wushuang's abilities. In the battlefield center, the purple-clad middle-aged man spoke again. Dear guests, let's welcome Mr. Jian Yi's first battle. His opponent is Mr. Imo Xing. A muscular figure violently glided over and landed on the ground in the middle of the battlefield. He was a 2-meter-tall, middle-aged, burly man. The man's face was covered in a beard as his vicious aura radiated through the heavens like a fierce living beast. As he appeared, the ground under his feet cracked from being unable to bear his weight. The audience once again broke into an uproar upon seeing him. It's Imo Xing, Sir Imo Xing? Good God, this is only the first battle and they already sent Sir Imo Xing. This Imo Xing has fought head-to-head with 4 primary-level ultimate gods in this arena previously and won all of them. He's definitely incredibly strong among the primary-level ultimate gods. A lot of people began to pity Jian Wushuang. His opponent was already so strong in the first round, and they would only get stronger in the 4 forthcoming games. Let's not waste any more time. The first battle of the Blood Gladiator Challenge will now begin. The purple-clad middle-aged man announced before going away, leaving Jian Wushuang and Imo Xing on the battlefield. The audience began to get agitated. Numerous audiences began screaming, with some calling Imo Xing's name, while others called out Jian Yi. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and Imo Xing stared at each other from a distance. Imo Xing sneered, "Kid, you got some guts challenging the blood gladiators. Show me what you got." Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent. Humph. Imo Xing did not waste another word and swept out a horrifying vicious aura from his body. He already looked like a fierce beast, and was even more beast-like when his figure turned into an exotic beast halfway through, gliding toward Jian Wushuang, and suddenly appeared right before and pounced at him. His right hand turned into a claw equipped with sharp nails which reflected cold lights. Slash. The claw swung. It produced a noise that made both of them shudder, as though space was being slashed open. The sharp claw went right through Jian Wushuang's body like a light beam, but did not make contact with anything substantial. What? Imo Xing was stunned, and felt a cold aura immediately come from his side. Imo Xing suddenly understood what was going on and instantly waved his claws to protect himself. Clank, clank, clank. 3 clashing sounds were heard. Imo Xing was being thrown off his feet with the first 2 clashes, while the last clash caused by Jian Wushuang's sword hit against Imo Xing's body armor. Imo Xing's face turned red with a trace of blood flowing out of his mouth as he was already standing on the battlefield's edge. Chapter 2537. 3 consecutive wins. He fearfully looked at Jian Wushuang before immediately bowing and respectfully said, "Thank you for holding back." Jian Wushuang retracted his sword and did not say anything more. Imo Xing immediately exited the battlefield. Around the arena, the more than 100,000 audiences were dumbfounded by the spectacle. An uproar like a surging tsunami followed suit after the audience's momentary shock. It's a win. Jenny wins the first Blood Gladiator Challenge. Winning is for sure, but I didn't foresee him winning so easily. If he didn't hold back on the last hit, Imo Xing will probably be dead by now. Amazing. This Jian Yi is truly amazing. Countless audiences were maniacally cheering for Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang looked extremely calm while standing on the battlefield and waiting for his second opponent. In the delicate room at the gladiatorial arena's inner layer, the elegant lady was scrutinizing every detail of the battle. This Jian Yi is fast and knows how to leave behind an apparition. He has made a breakthrough to the space-time law first stage. In addition, his sword skills are extraordinary. The elegant lady squinted. It's a shame that Imo Xing is too weak, as he hasn't even reached primary level ultimate god. Hence, he couldn't force Jian Yi to show more of his abilities and tactics. For his next opponent, get him someone a little stronger who is at least peak of primary level ultimate god. Aye. The black-robed old man nodded respectfully and went off to make the arrangements. Jian Wushuang's second Blood Gladiator Challenge soon began. His second opponent was a short and skinny old man who seemed very weak, but his abilities were extraordinary and definitely at the peak of primary level ultimate god. It was unlucky for him that his opponent was Jian Wushuang. In that battle, Jian Wushuang again quite easily defeated his opponent by simultaneously forming 3 apparitions accompanied by his sword technique. Jian Wushuang's third opponent was a red-haired young woman. The young woman's weapon was a long whip and had reached the first stage in 2 laws alongside her extremely outstanding whip skills and secret techniques. Her general abilities were even a little stronger than Xiao Tiexin in Jian Wushuang's opinion. Xiao Tiexin was someone who could simultaneously withstand 3 ultimate gods and still held the upper hand. Hence, this red-haired young woman's ability was unimaginable and enjoyed great fame not only within the gladiatorial arena, but also the entire northern Darkstar continent. In order not to reveal too much of his true abilities, Jian Wushuang did not unleash secret techniques in his battle, hidden his true understanding of space-time law, and suppressed his sword skills. As such, he needed to spend some effort before defeating the red-haired young woman. Jian Wushuang won 3 consecutive battles. The entire arena was already boiling. In the delicate room, the elegant lady remained seated, but her expressions showed a faint coldness. Hong Ying is considered extremely strong among the primary-level ultimate gods. She could still fight a good fight when facing regular high-level ultimate gods, but had also lost to him. It also seems like he's still holding back his true strength. The elegant lady slightly squinted. In the Blood Gladiators Challenge, one had to fight 5 challenges, and Jian Wushuang had already won 3 of them. Only 2 battles were remaining. Get to Ing, instructed the elegant lady. Aye. The black-robed old man nodded and immediately exited. The black-robed old man soon brought in a devilish-looking black-robed young man and stood before the elegant lady. Tu Ing, did you see the previous battles just now? The elegant lady looked below at him. Not for the first 2 games, but I saw his battle with Hong Ying. This Jian Yi is truly capable. Based on what he has displayed, I see that he's no weaker than me, plus I get a feeling that he's still holding out on us. I probably only have a 40% winning chance in a head-on fight against him, said the black-robed devilish man called Tu Ing. 40%? Huh? The elegant lattice eyes turned frosty. What about killing him? If you want me to kill him, I have a 70% confidence, said Tuing. Their conversation would sound strange if others heard it. How could he have a 70% chance of killing Jian Wushuang, while only having a 40% chance to win him in a head-on fight? You will take the next battle then, but remember that I don't want you to defeat him. I want you to kill him off. The elegant lattice voice was cold. He has already won 3 of the 5 Blood Gladiator challenges. It's time to finish it now while the crowd's emotions are still rather high. Understood. Tuing smiled devilishly before turning around and left. Not long after, Tuing appeared in the battlefield's central area. He came before Jian Wushuang. The audience immediately recognized him as soon as he appeared. It's Sir Tuing. Is Sir Tuing going to personally fight him? Sir Tuing is the most powerful and prized primary-level ultimate god fighter in this gladiatorial arena. I thought he'd only appear in the 5th battle, but now he's already appearing during the 4th. This Jian Yi is in big troubles. The audiences were discussing. Jian Wushuang looked extremely cold without showing any expressions as he took a glance at Tuing. Tuing humbly and respectfully greeted Jian Wushuang. Jian Yi, yes? I hope to exchange some pointers with you one. Go ahead. Jian Wushuang did not waste any time. Please be careful then. Tuing gave him a friendly warning and vanished into thin air in a flash. Whoosh! A ghastly figure appeared next to Jian Wushuang along with layers of blade shadows, concurrently formed from the cold battle blade headed directly toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang remained still, but his Blood Mountain sword was slightly raised and blocked the battle blade in front of him. Tang! The sound of metals clashing was heard as Tuing smiled devilishly and with a shattering noise. Stern beams of blade light exploded. His continuous swinging created colorful blade lights which left behind traces of a shiny blade river in the void. This guy's blade technique is pretty good, Jian Wushuang secretly exclaimed. The 7 stars secret technique within his body was already activated. After that, his violently surging divine power enabled Jian Wushuang to easily block Tu Ying's blade. At first glance, Jian Wushuang was only able to passively ward off Tu Ying's relentless attacks and kept retreating as though he was on the losing side. Jian Wushuang's expression remained as calm as ever regardless of Tu Ying's fierce attacks. Is that your full capabilities? Jian Wushuang looked at Tu Ying. Tu Ying's abilities were slightly stronger than the red-haired young woman, Hong Ying, who crossed hands against Jian Wushuang a while ago, but there was still a limit regardless of how strong he was. Chapter 2538, Murderous Intention. Did he just completely ward off my saber? Tuing looked surprised. That's enough. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. His body concurrently transformed into 7 apparitions from not wanting to waste time mucking around with Tuing. He was faster than before while his sword skills had also improved to be more seamless and flitting. His strength was slightly revealed. He instantly switched from defense to offense. On the contrary, Tuing strenuously started madly warding off Jian Wushuang's sword attacks and barely able to hold on any longer. I'm going to lose. Tuing was aware and tried to distance himself from Jian Wushuang when he could no longer resist those attacks. It's amazing you can concurrently produce so many apparitions. Your understanding of space-time law is certainly quite high. Not to mention your outstanding swordsmanship, said Tuing admiringly. Thank you, said Jian Wushuang as he withdrew his Blood Mountain sword. Suddenly, boom, Tu Ying's blood started boiling. He was gearing up to perform his most powerful secret technique. His speed had increased by several folds in an instant, and he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in a crazy forward dash. He held a saber in his hand which was shining with a cold light, and he was aiming it at Jian Wushuang's head. He was moving swiftly all of a sudden. The spectators were convinced that Tuing had given up, but who would have thought that he would make a comeback shot? He was acting so humble and polite before, but his face now turned distorted in scowls of rage. His gaze became inhuman with strong desires to kill. Idiot. The rules clearly state that the battle is only over when one party leaves the gladiatorial arena. I was pretending earlier. Do you really think that I've really lost? Tuing sneered. He was the trump card among their primary-level ultimate gods after all. He was chosen not only because he was extremely powerful, but also due to his cunning nature. The secret technique he was using ramped up his powers, not to mention he also had a killing blow which he spent a long time cultivating. He was convinced it would threaten a high-level ultimate god's defenses and eventually kill them. That was why when he told the elegant lady in the room that he only had a 40% chance of winning if he were to duel with Jian Wushuang, but was 70% sure he could kill Jian Wushuang. It was indeed true that he was not Jian Wushuang's opponent in a one-on-one fight. Life-or-death battles in the gladiatorial arena did not limit their participants to winning via frontal fights only. All kinds of methods including sneak and poison attacks were also acceptable. Tuing did not violate any rules of the gladiatorial arena. Go to hell. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for being stupid and naive. Tuing grinned slyly. His blade was less than a foot away from Jian Wushuang's head. A large hand suddenly grabbed the saber to his surprise. The saber's powers surged as Tuing was trying his best to completely discharge his divine powers into the saber. However, the saber stayed motionless under the large hand's tight grip. How is that possible? Tuing stared at Jian Wushuang in bewilderment as he realized the large hand belonged to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had his eyes fixed on Tuing sternly like he was staring at a clown or an ant. Why you? Tuing was shocked and speechless. Actually, I didn't plan to kill you, but you brought it upon yourself. Go to hell, murmured Jian Wushuang, who seemed to be muttering to himself. The icy cold swordlight flashed past and instantly killed Tuing as it penetrated his body without giving him even a second to react. Tu Ying's eyes widened with disbelief look on his face as the last breath escaped his body. This was Jian Wushuang's first kill since the many battle rounds he had. He merely defeated and subdued his previous 3 opponents without killing them. However, he had a murderous intent toward Tu Ying. Jian Yi should be declared the victory party, which brought an end to the battle as soon as Tu Ying died. Usually, tumult would break out from the spectators' seats from cheers for the winner. Instead, it was dead silence. Many spectators were dumbfounded and looked blankly at the scene in the gladiatorial arena. Everyone thought Jian Wushuang was going to die when Tuing executed his mysterious killing blow sneak attack. But it was Tuing who died in the end. His death was tragic as he initially thought of himself as being the strongest and capable of killing Jian Wushuang with his ultimate blow, but the reality was that his attack had been stopped by his opponent with just one hand. The audience did not expect this. The silence did not last long and was soon replaced by an earth-shaking roar. In an exquisite room within the inner circle of the gladiatorial arena, "Bastard!" The graceful woman stood up and stared at Jian Wushuang, who was seemingly unscathed on the gladiatorial arena. Her complexion became extremely ugly. "Jian Yi has been hiding his real strength from the beginning," said the graceful woman solemnly. "Are you saying he's not a primary-level ultimate god? Could he be a high-level ultimate god or even above that, but was just masking his true divine powers?" The black-robed old man looked over in surprise. "No, the breath of his divine powers seems normal. There's no trace of disguise, but he's powerful indeed. The average high-level ultimate gods have no chance to survive Tu Ying's killing blow, but we saw that not only was Jian Yi uninjured, but he could also even grip the saber with his bare hands. In order to grab a top primary-level ultimate god expert's most powerful attack with his bare hand alone, he must be a high-level ultimate god on top of having an extremely powerful divine body. I'm not surprised if his true strength is better than what he has shown us now." The graceful woman's eyes became stern. The black-robed old man asked, "What should we do now? The Blood Gladiators Challenge has 5 rounds in total, and he has won 4 of them. Who do we send for the final battle? There is no one more powerful than Tu Ying among the primary-level ultimate gods." The graceful woman waved her hand. "Don't be flustered. Let Jian Yi wait while I report this situation to the Shi clan's head and seek for his decision." The black-robed old man nodded. The graceful woman would usually have made up her mind, but the bet was 160,000 primordial stones. Such a huge amount of primordial stone had exceeded the graceful woman's authority, and the Shi clan head must be alerted for a decision to be made. Chapter 2539. Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Shur clan was one of the top-tier clans in the northern Darkstar territory, hence, naturally their residence was huge. In a grand hall, the head of the Shur clan, Shur Qianhan, was talking with two other people, and the three were seemingly equal as none of them had acted haughtily. Those two who could be with Shur Qianhan on equal footings were definitely not ordinary people. In fact, they were commanders of the army. At that instance, Shur Qianhan's expression changed with his brows knitted tightly as he received a message from the graceful woman. "What's the matter?" asked both commanders upon noticing the changes in Shur Qianhan's complexion. "Something happened at the gladiatorial arena. A primary-level ultimate god who joined the Blood Gladiators Challenge had won 4 games in a row," said Shur Qianhan. "Blood Gladiators?" The two commanders were surprised. One of the commanders wearing scarlet armor smiled and said, "It's not easy to challenge the Blood Gladiators, especially the ultimate god's experts. He must be extremely powerful if this person can win 4 games in a row." "I haven't seen a Blood Gladiator for a long time." The other commander also smiled. "I'm happy if there are new Blood Gladiators, but the current problem is Jian Yi's very large bet. He bet 5,000 primordial stones, and upon success, the Shur clan will lose 160,000 primordial stones at once." "That's not a small sum," said Shur Qianhan. 160,000 primordial stones? The two commanders were shocked. The Shur clan was indeed unwilling to lose such a large amount of primordial stones. "I hope both of you can help me this time since we have a great friendship," said Shur Qianhan. "Both of us are peak ultimate gods. What can we do for you?" asked the scarlet-armored commander. "There's no need for both of you to take action in person. Are there any powerful primary-level ultimate gods in the army? It's best if there's someone who's strong enough to face a high-level ultimate god," explained Shur Qianhan. "A powerful primary-level ultimate god?" The two commanders exchanged looks between each other as they knew Shur Qianhan wanted to find a suitable expert from the army to face off Jian Yi. It seemed impossible to get a primary-level ultimate god from within the Shur clan to defeat Jian Yi. Hence, Shur Qianhan was hoping someone from the army could do it. The army had many geniuses and experts among them after all. Some of them were definitely great, powerful, and brave warriors. This was not the only time the Shur clan received help from the army. There were many occasions when they had to win the Blood Gladiator Challenge's final battle, and their last resort was to get help from the army. It was only possible for the Shur clan, who had an excellent relationship with the powerful army leaders. It's not difficult to find someone from the army. In fact, I have a candidate under my command who is a primary-level ultimate god, yet is able to compete against high-level ultimate gods and might even have a good chance of winning. He's currently serving as an army captain, which is a fitting position for a high-level ultimate god. However, it's a pity I sent him on a mission not long ago. There's no way that he could return in a short time," said the scarlet-armored commander. Shur Qianhan frowned. It was no use even though he could defeat Jian Yi, as he was going to be away for a while. "I can recommend someone to you," said the other white-robed commander. "Who?" Shur Qianhan immediately looked over. "Ancient witch," said the white-robed commander. "Oh, it's her." The scarlet-armored commander was taken aback. "Ancient witch? Who's she? Is she a primary-level ultimate god in the army?" Shur Qianhan asked. "No, she's not from the army. Some members of our army accidentally provoked her not long ago. As a result, she taught those people a hard lesson. Those members later got their platoon consisting of a high-level ultimate god and 4 primary-level ultimate gods to avenge her, but they were miserably defeated," said the white-robed commander. "Really? Is she that powerful? Did you say she's just a primary-level ultimate god?" Shur Qianhan seemed hopeful. "Of course she's just a primary-level ultimate god." The white-robed commander smiled and continued. "The issue became worse such that the leaders were alarmed. We decided not to act rashly, and we investigated her origin instead. We later discovered that she's from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion." Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Shur Qianhan was taken aback. "Is that the group which only accepts the cream of the crop as their members?" The white-robed commander smiled and nodded. "Yes." After discovering her identity, the commanders were shocked and immediately ordered those members who provoked her to apologize, and the matter was finally put at rest. Shi Qianhan finally understood after the explanation. He had also heard of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. If the ancient which was part of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, no one would dare to meddle with her. Even the Northern Darkstar Territory's territorial lord would not dare to offend her. In terms of strength, ancient which has defeated a high-level ultimate god before. She's much more powerful than the army's primary-level ultimate gods. If you can seek her help, you won't have to worry about Jian Yi winning the Blood Gladiators challenge. The white-robed commander sneered. That's true. However, the Shi clan has no connections with her who had such a great background. Why will she help me? Shi Qianhan frowned. You'll have to try hard and offer her something great in return. I've heard the ancient which is especially fond of competing with other genius experts. If you tell her there's someone in the gladiatorial arena who's in the same realm, but with similar if not better combat prowess than her, she might be tempted to fight. Provided there are some rewards added as well, said the white-robed commander. Shi Qianhan's eyes immediately lit up. Haha, thank you for telling me about her. Shi Qianhan did not delay any longer and set off to meet the ancient witch. Jian Wushuang was waiting patiently on the huge and almost borderless gladiatorial arena with his eyes closed. The more than 100,000 spectators around were also waiting. They knew the Shi clan must be looking for a strong expert to join the final battle. The expert invited must be very powerful seeing how long they had to wait. This in turn would make for a more exciting Blood Gladiators challenge finale. Everyone waited for almost a day before an usher finally entered the gladiatorial arena while guiding a black-clothed lady with a somewhat menacing appearance. Chapter 2540. Ancient which all eyes had fallen on her as soon as the black-clothed lady appeared. Is she the expert specially invited by the Shi clan? She looks like a weak lady to me. Don't underestimate her. The Shi clan will never make fun of 160,000 of primordial stones unless they have gone crazy. The spectators were talking. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and looked at the black-clothed lady. He could sense the lady had practiced some sort of technique to mask her true aura so that none could guess how powerful she truly was. He knew she must be powerful if the Shi clan sought her out as a candidate to face him in the final battle. So, you are Jian Yi? The black-clothed lady, the ancient witch, blinked her eyes and peered at Jian Wushuang. I hear from the Shi clan that you're very powerful, so I'm keen to meet you. Make your move. Jian Wushuang was indifferent. Haha, you do have the charisma of a powerful person. The ancient witch cracked an evil grin before a black spear appeared in her hand. In a room within the inner layer of the gladiatorial arena, the graceful woman stood alongside a black-robed old man as her eyes fixed on the gladiatorial arena. Can that lady threaten Jian Yi at all? The black-robed old man was doubtful. I'm uncertain, but she should be quite good. The clan head had personally invited her after all. She's famous for having defeated a high-level ultimate god, said the graceful woman. Defeated a high-level ultimate god? The black-robed old man was stunned. They have started. The graceful woman was observing intently. The ancient which made the first move. A black net seemed to have engulfed the entire gladiatorial arena as she moved. The ancient which completely melted into the darkness and disappeared. Jian Wushuang coldly stood there while discharged his soul powers, but was unable to locate the ancient witch's position within the darkness. She has an excellent command of the dark law, Jian Wushuang concluded. Swoosh. A cold light suddenly appeared right beside Jian Wushuang without any signs. It had a terrifying penetrating power aiming directly for Jian Wushuang's head that pierced through and wrung the void. Jian Wushuang was startled as the cold light almost brushed his nose bridge. Oh! The ancient witch who reappeared was surprised that Jian Wushuang so easily avoided her spear. However, her imposing aura started surging the next second. The black spear in her hand instantly evolved from a venomous serpent into an awakened dragon. Rumbling, the void was shaking. The spear was eager to attack, and she thrust it toward Jian Wushuang in anger. Jian Wushuang retreated and was so close to being stabbed. The ancient witch raged when she saw that. Be a man and fight me instead of dodging around like a coward. Jian Wushuang chuckled in his heart as he had also decided not to elude her attacks anymore. Well, this is the fifth and final battle. There's no need to hide my strength anymore. Let's unleash our full potential, shall we? Jin Wushuang's face sank. Swoosh. He broke into a terrifying speed with his 11 apparitions and formed a total of 12 figures, including his real body. 12 identical figures were positioned around the gladiatorial arena with no way of distinguishing which was the real Jin Wushuang from either one's naked eyes or soul powers. In the inner layers room, the graceful woman's eyes were cold like a frozen lake. It's indeed true that he's still concealing his true strength. He must have a very high understanding of the space-time law if he's able to form 11 apparitions. His strength is perhaps equivalent to a peak ultimate god. Jin Wushuang had only used 7 when he fought against Tu Ying in the 4th battle. However, Jin Wushuang was moving like a phantom with his 11 apparitions on the loose at the same time as he appeared in front of the Ancient, which with his explosive sword skills. Slash, 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 slash. There was a blurry trail of sword shadows as he casually waved his arm. That was right. He was moving around casually and effortlessly. He was incredibly fast under the space-time law's influence. On the other hand, the Ancient Witch, who was completely contained in the darkness, fiercely thrust her spear. She was very skillful with the spear and definitely the best spear handler Jin Wushuang had encountered so far. Jin Wushuang perceived the Ancient Witch's spear skills might be even better than his own sword skills. Unfortunately, she was nowhere near Jin Wushuang's speed. The Ancient Witch was completely at a disadvantage when the two fought head-on. Haha, you are great indeed. Although she was suppressed by Jin Wushuang from her somewhat restricted movements, she was not angry at all. On the contrary, she seemed to be quite surprised. The dark light that enshrouded the void suddenly converged and wrapped around the Ancient, which as her complexion turned cold and her divine power breath thickened. At the same time, there was an earth-shaking rumbling sound before a strong killing intent covered the area with astonishing spear intent. An infinite spear world instantly appeared in the arena. Spear world? Jin Wushuang was impressed. Some of the spectators recognized the Ancient Witch's technique. It was a complete display of Spear World. The Spear World was somewhat similar to Sword World as they were both principal worlds. The Sword World was a sword cultivator's higher realm achievement in order to establish their very own sword world. On the other hand, the Spear World was created by spear cultivators. They were similar in terms of power and characteristics. The Ancient Witch's Spear World seemed to be recently established as it was evidently not as powerful as the Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor's Sword World in the Dark Thunder territory. In addition, a Spear World also posed a lesser threat to Jin Wushuang as compared with the Sword World. Nonetheless, it was still a principal world. Impressive. You're indeed a super genius from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion Sincior, able to display your very own Spear World, while just at the primary level Ultimate God Realm. The two army commanders appeared at the spectator's seat without warning. They were surprised from seeing the scenes in the gladiator arena. Generally, only Earth Ultimate Gods could learn a principal world with very few peak Ultimate Gods capable of doing so. Neither of the two of them had reached that level. However, the Ancient Witch was able to establish her own Spear World. Both commanders were envious of her. Chapter 2541. 1. The Spear World displayed had an oppressive effect on Jin Wushuang. Under the effects of her Spear World, the Ancient Witch had an advantage in terms of a great improvement in her spear skills. Jin let's fight now, said the Ancient Witch as she struck with her spear. Her speed and power had skyrocketed, making her attacks more versatile and efficient. Jin Wushuang felt pressured. He went all out with his sword skills but was still suppressed by the Ancient Witch. She's damn good with the spear, Jin Wushuang admiringly exclaimed. She was good with the spear and had her own spear world on top of an in-depth law understanding and techniques. In Jin Wushuang's opinion, her overall strength was much stronger than many high-level ultimate gods. She was an exceptional genius, and there were probably only one or two who could be similar to her level in the entire northern Darkstar territory. There might perhaps even be none at all. Jian Wushuang was curious how the Shi clan found such a strong opponent to fight against him. Haha, Jian Yi, you'll lose if this is all you're capable of. The ancient witch let out a peal of haughty laughter and hurled the spear in her hand. A cloud of darkness instantly filled the space as a majestic black dragon appeared out of thin air and aimed ferociously at Jian Wushuang. The terrifying power had completely restricted Jian Wushuang's body. Oh well, enough of playing around. Jian Wushuang's gaze became stern as the divine powers within his body were completely released. Jian Wushuang drew out his sword. An overwhelming feeling of hatred spontaneously aroused. Hate, hate, hate. He was determined and unfaltering. His sword shadow, accompanied with an intense feeling of hatred, swept across the void and left behind a trace of hateful path toward heaven. Boom! Sword lights flashed past. The black dragon was instantly split into half as a large amount of divine power madly stretched out and around. The ancient witch was horrified as her body was flung out into the distance. She had only managed to stabilize herself when she was almost at the arena's edge. At the same time, she felt nauseous and spat out blood. The ancient witch stared at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. Your divine powers. You're obviously only a primary level ultimate god. Why is your divine power so strong? Yes, it was not the sword technique that had defeated her, but his overwhelming divine powers contained within the sword move. Jian Wushuang's divine power was definitely not common among the primary level ultimate gods. Is it some sort of a secret technique? The ancient witch made a wild guess. However, Jian Wushuang's powerful divine power did not come from the secret technique, but himself. As a perfect chaotic creature, his divine powers were unmatched by ordinary cultivators. His true realm was actually the pinnacle of first-class divine demons, but his divine powers were much stronger than many primary-level ultimate gods. Along with the divine powers bestowed by the primordial void celestial body and 7-star secret technique which he just performed, the fusion of his divine powers was not inferior to those elite high-level ultimate gods. His divine powers would be even stronger had he performed divine god of punishment. It was no surprise the ancient, which was injured from just a single blow with such powerful divine powers combined with his splendid sword technique. You're flattering me. Jian Wushuang glanced at the ancient, which with his monotonous voice. You won this time, but don't ever let me see you again. I'll definitely get you back next time, snorted the ancient witch coldly before she turned and left. She felt heavy-hearted and troubled as she walked away. There's unexpectedly a primary-level ultimate god who's stronger than me in northern Darkstar territory. He's not slightly but a lot stronger than me. His divine powers are extremely strong in addition to his high understanding of the laws and great sword skills. Even among Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's ultimate god's disciples, I'm afraid no one is his match apart from Senior Sister Long. Senior Sister Long, the ancient witch thought of the beautiful woman, but immediately abandoned her idea. Senior Sister Long is too cold and aloof. It's impossible for her to agree with a fight against Jian Yi. She shook her head before walking away without any further thoughts. There was a huge uproar after she left the arena. He won. He did it. A new ultimate god-blood gladiator is born. Amazing. Jian Yi is really amazing. Jian Yi. Jian Yi. The entire arena was chanting Jian Wushuang's name. Experts were highly respected in every part of the world, and Jian Wushuang was definitely one worthy of such. The spectators' frenzy cheered. Contrary to those spectators' enthusiasm, the graceful woman's and black-robed old man's face were gloomy and grim. She lost even after displaying her spear whirled. Jian Yi. The graceful woman's eyes were cold with murderous intent. The room door was suddenly flung open as a white-haired, silver-robed man surrounded by a few people slowly walked in. Clan head? The graceful woman was startled. The white-haired, silver-robed man was Shi Qianhan, head of the Shi clan. The ancient witch lost, reported the graceful woman in a low voice. I know. I've seen it from the spectator's seat. Shi Qianhan nodded with his unreadable facial expression. I can't blame the ancient witch as she has done her best. Her combat power is extremely strong even among the high-level ultimate gods, but she's nonetheless defeated by Jian Yi. It only shows that Jian Yi is stronger than her. The graceful woman nodded. The ancient witch did indeed give her best, but could not best Jian Wushuang. Now that Jian Yi has won 5 battles, he can take away 160,000 primordial stones from us. So, the graceful woman was put in a difficult situation. The gladiatorial arena had not made such huge profits even in the past 10,000 years. It was uncommon for someone to bet using primordial stones like Jian Wushuang, after all, as most people usually bet on ancient god divine power. Chapter 2542. Ignorant, let him have the 160,000 of primordial stones first, said Shi Qianhan. Really? The graceful woman was reluctant. Humph, it's just temporary. What's there to be worried about? Shi Qianhan sneered. You meant? The graceful woman immediately looked over. Jian Yi has won 5 blood gladiators in a row. We have to give him the 160,000 primordial stones, but I can always find ways to get them back from him. I don't think it's that difficult, said Shi Qian coldly. The graceful woman knew Shi Qianhan had a plan. Third elder, said Shi Qianhan. Yes, responded a gray-robed old man who came in with Shi Qianhan. I'll leave this to you. We have to take back the 160,000 primordial stones no matter what. As for Jian Yi, such a genius who can defeat a member of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is rare. He must be extremely talented. You may first try to recruit him into the Shi clan, and once I've full control over him, he can have the 160,000 primordial stones if he needs it. 160,000 primordial stones are nothing when compared with a genius like him, said Shi Qianhan. What if he disagrees? Asked the gray-robed old man. Bring his body back along with the 160,000 primordial stones. Shi Qianhan's eyes turned cold. I understand. The gray-robed old man nodded and left right away. Seventh elder, you'll wrap things up here. I'll return to the clan and await good news, said Shi Qianhan while glancing at the graceful woman. Yes. The graceful woman nodded. 5 consecutive battles victories. A huge number of spectators bore witness while Jian Wushuang was crowned as the new blood gladiator. This news would no doubt spread throughout the northern Darkstar territory like wildfire. The name Jian Yi would soon be known by every clan in the northern Darkstar territory. Master Jian Yi, these are the primordial stones you've just won. You may count them. The black-robed old man handed an interspatial ring to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took the ring and nodded after scanning through. Jian Wushuang was happy the Shi clan did not try to negotiate and replace primordial stones with treasures of equivalent value. He did not linger in the arena after receiving the primordial stones. Along his way out of the arena, every cultivator who saw Jian Wushuang showed their respect. 2 figures appeared in front of Jian Wushuang before he left the gates. The 2 men. One wore a scarlet armor and the other was in a white robe. Jian Yi, the 3rd Army Commander, Bai Kong, the 8th Commander, Hua Xiong. They introduced themselves first. The army's commanders? Jian Wushuang was surprised. According to Xiao Tiexin, the army's commanders were powerful peak ultimate gods, while their 1,000 subordinates were highly revered and rather powerful in the northern Darkstar territory. The commanders were respectable people that even the northern Darkstar territory's clans had to be polite and dared not offend them. He wondered why the 2 commanders appeared in front of him. Why are you looking for me? Jian Wushuang's expression was calm. We watched your battle with the ancient witch. You are indeed extremely talented. The ancient witch is a super genius from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and is in the same realm as you, yet she was defeated. It took us by surprise. The white-robed commander, Bai Kong, smiled. Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Jian Wushuang quickly scanned through his mind, only to realize he had never heard of them. However, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion must be a very powerful force, judging from both commanders' expressions before him. Otherwise, they would not have such geniuses as the ancient witch. Jian Yi, we won't waste your time. Both of us think that you are extremely talented and have great potential, so we want to invite you to come with us and join the army, said Hua Xiong. Join the army? Jian Wushuang smiled, but then resolutely shook his head. I appreciate both your kindness, but I don't plan to join the army for the time being nor any other clans. You don't want to? Huixiong frowned slightly. Jinny, you have to think about your current situation. You've been targeted by many people, but I will guarantee your safety if you're willing to join the army. No one will dare to meddle with you in the entire northern Darkstar territory, said Bai Kong. He meant what he said and was capable of doing so. The army commander in the northern Darkstar territory only obeyed the commands of the territorial lord. No one else dared to mess up with them in the entire northern Darkstar territory. Jin Wushuang would be safe under their protection, such that even the Shi clan would not find fault with Jin Wushuang. I'm sorry, but I really don't plan to join the army. I'll go now. Jin Wushuang refused and moved to a side while trying to walk past them. Both of these commanders stood there with their faces turning a little ugly. This kid is too ignorant. Don't he know that we are actually saving him? Huixiong was angry. I'm to be blamed for this. I shouldn't have pitted this genius and suggest taking him back to the army to save him. I thought we could grow closer to him, but who would have known that he doesn't even appreciate it? That's all right. He can't blame it on anyone since he wants to die, snorted Huixiong coldly. Both commanders soon left. Jin Wushuang left the gladiatorial arena before both commanders. He took out a token and sent Xiao Tianxin a message once he left. Tianxin, find a place and stay low for now. They'll look for you later, said Jin Wushuang. Why? Could it be that someone from the Shi clan has marked you? Xiao Tianxin immediately replied. Haha, I won 160 primordial stones. Any clan in their right minds won't be willing to give away such a large amount of primordial stones, right? Jin Wushuang smiled. He was very alert when he left the arena and noticed he was being tailed. You must be careful, said Xiao Tianxin. Don't worry, the Shi clan can't do anything to me. I'll entertain them if they want to play. Jin Wushuang was very confident. Chapter 2543. Failure in a magnificent hall inside Shi clan's mansion. Shi Qianhan waited quietly in this hall after returning from the gladiatorial arena. A burly old man with green eyes was also in the hall. This green-eyed old man was a high-level ultimate god in the Shi clan. Elder Yu, you've traveled far. Were there troubles in your journey? Shi Qianhan asked. Thank you for your concern. It's a rather smooth journey, albeit minor troubles when passing through Dark Thunder territory, but those bandits immediately flee after I mentioned our Shi clan. The green-eyed old man smiled. The Shi clan was one of northern Darkstar continent top-tier clans, and considered the second largest force in the entire continent after the territorial lord. They were undoubtedly extremely powerful. Amidst Dark Thunder territory's rampant robberies, even the 18 prefectures had to give the Shi clan some face. The green-eyed old man suddenly asked, By the way, I hear something happened in the gladiatorial arena? Shi Qianhan coldly said, Well, something did happen. A primary-level ultimate god with unknown origins challenged the Blood Gladiators and won. He went wild with his bet and finally took home 160,000 primordial stone. Nonetheless, I've already asked the Third Elder to personally deal with this matter. I'm sure the Third Elder will return soon with the 160,000 primordial stones and that kid's corpse. The green-eyed old man gave an understanding look. At that very moment, Third Elder has returned, reported a Shi clan servant. Haha, he's back. Shi Qianhan happily exclaimed. The Third Elder who Shi Qianhan sent to deal with Jin Wushuang soon walked into the hall. He did not appear to be in a good mood. Third Elder, did you kill Jin Yi? Shi Qianhan immediately asked. The Third Elder took a deep breath and answered with a low tone. I'm incompetent as I've neither killed Jin Yi nor brought back the 160,000 primordial stones. What? Shi Qianhan was shocked and deeply furrowed his brows. He pondered momentarily before asking, He has helpers? Is that why you failed to kill him? No. The Third Elder shook his head. I have 4 high-level ultimate gods while he's alone. Then, why didn't you bring back those primordial stones? Shi Qianhan asked quizzically. We offered Jin Yi to join the Shi clan as per your instructions when we found him, but he refused without hesitation. After that, The 5 of us concurrently attacked him with intentions to kill, and although we managed to suppress him, we couldn't kill him, said the third elder. You couldn't kill him? Shi Qianhan was surprised. The third elder was one of Shi clan's 5 peak ultimate gods. A peak ultimate god joined forces with 4 other high-level ultimate gods, yet was unable to kill a primary level ultimate god? How could this be? Jian Yi is much stronger than what we thought. He had shown only bits and pieces of his actual strength in the arena, while keeping his true powers hidden. In the beginning, I watched from the sideline as the 4 high-level ultimate gods battled against him. He was able to subdue the 4 by himself without giving them a chance to unleash their attacks on him, said Third Elder. He's indeed only a primary level ultimate god, but is comparable to a top-tier high-level ultimate god when his divine power erupted. In addition, his swordsmanship and law understanding are also at the peak ultimate god level. The secret techniques which he executed are also extremely powerful. The third elder recalled Jian Wushuang's secret techniques in the battle earlier. The 1,000-foot-high golden god shadow was mighty with ocean-like golden divine power currents sweeping through, while the huge golden prison could lock up everything within heaven and earth. There was also the golden armor strapped onto his body which enhanced his combat prowess. Not forgetting his myriad of secret techniques. I tried my best and performed my strongest moves, yet was unable to hurt him at all. He probably knew we couldn't do anything to him, so he merely entertained us in the battle. He fought head-on against us for some time before deciding to leave via his enormous divine powers. There's no way we could catch up with him. He could have left much earlier, but deliberately stayed on to make a sport of us before leaving unfazed. The third elder narrated the whole battle ordeal, and even added in some of his assumptions. Shi Qianhan was perplexed after listening to the third elder. How come? How's that possible? He's merely a primary level ultimate god, and you're saying that he deliberately faced a strong lineup consisting of 1 peak ultimate god and 4 high-level ultimate gods before calmly retreating? Shi Qianhan found the truth hard to digest. The green-eyed old man's expression suddenly changed while sitting next to Shi Qianhan. The green-eyed old man asked, Third Elder, what does this Jian look like? What are some of his noticeable traits? Was he using any particular secret techniques? I cannot describe his look well, but I'm sure someone from the gladiator arena would have recorded him using an image token. It'll be easy to find him. He wears a golden robe and appears to be very young. He's exceptionally good with the sword with a high understanding of space-time law. He's also able to concurrently discharge 11 apparitions, said Third Elder. Golden robe, good with the sword, and a high understanding of space-time law. The green-eyed old man murmured and suddenly sprang up from his seat. It's him. Yes, it's him. Elder Yu, do you know him? Shi Qianhan looked at the green-eyed old man. No, I don't personally know him, but I've just heard of him from some of the 18 prefectures bandits when passing through the Dark Thunder territory, said the green-eyed old man. Oh, what's the matter? Shi Qianhan asked. Not long ago, there's a sudden shift among the Dark Thunder territory's 18 prefectures. They're no longer the 18 prefectures, and can currently only be referred to as the 15 prefectures because 3 prefectures had been completely ruined by someone formidable. The green-eyed old man filled in the detail. Chapter 2544. The Golden-Robed Man, 3 prefectures were destroyed? Shi Qianhan and the third elder were surprised. They had only learned about such news. The 3 exterminated prefectures are Demonic Moon, Heaven Poison, and Underworld. Although these 3 were the lowest-ranking prefectures among the 18 prefectures, all of them had a high-level ultimate god and around 10 primary-level ultimate gods under their command chain on top of countless bandits. Nonetheless, not even a single one of those bandits escaped the attack with all of them killed. I hear the man who destroyed the 3 prefectures is a golden-robed man of unknown origins, good with swords, well-versed in space-time law, and also a primary-level ultimate god. Shi Qianhan and third elders were startled by the news. He was dressed in a golden robe, good with the sword, and had a high understanding of space-time law. He was only a primary-level ultimate god. Yet his immense combat powers allowed him to single-handedly exterminate 3 prefectures. The descriptions seemed to fit the person they were after too well. The golden-robed man in the Dark Thunder territory who destroyed 3 prefectures was completely in line with Jian, who appeared in the northern Darkstar continent and took up the Blood Gladiators challenge. They were certain the golden-robed man who destroyed those 3 prefectures was indeed Jian. Elder Yu, what happened after that? The 18 prefectures have always been known to stand together against outsiders. After Jian wiped out 3 of them, won't the other 15 prefectures want to hunt him down and kill him? Shi Qianhan asked. Yes, the other 15 prefectures tried their best to kill him and had indeed found an opportunity. The Luo brothers from Bloodlight Prefecture and the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor managed to find the golden-robed man. However, the Luo brothers were unable to defeat the man even when using their famed fusion attack techniques. Although the Infernal Prefecture governor is much more powerful than the golden-robed man, he too was also unable to kill him and could only watch him leave, said the green-eyed old man. The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor personally made a move but failed to knock that man off? Shi Qianhan and the third elder were stupefied. The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor from Dark Thunder territory was well known throughout the northern Darkstar territory. He was recognized as the first-ranked expert among 18 prefectures in the Dark Thunder territory who was able to perform Sword World, and only a handful of people among peak ultimate gods in the northern Darkstar territory were able to defeat him. Although the Shi clan's third elder was also a peak ultimate god, his strength was inferior to the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor. It was no surprise the third elder failed if even an expert like the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor was unable to catch hold of Jian. Damn it! I thought that Jian is just a slightly talented genius in sword skills. I never expected him to be that good, and that he's been hiding his true strength. Now, I know why he's so confident and dare to take up the Blood Gladiators challenge with a 5,000 primordial stones bet. If I'm a primary level ultimate god who's able to defeat 4 high-level ultimate gods and left the battle scene under the Infernal Heart Governor's nose, they'll certainly challenge the Blood Gladiators. In the end, our intelligence network is too weak and we lacked reliable information. We asked for Jian's background check when he challenged the Blood Gladiators, but no one had informed us of what he did in the Dark Thunder territory. If I've known, I won't so easily let him challenge the Blood Gladiators. Shi Qianhan's face turned pale with anger burning in his eyes as he cursed. Both the green-eyed old man and third elder exchanged looks before the green-eyed old man said, "The Shi clan's intelligence network isn't to be blamed. The Dark Thunder territory incident only happened recently, and the 18 prefectures are unwilling to expose their failures and probably intend to cover up the news. I only found out because a good friend of mine happens to be from the 18 prefectures and told me over some drinks, hence it's normal the Shi clan's intelligence network is unable to find out about him in time." Humph. Shi Qianhan coldly sighed before finally calming down. According to Elder Yu, even the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor was unable to kill him. It doesn't make much sense to regret the outcome and hunt him down since this matter had occurred, and the 160 primordial stones are currently in Jian's hands. In the entire northern Darkstar territory, the territorial lord is probably the only person capable of killing him. It seems impossible for Shi clan to retrieve the 160,000 primordial stones back, so well, just have to suck it up. Shi Qianhan sighed lightly. 160,000 primordial stones were quite a lot for the Shi clan to let go of. Nevertheless, the primordial stones were with Jian Wushuang, and they were incapable of retrieving those stones from him. 160,000 primordial stones aren't going to topple the Shi clan. The crux now is whether hell hate us from the third elder's leveled best failure in attempting to retrieve those primordial stones. He's a very talented genius after all, and the Shi clan's future might turn bleak if we marked him, said the green-eyed old man. Let's see if he dares. Shi Qianhan sternly shouted. We're already willing to take a step back. If he continues insisting on being aggressive and daunting, the Shi clan will pay regardless of the price to get him killed. Shi Qianhan was very confident in the Shi clan's capabilities. Although there were no experts in their clan capable of killing Jian Wushuang, they could always call for help. Even Earth ultimate gods could be made to move with a sufficiently large bounty. He was not too worried about Jian's arrival. The green-eyed old man glanced at the third elder and said nothing. While the Shi clan was still in shock of what Jian Wushuang did, Jian Wushuang reunited with Xiao Tiexin in a secluded void. Jian Yi, have you rid yourself of the Shi clan? Xiao Tiexin asked. He, the Shi clan is willing to spend the effort to hunt me down for those 160,000 primordial stones. They obviously underestimated me and merely sent a peak ultimate god along with 4 high-level ultimate gods to kill me. But their entire entourage has been toyed by me before I left without them noticing. I can only imagine the Shi clan leader being all worked up, sneered Jian Wushuang. You're pretty much safe since you could even escape under the infernal Heart Prefecture governor's nose. There's no way you'd be killed unless they paid a great price to invite several peak ultimate gods and powerful experts by for assistance. I don't think the Shi clan will go to this extent for only 160,000 primordial stones, explained Xiao Tiexin. The Shi clan is sufficiently wealthy that losing 160,000 primordial stones is likely a small matter to them and probably won't take it too seriously. However, these primordial stones are extremely beneficial to me. Chapter 2545 Peak Divine Demon, 160,000 Primordial Stones. Jian Wushuang's eyes instantly lit up. He was only a step away from Peak Divine Demon, and 20 to 30,000 Primordial Stones should be sufficient for his breakthrough. Not only was he able to make a breakthrough into Peak Divine Demon realm with those 160,000 Primordial Stones, but could also accumulate sufficient divine powers for his breakthrough into the Ultimate God realm. Jian Wushuang soon found a secret chamber and began refining those primordial stones. His refinement speed may be terrifying, but refining all 160,000 primordial stones would still require quite some time. It took him 1 month to refine the 90,000 primordial stones he received from the 3 prefectures in the Dark Thunder territory. He needed nearly 2 months to refine the 160,000 primordial stones. In 2 months, Jian Wushuang had completely refined those 160,000 primordial stones and transformed them into his divine powers. It was well within expectation for his breakthrough into the peak divine demon realm on top of also gaining a lot of divine powers. I can almost fight with any average peak ultimate gods before my breakthrough into peak divine demon realm, but now? Jian Wushuang tightly clasped his hands together and felt his elevated strength. My strength isn't much different from an average peak ultimate god once I completely unleash my divine powers. Combining my space-time law understanding and sword skills that aren't any weaker than a peak ultimate gods with several of my secret techniques, I can fight against the average peak ultimate gods. I might even gain an easy win if I encounter weaker peak ultimate gods. His strength had once again greatly increased with his progress from first-class divine demon to peak divine demon. This was only from being a small cultivation realm advancement. His strength would drastically be uplifted if he made another breakthrough to the ultimate god realm. He needed more primordial stones for that to happen. I have 160,000 primordial stones, but only used nearly 30,000 primordial stones for my peak divine demon breakthrough before refining the remaining stones. However, I feel that my current divine power is far from a top-tier peak divine demon. He'll at least need 400,000 primordial stones to advance into the ultimate god realm. For contingency purposes, I'm afraid he'll need more than 500,000 primordial stones. Jian Wushuang smacked his tongue while calculating. 500,000 primordial stones was a lot. He previously looted around 90,000 primordial stones when wiping out 3 of Dark Thunder Territory's prefectures on top of bagging resources and treasures worth about 170,000 primordial stones, but that number was still a far cry from 500,000 primordial stones. He was halfway from his primordial stone target. It would not be easy for him to acquire 500,000 primordial stones with many experts in the northern Darkstar continent. There are many clans in the northern Darkstar continent, with each being extremely wealthy. I'm afraid they're the only ones I could go after for such huge amounts of primordial stones. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Mr. Jian Yi, are you going after those clans? Xiao Tiexin looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Why not? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He was more than qualified to find fault with those clans based on his current strength. It's not impossible, but didn't you mention you won't do anything to those clans unless they come after you? Xiao Tianxin asked suspiciously. I'm not going to kill anyone or go against them. I'm just finding ways to receive some primordial stones from them. I only needed a few 10,000 primordial stones from each clan. I'm sure that amount won't even hurt them and they'll probably accept it, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. Is that so? Xiao Tianxin nodded slightly. Don't you need some sort of reasons or excuses when finding fault with those clans? That's true, but I think it's rather easy to find an excuse. Jian Wushuang smiled mischievously. Inside a very large and seemingly higher-end tavern 3 days later, those who were able to enter and exit the tavern were not weaklings, with many of them coming from decent backgrounds. At the tavern's entrance, a handsome young man in a white robe slowly walked into the tavern while being surrounded by many servants. Several waiters in the tavern immediately greeted him upon his appearance, while many people in the tavern concurrently stood up and greeted him. I haven't seen you for a while, Master Yiming. How have you been? Master Yiming, you managed to come over here amidst your busy schedule. Can I have a drink with you, Master Yiming? The handsome white-robed young man showed a wicked smile upon listening to everyone's voices greeting him before saying, I've to go today, so I won't be here with all of you. Put everything you order in the tavern on my tab. Master Yiming is so generous. He's indeed a son of the Yi clan. Sounds of compliments came from every corner of the tavern. The handsome white-robed young man did not continue chatting with those people, but walked straight to the tavern's second floor instead. In a corner of the tavern, a thin man stood respectfully beside where Jian Wushuang and Xiao Tianxin were seated. There are many clans in the northern Darkstar continent, with each of them being extremely wealthy and cultured. There'll inevitably be a few dead ducks and troublemakers within such huge clans. Yiming is famous within the Yi clan for acting on his whim and fancies because of his strong familial background. His father, a high-level ultimate god, is an elder of the Yi clan. Many people who are bullied by him choose to keep quiet, said Xiao Tianxin. Let's go for him then. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly before glancing at the thin man standing next to him. I'll leave it to you. Sure, master. The thin man knew what Jian Wushuang was going to do and immediately went toward the second floor of the tavern after Yiming. Jian Wushuang and Xiao Tianxin remained seated and quietly drank their wine. After a short while, a sudden crisp sound came from the tavern's second floor, with Yiming's low voice echoed throughout the tavern. Idiot, where are your eyes? How dare you bump into me? Take him down and break his limbs and abolish his cultivation base. Yiming was furious. No, stop. My master is mighty and just downstairs, yelled the thin man. Your master? You're a third-class divine demon. What kind of a master do you have? Your master should stay out of this. Otherwise, I'll break his limbs too. Yiming's raging roar resounded throughout the tavern. Chapter 2546. Demanding an explanation. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly on the tavern's first floor while sipping his drink when he heard Yiming's voice. How arrogant! Of course he is. Xiao Tianxin smiled. Jian Wushuang made a move. He appeared on the tavern's second floor in the blink of an eye, with Yiming's servants had already beaten up the thin man. Jian Yi was unimpressed and emanated a sweep of high-level ultimate god's aura from his body. I heard someone say that he wants to wipe me off. Who's that? Jian Wushuang asked in a cold tone, with his displeased face seemingly covered in frost. Master, you're here. I would have been killed have you not arrived in time. The thin man wailed miserably the moment he saw Jian Wushuang. Are you guys those who want to abolish my disciples' cultivation base and even threaten to do the same to me? Jian Wushuang's cold gaze scanned those people from the Yi clan. Yiming was a little confused and disconcerted. He could sense Jian Wushuang's divine power breath, which was almost similar to his father's, and knew he was facing a high-level ultimate god. Who would have thought the thin man lying on the ground crying miserably had a high-level ultimate god master? The hopeless disciple called a high-level ultimate god his master? That was unbelievable. The servants who were with Yi Ming came back to their senses as one of them reverently said, "Master, we are from the Yi clan, and this is young Master Yi Ming. What just happened is just a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? I heard you were going to maim my disciple and abolish my cultivation base. Are you sure that's just a misunderstanding? Jian Wushuang waved his hand and grabbed Yi Ming, while the winds knocked those servants down to the ground. Young Master Yi Ming. Well, I'm going to demand an explanation from the Yi clan. I want to know just how they're educating their youngsters. Come with me. After that, Jian Wushuang grabbed Yi Ming and dashed out of the tavern. Yi Ming's servants of Yi Ming, as well as those people in the tavern, could not stop Jian Wushuang and merely watched him leave with Yi Ming. The crowd in the tavern became tumultuous after both of them were completely out of sight. Young Master Yi Ming has been arrested. Shit. Quick. Report this to the second elder. Yi clan was a mid-tier clan with a good background among the clans in the northern Darkstar continent. Although they were only a mid-tier clan, they never lacked experts and even had a peak ultimate god. In a magnificent-looking hall, an old man with purple hair was scanning through a piece of information. Suddenly, what? The purple-haired old man was shocked as he sprang up to his feet. Minger is arrested by a high-level ultimate god, and he's on his way here to demand an explanation? How daring! The purple-haired old man was fuming. At that very moment, a powerful high-level ultimate god aura came through the Yi clan mansion's gates. Come out, Yi clan fellows. A violent roar rang within the Yi clan's mansion. He's here. The purple-haired old man looked up with his eyes blazing within the fire of fury. The entire Yi clan was in a commotion as a group of experts almost instantly started gathering around the mansion's gates. Most of those experts were ultimate gods with more than 30 who appeared before Jian Wushuang. The purple-haired old man was among them, making a total of 5 high-level ultimate gods present. However, the Yi clan leader, a peak ultimate god, had yet to come forward. So, this is just a mid-tier clan. Jian Wushuang sighed before waving his hand and throwing Yi Ming toward the Yi clan's people. The purple-haired old man immediately stepped up to help Yi Ming. Yi Ming started yelling upon being freed. "Father! That's him! He caught me and almost killed me. Quick, kill him and avenge me." The purple-haired old man ordered. "Shut up." After a thorough checkup, he noticed the uninjured Yi Ming and was relieved. After that, Jian Wushuang spoke up with his loud and thick voice which echoed throughout the mansion. "Yi clan, I need you to give me an explanation." He was so loud that not only all of Yi clan's people heard him, but also alerted the many cultivators who were not far away. The annoyed Yi clan members wore an ugly expression on their faces. Explanation? The purple-haired old man put Yi Ming aside and looked straight into Jian Wushuang's eyes before coldly shouted, "You caught my son and yet arrogantly came running over here and demanded an explanation. How disrespectful you are. Elders, fight alongside me and take him down. Kill him if he dares resist." Yes. 3 high-level ultimate gods immediately stood up and charged toward Jian Wushuang. They did not see Jian Wushuang as a threat since all of them were at a similar realm level on top of being a 3-against-1 battle. A playful grin lit up Jian Wushuang's features as he moved and drew out 11 apparitions. A majestic sword light cut through the void. The sword light was not only splendid, but also incredibly fast. Before the 3 high-level ultimate gods who stepped up had time to react, the sword light landed on their divine bodies. Hum, hum, hum. The 3 high-level ultimate gods snorted and were prepared to retaliate. "This is just a warning. I won't hesitate to kill if you insist on attacking me," announced Jian Wushuang coldly. Oh, many Yi clan's experts were surprised to hear his threat. Did he just defeated 3 high-level ultimate gods with a flick of his sword? They could see his previous move was purely a warning given to his opponents. Otherwise, those 3 high-level ultimate gods would have been severely wound, or even worse, dead. A high-level ultimate god who was repelled in the first attack solemnly said, "Second elder, he's very powerful." The purple-haired old man squinted his eyes while studying Jian Wushuang before his face suddenly changed as though being reminded of something. Golden robe, good with the sword, and a high space-time law understanding. "Your Excellency, Are you the newly promoted blood gladiator 2 months ago, Mr. Jian-yi? Jian-yi? Everyone in the Yi clan's jaws slacked as they had heard of his name. Jian Wushuang's name spread throughout the northern Darkstar continent after succeeding in the Blood Gladiators Challenge. The Yi clan was of course well informed of such news. Do you know me? Jian Wushuang wore a half-smile. The old man with purple hair gasped, It's you. Chapter 2547 Daylight Robbery. Mr. Jian Yi is a well-known blood gladiator. The Yi clan would have of course heard of you. May I ask how my son offended you? He turns out to be your son, I see. He ordered his servants to maim my apprentice's limbs and abolish his cultivation base in the tavern. That isn't all. Yiming even threatened to do the same to me when my apprentice mentioned me as his master. Well, I'm interested in finding out how the Yi clan is going to make that happen. Jian Wushuang pulled a stern face with sparks of anger radiating from his eyes. His words shocked everyone. Abolish his cultivation base? Abolish the cultivation base of blood gladiator Jian Yi? Did Yi Ming say that? Bastard! What ignorance! The purple-haired old man was fuming and gave his son, Yi Ming, an unforgivable glare. He did not expect Yi Ming to mess with Jian Yi. Jian Yi was a blood gladiator. He must be a genius for Jian Yi to be a blood gladiator. There were also rumors of him defeating a super genius from Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the final round challenge and demonstrated great talent. Most people would love to recruit such a genius and be in his good books. The purple-haired old man was shocked that his very own son had provoked Jian Yi and even threatened to abolish his cultivation base. That was outrageous. It was fortunate that Jian Yi merely demanded an explanation and did not attack Yi Ming. Were it any other man, he would have attacked Yi Ming without further ado. After taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, the purple-haired old man looked into Jian Wushuang's eyes. Your Excellency, it's indeed my son's fault. I regret to say that I've failed as a father. I'm the Yi clan's second elder and also Yi Ming's father. I sincerely would like to apologize and thank you for your mercy. The purple-haired old man was subservient to Jian Wushuang. He desperately wanted to appease Jian Wushuang. Humph, do you think an apology could make up for your son's mistakes? Jian Wushuang snorted. How would you like to settle it? The purple-haired old man frowned. It's simple. We can settle with 100,000 primordial stones, and it'll put the matter at rest. Jian Wushuang cut to the chase. 100,000 primordial stones? All of the Yi clan members present were taken aback and angered. The Yi clan was a mid-tier clan in the northern Darkstar continent and was rather wealthy, but 100,000 primordial stones were still a large sum. Jian Wushuang demanded the Yi clan to pay an exorbitant price for a mistake which was no different from daylight robbery. You're asking for a lot. The purple-haired old man's gaze turned cold. Am I? It's just 100,000 primordial stones. Fortunately, my disciple is fine. Otherwise, I don't think that will be enough. You're Yi clan's second elder, right? I suggest you weigh the consequences of your decisions. Would you rather hand over 100,000 primordial stones or battle with me? Jian Wushuang gave a sardonic laugh with his confidently puffed-up chest. On the other hand, the purple-haired old man looked gloomy. The Yi clan's elders then leaned in for an ad hoc discussion. What should we do? 100,000 primordial stones are just too much. We can't afford to give him. Yes, he's just looting us. The elders were furious. The purple-haired old man waved his hand. Jian Yi is no pushover. He's showing a much stronger strength than an average high-level ultimate gods 2 months ago when he challenged the blood gladiators. After he was declared as a new blood gladiator, he took away 160,000 primordial stones from the Sher clan's arena. I heard the Sher clan wasn't about to let the matter slip, so they sent their third elder and 4 high-level ultimate gods to hunt him down but failed to capture him on top of being unable to retrieve those primordial stones. There's also news that not long ago Jian Yi wiped out 3 of the 18 prefectures in the Dark Thunder territory. The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor was forced to personally take matters into his hand and launched an attack. However, Jian Yi left unscathed. It's obvious he's very difficult to deal with, so if he made another breakthrough and reached the high-level ultimate god realm, his strength will naturally become even stronger. It's to our disadvantage when battling against an extremely powerful person like him. An elder scowled. So what should we do? Are we giving in to his demand of 100,000 primordial stones? Don't worry. I've reported this matter to the clan leader and let him come forth to solve this issue. I'm sure he's the only person who can subdue Jian Yi, said the purple-haired old man. Everyone else nodded in unison. The Yi clan leader was the Yi clan's top-tier peak ultimate god expert. He had chosen to lie low quite some time ago, but would step up and help the Yi clan out of tight spots. Have you decided? Although Jian Wushuang stood alone in front of the Yi clan mansion, he remained calm while facing many of Yi clan's experts. All of a sudden, who's here to cause a scene in front of my Yi clan's mansion? An angry shout thunderously resounded from the void above. An extremely powerful aura emerged shortly after from the deepest part of the Yi clan's mansion. His breath of divine power was much stronger than the many high-level ultimate gods present. A figure slowly came out from the Yi clan's mansion and positioned himself before Jian Wushuang. It was an old man with white hair and a goatee. Although the old man looked weak and infirm, his eyes were dazzling bright like flashes of light. Everyone was in awe. It's the clan leader. You're finally out. The Yi clan members were overjoyed when they saw his arrival. The old man with a goatee was the leader of Yi clan and the clan's only peak ultimate god, Yi Dingshan. A pleasure to meet you. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Jian Yi, a recently appointed blood gladiator, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. Blood gladiator? Yi Dingshan frowned and continued in a loud voice. So what if you're a blood gladiator? You have no position to chuck a tantrum here. Leave. Otherwise, it'll no longer be courteous. Haha, I'm curious what will happen if you're no longer courteous. Jian Wushuang coldly grinned. Chapter 2548. Yi clan leader Yi Dingshan's face sank as his divine power breath erupted and made his move. Rumbling. The sky shook as the overwhelming divine power came down on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly. Yi Dingshan was a genuine peak ultimate god after all, unlike the others, hence his capabilities and powers should not be taken lightly. Jian Wushuang decided to use the 7-star secret technique. Infinite golden divine power converged behind Jian Wushuang and formed a golden god shadow in the blink of an eye. It was majestic, huge, and towered over everything. As Jian Wushuang dived down from the void, his terrifying divine power which erupted shook the earth, revealing strengths no weaker than Yi Dingshan. Holy moly, he's just a high-level ultimate god, but his powers are no less than that of an average peak ultimate god. The Yi clan members were impressed. The two figures were dueling in the void above. Boom! There was a loud noise as space and time seemed to have momentarily shied away. Jian Wushuang's figure dispersed into 11 apparitions. Space-time apparitions? Yi Dingshan grinned as he also made the same move. Hum, 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 hum. He made 13 apparitions, 2 more apparitions than Jian Wushuang. He's also good with space-time law and is even better than me. Jian Wushuang was surprised, but a gush of samsara strength started sweeping through his body. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with hatred. Hate, hate, hate. The feeling of hatred came wave after wave. A hazy swordlight carved a hateful path toward heaven in the void. Humph! Yi Dingshan scoffed and suddenly flung out his right hand, which had condensed endless divine powers. Pop! A clear explosive sound rang. There were visible cracks in the void like glass about to break apart. His divine powers had covered up Jian Wushuang's hateful path toward heaven. Yi Dingshan did not stop and had both hands out. Pop, 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 pop. An incessant crisp explosive noise echoed in the void. Every explosion was accompanied by extremely terrifying strong powers aimed at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang swung his long sword and swept across multiple times with his sword intent, but were parried off by those terrifying powers. Jian Wushuang's face sank and abruptly took a step back. That's enough. Jin Wushuang gave an enigmatic smile and immediately sent out a palm strike. Rumbling. The boundless golden divine power ocean instantly erupted. The golden divine power ocean covered everything and had completely enveloped the void where Yi Dingshan was within a short time, forming an indestructible golden prison. The golden prison had trapped both Jin Wushuang and Yi Dingshan within it, while Yi clan's experts, along with everyone else, were excluded. Everyone in the Yi clan was startled to see the golden prison's emergence. Oh no! The clan leader is trapped within the prison. This prison is so strong and sturdy. I'm afraid that even a peak ultimate god is unable to break out of it. Damn it! It's impermeable. There's no way for me to use soul powers. I don't even know what's happening inside. Will the clan leader be in danger? Don't worry too much. The clan leader is a peak ultimate god after all. Jin Yi is still not his match even with this prison in place. The Yi clan members had confidence in their leader, Yi Dingshan. Jin Wushuang was only a high-level ultimate god after all. Perhaps the clan leader was unable to threaten Jin Yi, but it was also absolutely impossible for Jin Yi to defeat or kill the clan leader. The Yi clan members, along with those many experts from the surrounding area who had been alerted of the incident, waited quietly outside the golden prison. Their wait only lasted for a brief moment. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded as the golden prison opened up and receded. Two figures appeared at the opposite ends of the void after the golden prison melted away. They were none other than Jin Wushuang and Yi Dingshan. A peak ultimate god strength is indeed powerful. I apologize for my arrogance. Jin Wushuang's hearty laughter reverberated between heaven and earth. The Yi clan members and those many cultivators in the surrounding void immediately knew what that meant. Jin Yi was probably disadvantaged or suffered a small defeat. Otherwise, why would he admit being arrogant? He must have known he was no match for Yi Dingshan. The Yi clan members were overjoyed. The clan leader is great. Nonsense. Jin Yi is merely a high-level ultimate god. How could he be compared with the clan leader? He's smart to have acknowledged he was being arrogant. The Yi clan's experts commented. They did not notice Yi Dingshan looked extremely solemn and took a deep look toward Jin Wushuang for some time before saying, "The Yi clan had indeed offended you, and it's normal for one's master to seek justice for his disciple, but 100,000 primordial stones are too much. What about 50,000 primordial stones?" 50,000 primordial stone? The Yi clan's members were shocked. Most people did not understand why Yi Dingshan had taken out 50,000 primordial stones as compensation despite winning. Only a few people along with the purple-haired old man knew that he was just waiting. Haha, I'm just here to seek justice for my disciple, and don't intend to make Yi clan my enemy. The primordial stones are a small matter. If you don't mind, we can go to some other place and talk, said Jin Wushuang with a smile. Yes, please come into the Yi clan mansion, Mr. Jin Yi, said Yi Dingshan. I won't be courteous. Jin Wushuang grinned and went towards the Yi clan's mansion with Yi Dingshan's guidance. Everyone present was at a loss. They wondered what had happened. Why were the two opponents so polite to each other? The clan leader was an arrogant man, and yet he invited Jin Yi into the Yi clan's mansion. Jin Wushuang came out of the mansion half an hour later. You can stop escorting me here. I'm leaving. Jin Wushuang smiled. Safe journeys, Mr. Jin Yi. Do come by and visit us if you have the time. Our Yi clan members will treat you well. Yi Dingshan was being rather humbled and gentle. Haha, sure. Jin Wushuang cupped up his hands as everyone in the Yi clan watched him depart and soon disappeared out of sight. Chapter 2549. The Brazen Jin Yi. After Jin Wushuang left, the Yi clan elders quickly leaned in to learn what happened from the clan leader. The purple-haired old man asked, "What happened in the golden prison?" "What happened? Haha, it's nothing. Jin Yi never wanted to be our enemy, and we naturally don't want to be against him either. If that's the case, why not just make peace?" Yi Dingshan explained and smiled. The purple-haired old man frowned and regretfully said in a low voice, "But 50,000 primordial stones. It's all because of my rebellious son. We wouldn't be in this mess today if he hadn't rubbed Jenny wrongly." "No, Today's incident isn't entirely your son's fault. If I'm not mistaken, Jenny probably is just after primordial stones. He used Yiming as an excuse to get what he wanted. I'm sure he'll come up with something else even if Yiming isn't involved, said Yi Dingshan. Excuse me? The Yi clan members were surprised. He deliberately came to us, flexed his power, and showed us his capabilities before gracefully retreating for those primordial stones. By doing so, we won't be embarrassed and hell get what he wanted as compensation, said Yi Dingshan. He's so brazen, exclaimed the purple-haired old man. He's indeed brazen, or perhaps he badly needed primordial stones and had to use such methods. Experts like him have many ways to get primordial stones after all. Although he blatantly did this to us, it's better than battling it out with him. Moreover, we can afford the 50,000 primordial stones. Just considered it a gift to establish new friendships. After explaining the situation, Yi Dingshan was no longer interested in staying with the Yi clan elders. He turned around before going back to his retreat. The Yi clan's elders and experts agreed with Yi Dingshan. However, they had no idea there was an undisclosed reason why Yi Dingshan agreed to give Jian Wushuang the 50,000 primordial stones and acted so politely toward him. It was because Jian Wushuang gave him face and also saved the Yi clan's dignity. No one was able to see what happened earlier in the Golden Prison, where he dueled with Jian Wushuang. Once the Golden Prison disappeared, Jian Wushuang openly lauded his capabilities so that everyone thought Jian Wushuang had lost the battle. However, it was Yi Dingshan who was disadvantaged inside the Golden Prison. The moment they were trapped in the Golden Prison, a golden armor appeared on Jian Wushuang's body, which amplified his overall strength by nearly 3 times. Coupled with his outstanding sword skills, Jian Wushuang had Yi Dingshan completely under his control. Yi Dingshan knew he was going to be defeated for sure. Who would have thought Jian Wushuang removed the Golden Prison and declared his defeat in front of everyone to save Yi Dingshan's face? Yi Dingshan was fast-witted and instantly knew what Jian Wushuang was up to. Thereafter, he chose to go along with Jian Wushuang and save himself along with the Yi clan from being embarrassed. As for those 50,000 primordial stones, they were nothing compared to his and the Yi clan's dignity. Jian Wushuang reunited with Xiao Tiexin in the tavern. What happened? Xiao Tiexin asked. Jian Wushuang triumphantly said, I've got 50,000 primordial stones in hand. 50,000? Xiao Tiexin's eyes lit up. They agreed? Well, they had no choice. Jian Wushuang grinned. Jian Wushuang may have openly admitted his defeat, but what happened in the Golden Prison was him badly beating Yi Dingshan up. Yi Dingshan knew Jian Wushuang's capabilities. Besides, Jian Wushuang was only asking for 50,000 primordial stones, which the Yi clan could still afford. Although Yi Dingshan is a peak ultimate god, he's probably of a lower-ranked level. I'm unable to compete with him without the 9 Sparkle Star armor, but he didn't stand a chance once I used the armor. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. This interspatial ring is for you. Jian Wushuang threw a ring to the thin man beside him. This thin man was the one who earlier acted as Jian Wushuang's disciple. His eyes lit up with joy after taking the interspatial ring and peered into it. Thank you, Master. This is my message token. Please contact me if you need me for anything in the future. The thin man left after putting down his message token. Why do you let him go now? Aren't you going to find fault with other clans? Xiao Tiexin looked over quizzically. Never repeat the same trick twice. It'll be dubious if I repeated the same thing. Besides, I can come up with lots of excuses for my next target. Jian Wushuang smiled mischievously. By the way, which clan should I target next? The Jiang clan is a mid-tier clan whose strength is similar to the Yi clan. Although the Jiang clan leader is slightly stronger than Yi Dingshan, it's not by much, said Xiao Yixin. Let's go for Jiang clan then. Jian Wushuang chuckled. He went with Xiao Tiexin to nettle with the Jiang clan soon after. In the Shi clan's grand hall, Shi Qianhan, the Shi clan leader, was discussing some matters with several elders. Suddenly, an old man in black walked in. I've just got the news that Jian Yi received 50,000 primordial stones from the Hua clan, said the old man in black. Jian Yi made his move. Shi Qianhan smiled coldly when he got the news. He went to the Yi clan first, followed by the Jiang clan, and made up excuses to extort primordial stones from both of them. What excuse did he make up for the Hua clan? The old man in black said, his excuse is so ridiculous. Jianni went to the Hua clan and claimed that Hua Yiming tried to kill him many years ago, and he's here to seek revenge. Hua Yiming? Who's that? Shi Qianhan asked. He's a primary level ultimate god from the Hua clan who was killed in a battle a few hundred years ago, said the old man in black. A Shi clan elder exclaimed, oh my! He even used a dead person as an excuse. Why is he so brazen? Indeed, he's quite shameless to have done that. There is no way to seek clarification when a person is dead after all. He can claim whatever he wants, yet the Hua clan is unable to refute him. In the end, the Hua clan has no choice but to give him 50,000 primordial stones to settle the issue. He's also being rather thoughtful and didn't cause a scene at the Hua clan's mansion, said the old man in black. Chapter 2550. Lavish gifts, that's a smart move. Shi Qianhan coldly sneered. Although he went to those clans to find fault with ridiculous excuses, he didn't ruin their relationship or offend them. On the contrary, he tried his best to protect their dignity while leaving them no choice but to go along with him. It's a shame he uses such methods, but his strength is undeniable. Yes, I can see that the clan experts were laughing when Jianni left with no signs of any displeasure, said the old man in black. That's true. He probably needs a lot of primordial stones. Otherwise, he won't use such despicable and self-degrading means. Those clans are also well aware of this and are willing to give away those primordial stones since the amount he asked for isn't too much and rather give in to him, said Shi Qianhan. Will Jianni come after us if that's the case? We did have some issues with him earlier, said the old man in black. How dare him? Shi Qianhan's voice turned cold. Unless he has gone crazy, he won't dare to target the Shi clan. That was true. Jian Wushuang only targeted some of the relatively weaker mid-tier clans. He would definitely want to stay away from those prominent and powerful clans like the Shi clan or Wu clan. After going to a few more clans, news started to spread and some mid-tier clans took the initiative to send Jian Wushuang primordial stones. Mr. Jian Yi, the Han clan have just sent you 10,000 primordial stones on top of some other cultivation resources and treasures. Xiao Tiexin handed an interspatial ring to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang rubbed his forehead with a rather strange expression and darted a look toward the table next to him, which had no less than 10 interspatial rings. He did not expect that after going to 3 clans, the other northern Darkstar continent clans voluntarily made their ways and proffered him gifts. It seemed that those clans had communicated with each other and came to a consensus to send him rather generous gifts. Those gifts ranged from between 7,000 to 8,000 primordial stones, while some went up to 10,000 and 20,000 primordial stones. He had received around 140,000 primordial stones from those clans in addition to the 50,000 primordial stones each from the Yi, Jiang, and Hua clans. He had accumulated a total of 290,000 primordial stones on hand. 290,000 were a huge number of primordial stones, but Jian Wushuang was still unsatisfied. He needed at least 500,000 primordial stones for his breakthrough to the ultimate god realm, and still had 200,000 more to go. What those clans were doing made it difficult for him to continue his primordial stones milking plan. Those clans probably knew he needed primordial stones, and took the initiative to give him after all. Therefore, they had given him quite a fair bit of primordial stones. No matter how brazen Jian Wushuang was, it made no sense to find fault with those clans who extended an olive branch out to him. Now, I can't continue doing what I was doing, but there are only 290,000 primordial stones, which is a far cry from what I need. What should I do now? Shall I go for the 3 top-tier clans? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes as he pondered. Those who presented him gifts were small and medium clans. On the other hand, the 3 top-tier clans had been rather quiet. Jian Wushuang could no longer go to the small and middle clans, hence he turned his attention to the 3 top-tier clans. However, the top-tier clans were difficult to handle. Each of the 3 top-tier clans in the northern Darkstar continent has 4 to 5 peak ultimate gods, with each no less powerful than the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor. They might shun me if I visit them on my own. Jian Wushuang brushed his nose as he carefully considered his next course of action. While Jian Wushuang was pondering, a thick voice suddenly rang. Is Mr. Jian in? Jian Wushuang raised his head. Xiao Tianxin went out to check and returned after a while. Mr. Jian Yi, someone from the Situ clan is here, announced Xiao Tianxin. Situ clan? Jian Wushuang was surprised. The Shi clan, Wu clan, and Situ clan were the three top-tier clans in the northern Darkstar continent. The Situ clan was the weakest among them. The Shi clan and Wu clan had not done anything, but the Situ clan took the initiative and approached him. Please bring him in, ordered Jian Wushuang. Xiao Tianxin soon led a middle-aged man wearing a loose and long robe to Jian Wushuang's location. The middle-aged man was gentle and polite. He bowed to Jian Wushuang with great humility and introduced himself upon seeing Jian Wushuang. I'm the Situ clan leader, Situ Yuan. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Jian Yi. Are you the Situ clan leader? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. The middle-aged man before him was obviously a high-level ultimate god, yet he was the Situ clan leader? He even bowed to Jian Wushuang while bearing such a noble identity? You're so polite and humble. Please have a seat. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Situ Yuan immediately took a seat. I wonder what brings you here today? Jian Wushuang asked. Situ Yuan said, I'm here today to be your friend, Mr. Jian Yi. I know you visited the Yi clan, Zhang clan, and Hua clan some time ago before asking them for a lot of primordial stones. Are you in urgent need of primordial stones? Yes, you're right. I urgently need a large number of primordial stones. Jian Wushuang nodded. Situ Yuan smiled faintly and immediately withdrew an interspatial ring. There are 100,000 primordial stones in this interspatial ring. I hope it'll be helpful to you, Mr. Jian Yi. Situ Yuan handed Jian Wushuang the interspatial ring. 100,000 primordial stones? Jian Wushuang was impressed. Xiao Tianxin was also shocked to hear that. The other small and medium clans could only offer 10,000 to 20,000 primordial stones at most, while the Situ clan straightforwardly offered 100,000 primordial stones. It was such a lavish gift. I'm concerned. Jian Wushuang smiled but did not accept the interspatial ring. Mr. Jian Yi, what's on your mind? Situ Yuan was humble and patient. Chapter 2551. Situ Clan. Indeed, I've recently been seeking opportunities to gain primordial stones from those clans. I admit I've been using some lame excuses to do so. However, no matter how powerful I am, I won't be coming after the Situ clan, so you should not need to be bothered by this at all. The Shi clan and Wu clan are unfazed by my actions, so why did you even make the effort to seek me out? Jian Wushuang curiously asked. I'll be frank with you. Situ Yuan was momentarily silent before slowly continued. Although the Situ clan is one of the three top-tier clans in the northern Darkstar continent, we just appeared glamorous on the outside, but are actually in a deadlock with them. We're not as wealthy as the Shi clan and Wu clan. Most importantly, we don't have an Earth Ultimate God to manage the clan. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. I know of this. He heard about the Situ clan situation from Xiao Tianxin. There would have been 4 top-tier clans if the Xiao clan was not exterminated in the northern Darkstar continent. These 4 top-tier clans were managed by the Earth Ultimate Gods, but unfortunately, the Xiao clan and Situ clan's Earth Ultimate Gods were long dead. On the other hand, the Earth Ultimate Gods of the Shi and Wu clan were still alive. Although the overall Situ clan isn't weak, we aren't that strong either. This is unlike the fearless Shi and Wu clan even when facing the territorial lord. They remained respectful but were never intimidated, and with their Earth Ultimate God still alive, the territorial lord is hesitant to go against them and would only pass on a light punishment even if they had done something wrong. The Situ clan don't enjoy such similar treatments. Situ Yuan sighed before continuing, Mr. Jian has been here for a while. I'm sure you've heard about the Xiao clan, right? The Xiao clan? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Xiao Tianxin, who was standing next to Jian Wushuang, was not as composed. The Xiao clan situation was the same as the Situ clan. They had a strong foundation and an extraordinary background, but lacked an Earth ultimate god protector. Hence, the territorial lord didn't need to be mindful of accidentally irritating them. Although the Shao clan was sufficiently cautious to rarely provoke the territorial lord, I noticed his interest in the Shao clan's assets, and thus the territorial lord started maliciously making plans against the Shao clan. He has been holding back quite well until one day when the Shao clan obtained an extraordinary heavenly treasure. The territorial lord could no longer endure and ended up exterminating the Shao clan, who were unable to resist. The Shao clan and Situ clan practically lived in each other's shoes. We're no better off compared to them, and there's a high possibility the territorial lord will do the same to us, said Situ Yuan. Jin Wushuang understood. He understood Situ Yuan's worries. It was wise of the Situ clan to stay on guard and be prepared for the worst. Clan leader, I understand what you're trying to say. The territorial lord has no intentions to launch an attack on your clan from the way I see it. Even if he did, I won't be of much help. Why waste these primordial stones on me? Jin Wushuang asked. Mr. Jin Yi, you've misunderstood my intentions. Situ Yuan smiled faintly. I don't expect protection from you when the Situ clan is in trouble. What we want is just to befriend you. We've been doing that with many parties in the northern Darkstar continent. Many experts in the northern Darkstar continent, including 2 official army commanders, have received gifts from the Situ clan. We do this not because we're expecting protection in return, but to create an impression of having many allies. After these people received Situ clan's gifts, they became more easygoing and fostered a bond with us. If the territorial lord attacks us, he has to be mindful of our allies. If the territorial lord decides to take action on us, well, also probably end up like the Shao clan. Although we're not expecting our friends to avenge us, we hope they'll at least be disgusted by the territorial lord's unscrupulous actions. That's the impression we want to build. Though it might seem like much, we're still willing to do our best. I understand. Jin Wushuang nodded after Situ Yuan finished speaking. By doing so, the Situ clan will seem to have made many friends, while causing the territorial lord to hesitate when dealing with the Situ clan. Yes, the Shao clan had also done this, but weren't as generous and persistent as us, said Situ Yuan. Jin Wushuang was processing all the information provided to him. The Situ clan had forked out 100,000 primordial stones just to befriend him. The Shao clan leader probably had not done the same. Is Mr. Jin Yi willing to accept Situ clan's gift? Situ Yuan smiled. They'll take it, of course. Jin Wushuang smiled. I won't decline such good intentions. Jin Wushuang took the interspatial ring without hesitation. The reason he needed so many primordial stones was for his ultimate god real breakthrough to then challenge the territorial lord and take over his position. Once he succeeded, the Situ clan's current plans would come to fruition. By the way, could I ask you for a favor if you don't mind, clan leader? Jin Wushuang suddenly asked. Mr. Jin Yi, please tell me what your desires are. Situ Yuan was very humble. Jin Wushuang explained, I urgently need more primordial stones. What you've sent me is still not enough. I have plenty of resources taken from the Dark Thunder territory. Its estimated value is approximately 170,000 primordial stones. In addition to the gifts given by those many clans in the past few days, the treasures I've accumulated should be worth more than 200,000 primordial stones. I wonder if the clan leader could figure out a way to exchange these resources into primordial stones. Chapter 2552. Forming alliances. Jian Wushuang needed primordial stones to accumulate divine powers for his cultivation. The cultivation resources and certain treasures were of great value. However, those were not useful to him at all. Did you just say you have resources and treasures worth more than 200,000 primordial stones? The head of Situ clan pondered for a moment before speaking. Mr. Jin Yi, I don't think there are any stores in the northern Darkstar continent who can afford to trade these treasures with you. Even if we distribute them into batches between many stores, I don't think it'll be of much help. The stores have their own supply channels, and it'd be impossible for them to acquire such a large volume of resources from you in one go. However, If Mr. Jianyi finds the Situ clan trustworthy, you can hand over these resources and treasures to me. They'll find a way to turn them into primordial stones as soon as possible, suggested Situ Yuan. How long do you think it'll take for you to do that? Jian Wushuang asked. Situ Yuan put out one finger. 1 year. The Situ clan can definitely sell more than half of these resources and treasures within a year. Once that's done, there definitely won't be much left, so the Situ clan should be able to exchange the rest into primordial stones from our own treasury. A year? Jian Wushuang nodded. He had lived for nearly 100,000 years in his previous life, and due to different world constraints and environments, he spent around several tens to hundreds of years traveling. Although he had only been around for more than 20 years in his current life, he did not mind spending 1 year collecting primordial stones. If that's the case, I'll give my thanks to the Situ clan in advance. Jian Wushuang flipped his hand and took out an interspatial ring. It contained many resources and treasures he obtained from the Dark Thunder Territory's 3 prefectures together with the other clans' gifts he recently received. Situ Yuan briefly glanced into it and nodded after taking the ring. Situ Yuan then took out a message token and gave it to Jian Wushuang. Mr. Jian, this is my message token. If you need any help in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. They'll also keep you informed about the progress of selling these resources and treasures. Jian Wushuang took the message token and gave it to Xiao Tiexin, who was next to him. Situ Yuan frowned and asked, Mr. Jian, could you introduce me to your companion? Clan leader, Shiner is my younger sister. You can look for her if you need to keep in touch, as I might be in seclusion and won't be reachable at times, explained Jian Wushuang. I see. Situ Yuan nodded. I'll make a move then. Sure. Shiner, can you send the clan leader off? Jian Wushuang asked. Sure. Xiao Tiexin seemed to have accepted her identity as Jian Wushuang's younger sister, Shiner. She nodded and escorted Situ Yuan to the door. Jian Wushuang let out a long sigh after Situ Yuan left. What perfect timing for Situ Yuan to come. Jian Wushuang was pleased. His hands were tied after those clans took the initiative in sending him gifts and could no longer go after them with his lame excuses for primordial stones. He was worried about how he would get more primordial stones until Situ Yuan extended an olive branch. Jian Wushuang was given 100,000 primordial stones on top of obtaining a clan's help to oversee the sale of resources and treasures he had on hand. I have 390,000 primordial stones now, and might have at least 600,000 primordial stones when the Situ clan manages to liquidate all my resources and treasures. That'll be more than enough for my breakthrough to the ultimate god realm. Jian Wushuang excitedly rubbed his hands. 1 year. It's for only 1 year. They'll keep a low profile during this year and stop going after these clans. Otherwise, my good reputation will be tarnished. Jian Wushuang rubbed his nose. It was despicable for him to chase after those clans, and he had to stop before being shunned by them. He was relieved the moment he found a way to achieve his goals. Tiexin, called Jian Wushuang. Didn't Mr. Jian previously called me Shiner? Why are you calling me Tiexin now? Xiao Tiexin teased. Well, I couldn't have addressed you as Tiexin before the clan leader. What if he figured out your actual identity? Jian Wushuang said. That's a cause for concern. Xiao Tiexin agreed. Tiexin, you're from the Xiao clan, so you probably know best about the situation back then. Are the clan leader's words true? Jian Wushuang asked. It's true. Xiao Tiexin nodded. Among the 4 top-tier clans in the northern Darkstar continent, the Xiao clan and Situ clan have always been in bad shape. We use various methods to forge alliances with many experts. However, the Situ clan is obviously doing a better job at it. In addition, the Situ clan didn't have the stately painting. It was that heavenly treasure that tempted the territorial lord to wipe us out. Although the Situ clan is still around, they're walking on thin ice just to preserve themselves. They wouldn't be at such risk if the Situ clan is just a mid-tier clan. Jian Wushuang understood what she meant. Situ Yuan is indeed sincere if that's the case. They'll be indebted to the Situ clan if they help me obtain plenty of primordial stones through proper sales management of my resources and treasures. They'll surely take good care of them when I replace the territorial lord in the future. Jian Wushuang smiled. I'm afraid he'd be over the moon if the clan leader is aware of your true capabilities and plans. It's a big win for the Situ clan if he managed to build such a great relationship with you based on only 100,000 primordial stones and favor from their clan, Xiao Tiexin murmured inside. Had the Xiao clan been as bold and persistent previously and made great efforts to forge alliances with powerful experts, perhaps we might have been spared from the attack. Jin Wushuang glanced at Xiao Tiexin and shook his head. Jin Wushuang announced sometime later, I'm planning to head toward my secret chamber for my closed-door cultivation. Don't disturb me if there isn't anything urgent. Chapter 2553. Seclusion inside a secret chamber. Jin Wushuang sat cross-legged with an unfurled scroll floating in front of him. It was none other than the Fengtian scroll. I've currently reached a regular peak divine demon level regardless of my space-time law, transmigration law, or the sword principle's understanding. However, I'm still quite a distance away from becoming an Earth ultimate god. Despite the Situ clan providing me with enough primordial stones a year later, I'm afraid I won't be confident enough to defeat the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord even after making a breakthrough to the ultimate god realm from refining and absorbing those stones. An immense increase to my overall abilities is insufficient so long my laws and sword principles understanding isn't up to par. Jin Wushuang knew very well that even if he had made a breakthrough from peak divine demon to a primary stage ultimate god, it would only reinforce his divine powers and perhaps his secret techniques as well at most. A cultivator's divine power was not a true reflection of their abilities. Laws and principles understanding, secret techniques, self-creation masterstroke and tactics, and many other factors were also crucial elements which would decide one's capabilities. He unquestionably held an advantage against the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord when it came to secret techniques. However, he was still a far cry away in respect to his other abilities. This was especially true for his sword principles. He was in the complete sword principle realm as of then, and would be able to develop his sword world with further progress. Opening up his sword world would be a huge push for his abilities. Jin Wushuang had the first-hand experience of the Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor's sword world followed by the Ancient Witch's spear world. His abilities were greatly limited when he came under the oppression of principal worlds. The Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord was an Earth ultimate god and had probably also developed his principal world. Jin Wushuang would have to open up his sword world to stand a chance of defeating him. Not only do I have to open up a sword world, but I'll also have to upgrade my space-time and transmigration laws understanding. I'll also have to think about establishing my master strokes. Well, they'll just do it step by step. Jin Wushuang was in no hurry as it mattered not if he could not achieve much within a year, since he could just continue his studies. Jin Wushuang very soon began his studies with the assistance of Fengtian Scroll's Cosmic Mysteries. He was born with high comprehension skills, and his progress was incredibly swift with the help of the Fengtian Scroll. The Northern Darkstar Territory clans were relieved following Jin Wushuang's closed-door seclusion. They were worried that Jin Yi would continue looking for trouble with them after accepting their gifts like what he did with the Yi, Jiang, and Hua clan. However, it seemed that Jin Yi still had some self-respect. The Northern Darkstar territory finally returned to its usual peacefulness since Jin Yi did not take any further actions and the incident gradually died down. Time ticked by slowly and 3 months passed in a flash. In the void furthest from the Northern Darkstar continent, whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared. It was a middle-aged man dressed in green. Everything else about him was normal other than his face looked stern while carrying a battle blade on his back. The Northern Darkstar continent. I'm back. Pei Qi has finally returned to the Northern Darkstar continent after 40,000 years. Haha. He let out a burst of maniacal laughter that resonated with heaven and earth like a huge wave that echoed between them for some time. The middle-aged man's laughter gradually dissipated as his facial features began to relax after some time. San Shouwang, you probably never thought I'll return one day, right? The man's voice was cold. You killed my parents, annihilated the entire Pei clan, and chased me out of Northern Darkstar territory 40,000 years ago. I was extremely humiliated and had to tiptoe between life and death for 40,000 years. I've finally reached the same power level as you. I'm currently the strongest possible version of myself since I've peaked out my abilities in every aspect with no room for further progress. They'll kill you this time. The green-clad middle-aged man arrived at a group of extremely huge barracks, along with his bottomless hatred and rage. These barracks were the official army barracks. These barracks were extremely vast and towering, as it was the strongest official army in the northern Darkstar territory, and also the strongest power under the territorial lord's control. A few soldiers stood like statues at the barracks entrance. A man walked toward the barracks gate, which the soldiers immediately stopped when they saw him approaching. One of the soldiers growled, "Stop, this is the official army barracks. Trespassers will be killed without mercy." The middle-aged man gradually stopped and raised his head to look at the soldiers before emotionlessly saying, "I'm here for a challenge." The soldier frowned. "A challenge? What kind of challenge?" The middle-aged man did not say another word as a terrifying divine power aura suddenly burst out of his body. The divine power aura was suffocatingly strong as it swept in every direction and caused a violent gust of wind to blow everywhere within the void. The few soldiers who were blocking the middle-aged man instantly turned pale as their legs trembled underneath that man's aura. His terrifying divine power aura even swept toward the barracks insides. There were countless experts within the official army, with ultimate gods alone totaling to at least 1,000. During that moment, many soldiers in the barracks, including squad and platoon captains who were at primary stage and advanced stage ultimate gods, instantly felt the aura and were extremely stunned. There were 5 commanders within the barracks, and even the 5 peak ultimate god commanders were also incredibly surprised. That aura belongs to an Earth ultimate god. This Earth ultimate god's divine power aura isn't His Excellency, the territorial lords. Who is it from? The aura is being projected from outside the barracks. Let's quickly head there right now. The entire official army barracks descended into a stir. In just a short moment, a large number of official army soldiers, including the commanders and captains, appeared at the barracks entrance. Many pairs of eyes gazed surprisingly at the green-clad middle-aged man. At the same moment, the middle-aged man directly looked back at those soldiers before him. The green-clad middle-aged man's mouth emotionlessly spat out, "I want to challenge the territorial lord." The commanders shuddered. They already suspected his reason being here was to challenge the territorial lord. However, he would have to pass certain basic tests to certify that he was sufficiently qualified and capable to challenge the territorial lord. The tests were very quickly held and settled within the barracks. The green-clad middle-aged man, of course, easily passed all the tests and was deemed qualified to challenge the territorial lord. "Go and tell your territorial lord you'll be meeting him in the combat ring 10 days from now. The victor will be the last one standing." He immediately left after leaving behind his message. Chapter 2554. Challenging the territorial lord in the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang sunk deeply into his studies. The mystical cosmic mysteries within the Fengtian scroll immensely helped Jian Wushuang. In a short 3-month period, he had made plenty of progress. However, at that moment, "Mr. Jian Yi." Xiao Taixin's voice transmitted from outside the secret chamber. She had to use a tiny bit of divine power to breach Jian Wushuang's restrictive shield. Jian Wushuang's studies were immediately interrupted as he instantly woke up, opened his eyes, and frowned. "It's only been 3 months. The Situ clan needs more time. What made Tiexin decide to look for me with such urgency?" He exited the secret chamber feeling puzzled. Jian Wushuang saw Xiao Tiexin outside the chamber. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Jian Yi." Xiao Tiexin bowed slightly at Jian Wushuang. "What happened, Tiexin?" Jian Wushuang asked. Xiao Tiexin carefully spoke. "Something of utmost importance has occurred. Someone's challenging the territorial lord." "Oh." Jian Wushuang's curiosity was piqued. Challenging the territorial lord. As a Star Territories lord, The territorial lord was in control of a powerful official army which made him the territory's absolute warlord. However, a territorial lord's position was obtained through power. This meant that as long as one was capable enough, they could challenge the incumbent territorial lord. The Northern Darkstar territorial lord was really powerful. However, there had been 3 Earth ultimate gods who challenged him ever since he rose into that position, and all of them were defeated with 2 being killed on the spot by him. Due to that reason, no one truly dared to challenge the Northern Darkstar territorial lord. Even those newly ascended Earth ultimate gods within the Northern Darkstar territory would normally choose to leave the territory and seek their paths in other territories. Who was so fearless to challenge the Northern Darkstar territorial lord? Who's the challenger? Jian Wushuang asked. I don't know. Xiao Tiexin shook her head. I only know he's an Earth ultimate god who easily passed all the official army's tests and fulfilled those criteria to challenge the territorial lord. Besides that, no one knows anything about him. He left behind a message after passing the tests saying that he would meet the Northern Darkstar territorial lord in the combat ring, and only one of them will survive. He wants to determine the winner through a death match? Jian Wushuang's pupils contracted. Did the territorial lord answer his challenge? Not only did he answer, but their battle will commence in 3 days. That's why I came looking for you. It's a battle between 2 Earth ultimate gods after all, and the Northern Darkstar territorial lord personally accepted the challenge. I thought you'd be interested in watching the fight, said Xiao Tiexin. Am indeed very interested in watching these two's fight. Jian Wushuang firmly nodded. Earth ultimate gods. Jian Wushuang had not seen an Earth ultimate god experts fight before and had no idea how strong their battle prowess would be. In addition, it would be a fight with the Northern Darkstar territorial lord. The biggest reason Jian Wushuang stayed at Northern Darkstar territory was to challenge him to obtain the territorial lord's position on top of his most precious treasure, the stately painting. However, he knew nothing of the Northern Darkstar territorial lord's true abilities. How could he miss such a perfect opportunity with an Earth ultimate god's arrival to challenge the territorial lord? 3 days later? Jian Wushuang was really looking forward to it. 3 days quickly passed. The combat ring was a boundless battlefield. In such a ring, even a heaven ultimate god and grand ultimate god could freely move around without worries and fight, not to mention Earth ultimate gods. As long as there was a highly anticipated duel within the Northern Darkstar continent, it would be hosted at the combat ring. At that moment, countless people gathered together in the void around the combat ring. There were a few million people present. The outcome was inevitable, as a territorial lord's challenge was a rare event that could only be witnessed every several 10,000 years. As soon as word got out, countless cultivators and clans from all over were excited by the news. Naturally, this meant there was no end to the number of cultivators who came to witness the battle. The Northern Darkstar continent's clans, the top 3 Shi, Wu, and Situ clan. The small and medium-sized clans had many clan members who joined in to watch. There were plenty of experts around. Other than that, the official army deployed almost all their personnel as well to tightly surround the entire combat ring, and also set up a restrictive shield to prevent people from running into the ring while those 2 Earth ultimate gods were battling. This was to ensure no unforeseen circumstances would happen. Under the 10 commanders' leadership, the official army kept the crowd in order with nobody having the nerves to create any troubles. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jian Wushuang and Xiao Tiexin were gliding over from afar before being stunned by the crowd surrounding them upon their arrival at the void next to the combat ring. That's a lot of people. Xiao Tiexin could not resist exclaiming. However, Jian Wushuang was very calm. In his past life, he had seen plenty of grander sights. There are so many people that we can't even find a closer place to observe the battle. What should we do? Xiao Tiexin frowned. Didn't you keep clan leader Sidus' message token? You can send him a message and ask for 2 seats, said Jian Wushuang. Ah, that's true. Xiao Tiexin immediately took out the message token. The Situ clan very soon sent an expert over who led Jian Wushuang and Xiao Tiexin to the void where the remaining Situ clan's experts were located. The Situ clan was a top-tier clan, and the place they were watching the battle was without a doubt one of the closest to the combat ring, allowing them to witness everything happening in the battle. Haha. I haven't seen Mr. Jian for 3 months. You haven't changed the slightest. Situ Yuan stood up and welcomed Jian Wushuang upon seeing his arrival. Many Situ clan's experts also stood up and acted humbly toward him. Although Jian Wushuang was a high-level ultimate god, everyone knew he was equipped with a peak ultimate god's battle prowess and possessed great potential. Nobody dared to cross an expert like him. Clan leader Situ, you're really too kind. Jian Wushuang returned the courtesy. Mr. Jian, please sit here. Situ Yuan waved his hand, and a towering chair appeared next to him. Jian Wushuang did not even hesitate to sit down. Many cultivators around them were perplexed upon seeing the sight before them. Who's that young man? How can he's positioning himself at the same level as the Situ clan leader? I have no idea, but he's not an ordinary person if the Situ clan treated him as such. I know this guy. His name's Jian, the recently emerged blood gladiator in the northern Darkstar continent. He became a blood gladiator at the early stage ultimate god realm. A blood gladiator? Everybody around suddenly realized who he was the moment his name was mentioned. Chapter 2555, Pei Qi and San Shouwang. I heard that Mr. Jian sought trouble from quite a few clans and forced them to provide him with a lot of primordial stones. I've heard about that too. Moreover, I heard his tactics aren't so honorable. The world respects ability above all else. What's this honorable nonsense? The void was filled with discussions, with some even heard by Jian Wushuang, but he ignored them. At that moment, his eyes were focused on the center of the combat ring, toward the motionless green-clad middle-aged man, standing with a battle blade on his back with his cold expression. Is he the Earth Ultimate God who challenged the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord? Jian Wushuang squinted slightly. Although there was a certain distance on top of a restrictive shield layer between them, Jian Wushuang could still feel an incredible amount of pressure from the green-clad middle-aged man. His pressure was many times stronger than the infernal Heart Prefecture governors who had opened up a sword world. So this is an Earth Ultimate God? Jian Wushuang started looking forward to the battle. The various clans and countless cultivators were all quietly waiting. They did not wait long as, boom, a huge wave of divine power suddenly swept open, a figure gradually emerging from the distant void. It was a big man who was clad in beast skin. His skin was dark while his face and arms were hairy, just like a brown bear. A violent aura was covering every inch of his being. His far above peak ultimate god's immense divine power aura had already recklessly pressed forward before his physical Bodhis arrival. The divine power aura pressed against the entire combat ring, including the countless audiences around it. Every cultivator who was below the ultimate god realm turned pale and trembling under the repression. Some of them could not even stand still and immediately crouched or knelt. Among those ultimate gods, primary-level ultimate gods were trembling, while high-level ultimate gods held on better with only their faces turned slightly pale. Only peak ultimate gods could more or less withstand the divine power aura's repression, but even they showed a solemn expression. Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord. It's His Excellency the Territorial Lord. He's here. So he is the undisputed first-ranked expert of the Northern Darkstar Territory. Countless eyes looked on with utmost respect and fear at the bear-like man who slowly walked over. Jian Wushuang squinted when he stared at him. The latter's aura of chaos and violence even made him slightly fearful. As for Xiao Tiexin, who was next to Jian Wushuang, her body began to tremble when she saw the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord's appearance. She did not tremble because of his divine power aura, but from her immense hatred. An absolute hatred. Tiexin. Jian Wushuang slightly gazed at Xiao Tiexin. Xiao Tiexin paused and forced herself to immediately calm down. They were after all right there under the Territorial Lord's nose, not to mention the many surrounding people and experts. Xiao Tiexin's hatred would be easily detected if she was being too obvious. At that moment, the bear-like man had appeared standing right in front of the green-clad middle-aged man in the combat ring. The green-clad man opened his eyes as killing intent began to beam in his eyes, and swept into the heavens. San Shouwang, I finally met you again. The green-clad man's voice was ice-cold. San Shouwang? The countless audiences around were stunned. Some who knew said, the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord is only his title, and anyone who becomes the future Territorial Lord will also be addressed as such. However, San Shouwang is the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord's real name. I heard our Territorial Lord used to be a thief, hence his extremely wild personality and cruel tactics. I wonder if it's true. Looks like this green-clad gentleman has some beef with His Excellency. Everyone began to discuss. In the center of the combat ring, the bear-like Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord, who was also known as San Shouwang, looked surprisingly at the green-clad middle-aged man. Looks like we do share a history if you know my real name. Who are you? The green-clad man frostily said, Pei Chi. Pei Chi? San Shouwang's expression twitched before immediately shook his head. Never heard of you. Of course, but you surely remembered the Pei clan? Pei Chi shouted. The Pei clan? San Shouwang immediately understood. You're from the Pei clan? Pei clan? Many clans around the ring immediately began to exclaim. So he is from the Pei clan. No wonder he has such deep hatred against the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord. Situ Yuan nodded to himself. Clan leader Situ, what's the deal with the Pei clan? Jian Wushuang asked. Situ Yuan explained, you see, the Pei clan used to be a very powerful mid-tier clan in the Northern Darkstar continent in terms of capabilities and foundation. They were one of the most powerful clans among the continent's many mid-tier clans, and were not too far behind when compared to top-tier clans like us. However, 40,000 years ago, the Pei clan unintentionally crossed the Territorial Lord. The furious Territorial Lord slaughtered the entire Pei clan, and only a few escaped the killing among a large number of clansmen, while the rest were killed. The Territorial Lord issued an order to track them down and kill the ones who escaped. The official army mobilized its personnel in grandeur to search of the remaining Pei clansmen and killed them. The Pei clan was finally considered destroyed with their end comparable to the Shao clan. Unexpectedly, there's someone from the Pei clan who survived the killings, made a breakthrough to become an Earth ultimate god, and came back to seek revenge. I see. Jian Wushuang finally understood. San Shouwang. Pei Chi's hateful voice resonated between heaven and earth. You slaughtered the Pei clan, dispatched the official army to track and kill all remaining Pei clansmen 40,000 years ago. I was able to survive that pursuit by sheer luck, and went through hell to stay alive. For 40,000 years, there was never a moment I've ever forgotten these deep grudges. I've finally stepped into the Earth ultimate god realm and possess the ability to challenge you now. Today, I'll avenge the whole Pei clan. Only one of us will live in this fight. Pei Chi's roar could shake the heavens. Anybody could feel the boundless hatred and killing intent from his words. They could also understand how he felt. It was the grudge of his entire clan's annihilation after all. Haha, one of us will live? Sounds grand, but a pity though. Do you think you have such capabilities? San Shouwang's beast-like eyes stared at Pei Chi while his face beamed with a mysterious grin. Chapter 2556, Battle of the Earth Ultimate Gods 1. Save your words, let's fight. Pei Chi roared with his battle blade instantly unsheathed as a powerful blade essence surged. Boom, 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 a wall of divine power swept outwards which shook heaven and earth. Whoosh! Pei Chi's body suddenly moved mysteriously and was already standing in front of San Shouwang when he appeared again. At the same time, his battle blade lashed out 3 strokes of incredibly sharp fleeting lights that were ruthlessly cutting open the air they passed by. San Shouwang sneered without moving even half a step. However, there was a ball of terrifying energy gathering in his palm. Boom! An assertive barbaric punch burst outward and collided head-on with the 3 streaks of fleeting lights. The fleeting lights fell apart with a loud bam as San Shouwang's huge fist clashed against Pei Chi's battle blade at a stalemate. However, an invisible collision wave swept up just as they made contact. The collision wave expanded outward violently at a terrifying speed. Boom, boom, boom in an instant. The entire combat ring fell into a horrible windstorm as countless pebbles were swept by it. Jin Wushuang, various clans' experts, and those cultivators present stood watching in silence outside the ring. The audience was unaffected due to the restrictive shield on the ring's edge blocking the collision waves originating from those incredible explosive powers in the combat ring. However, the observers could still sense the incredible heart-pounding energies from within the combat ring. They are truly worthy to be called Earth Ultimate Gods. Just their divine power energy alone is not something a peak Ultimate God can endure. Jin Wushuang told himself. An Earth Ultimate God's divine was already at least 10 times more powerful than a peak Ultimate God. What was the concept of being 10 times more powerful? It meant that an Earth Ultimate God could easily crush a peak Ultimate God with just his divine powers without using any special tactic or laws. The gap between an Earth Ultimate God and a regular Ultimate God was simply too far apart. Pei Qi and San Shouwang finally separated in the combat ring. However, Pei Qi charged forward again in the next instant. Sharp lights were shining from his eyes and battle blade. The blade of fleeting light. Splash! A colorful beam of fleeting light, as though pouring from the stars above, broke out. It immediately charged at San Shouwang upon its appearance, as its colorful lights caught everyone's attention. What a joke! San Shouwang scoffed and grinned upon seeing that, and immediately began gathering a surging of energy in his right palm. Boom! Another heaven-shattering barbaric punch was released. Such was San Shouwang's incredibly barbaric and ruthless style. It mattered not how beautiful one's move looked. A punch was all he needed. If one punch were not enough, then he would release 2 punches. Bam! Another loud collision had slightly shaken San Shouwang's body, but the beautiful fleeting light immediately fell apart at that very instant. However, a ghastly figure suddenly appeared amidst the fleeting light which was falling apart. Pei Qi's eyes were cold and emotionless as killing intent surged violently from his body before stabbing his battle blade forward. The blade of darkness. Ring. A beam of black light flashed like a bolt of dark lightning. It sliced through the void in the blink of an eye and shot right at San Shouwang with terrifying powers. The black light was too fast and close to San Shouwang such that even San Shouwang did not have time to block the attack with his fist from such a short distance. Bam! Heaven and earth were shaken by it as infinite black lights containing the power to garrote shrouded the void around San Shouwang and attacked ruthlessly. Did he succeed? Don't tell me His Excellency is defeated. The countless cultivators observing outside the combat ring widened their eyes. It isn't so easy. Jin Wushuang intensely frowned. A brown bear-like figure once again appeared at the same spot after the black lights dispersed as he expected. San Shouwang remained indifferent with his body covered in a deep purple energy layer that shrouded his entire physique like armor. The blacklight attacks a moment ago were completely blocked by that deep purple armor. That is the divine armor of destruction. I hear that only when one's destruction law understanding is at an extremely high level could they form an armor merely with destruction powers. The formed armor has a terrifying defensive power. His Excellency's understanding of the destruction law is way too profound. Mr. Pei Qi's attack just now couldn't even break open his armor of destruction despite being so powerful. Countless people exclaimed. So long no one could break the divine armor of destruction apart upon its formation, San Shouwang was practically invincible. Pei Qi, your ability has to be a lot higher than this as an Earth Ultimate God. Show me what you've got, otherwise it's no fun. San Shouwang opened his jaw and grinned. Pei Qi squinted with a serious expression. As expected, you can't be killed with normal means. Well then, ring. Infinite blade essences surged, immediately shrouded the entire combat ring, and formed a gigantic blade world. Pei Qi had certainly developed his very own principal world as an Earth Ultimate God, and he finally unleashed it at that moment. Infinite blade essence filled heaven and earth with Pei Qi as the master of that particular principal world. Jin Wushuang murmured. He activated his principal world. Looks like he's serious this time. The many experts around exclaimed in surprise. They then realized that the battle had only just begun. Pei Qi formed his principal world. The Northern Darkstar territorial lord naturally must have formed his own too. Situ Yuan remarked at the side. Just as he predicted, another gigantic world had soon been activated after Pei Qi unleashed his principal world. It was San Shuang's incredibly huge principal world with its power comparable to Pei Qi's blade world in every way. Both principal worlds began clashing in the combat ring, but neither could damage the other. A violent aura surged from San Shuang's body right at that moment as another thick layer of halo burst out over his divine armor of destruction. San Shuang's expression was cold with his extremely frosty eyes. Boom! San Shuang suddenly paced forward as his figure moved. San Shuang had only been passively taking Pei Qi's attacks since the beginning without taking any initiative to attack. However, he had finally started taking the offensive side. Unlike before, his power was enough to shake heaven and earth as soon as he attacked. San Shuang's expression turned ferocious as the halo which shrouded his bodice surface, completely turning him into a vicious beast. Chapter 2557 Battle of the Earth Ultimate Gods 2 Beast King Transformation Incarnate. The extremely ferocious beast that San Shuang had turned into pounced forward with terrifying momentum. The fist which had condensed incredible powers lashed toward Pei Qi like the sharp claws of a beast. Pei Qi was in full concentration and also triggered his divine body the moment San Shuang made a move. Right after, his divine body suddenly grew 5 meters tall into a small hill. His aura had also risen a lot following the swift growth of his divine body. He was performing a very powerful secret technique. After that, a strong glare shot out of his eyes as his battle blade was shrouded by a layer of crimson-colored light. The blade of blood deity. Boom, boom, boom. The huge volume of blood mist gushed out and flooded the surroundings into a huge blood ocean. Pei Qi's 5-meter-tall blood-red blood deity figure waved the battle blade in his hands as it clashed with the ferocious beast that was pouncing him. Bang! Heaven and earth trembling hard as infinite airwaves sweeping across. The two principal worlds began to shake violently. San Shuang's ferocious beast form bounced and flew backward. Pei Qi's 5-meter-tall blood deity form had also stumbled a few steps backward before standing still again. Haha! You have some skills. San Shuang laughed heartily as the aura of violence once again swept over. It's time to end this. Pei Qi stared frostily at San Shuang. It'll surely take your life with this next move. Well, let's see who's more skillful then. San Shuang roared deeply as well. Incredible amounts of divine powers were violently gathering toward both their bodies. They were accumulating energies. Is there going to be a verdict? The final and also most powerful clash. This collision will decide their fate. I wonder who will survive in the end. The experts outside the combat ring held their breaths as hardly anyone blinked from worries that they would miss the coming-up clash. Even Jian Wushuang had his eyes glued to the ring. Both Earth Ultimate Gods had maximized their divine power accumulation inside the combat ring. San Shuang was the first to attack. His figure expanded as scales began forming on the surface. Previously, it was his divine powers that simulated a ferocious beast, but at that moment scales began covering his entire body and had truly turned him into a ferocious armored beast with deep purple scales. The beast turned into a streak of purple shadow and swiftly pounced forward. Beast King Fury. San Shuang's purple beast form let out a furious heaven-shaking roar that resonated in the combat ring. That roar has sonic attacks embedded. No, not just that but also soul attacks as well, and both are very powerful. Jian Wushuang's expression turned gloomy. However, Pei Qi remained calm when he heard the roar. He slapped his chest. Bam! 3 drops of blood essence shot out at the same time. Pei Qi's aura had simultaneously and immediately shrunk a great deal, such that even his face turned pale. However, the battle blade he held was glowing with brighter and more beautiful crimson lights than before. My fate, the grudge of many Pei clansmen, my 40,000 years of hard work, and everything else will depend on this single strike. It's either him or me. Pei Qi mumbled as he held the battle blade and raised it high with both his hands. Bloody deity slaughters heaven. Vroom. The boundless blood ocean violently crashed as Pei Qi's eyes were filled with the craze. The blood deity he formed waved its battle blade downward. As soon as the blade struck, a crimson blade light that could split heaven and earth immediately formed and swept outward. As the crimson blade light appeared, its terrifying energy turned the surrounding blood ocean into steam. San Shuang's purple beast form did not waste a second as it charged directly at the crimson blade light with infinite ferocity and sneered as he did so. Ring. The two principal worlds that were violently pressing against each other began to tremble. The two principal worlds were initially even-leveled with none able to win over the other. However, San Shuang's principal world's energy for some reason suddenly and radically surged. In the blink of an eye, it kept pushing back Pei Qi's principal world. Some energies went through and began affecting Pei Qi. What? The audience was shocked. Pei Qi's principal world is being directly repressed? Jin Wushuang was stunned as well. The sudden repression of the principal world even caught Pei Qi by surprise. However, the situation had occurred and he could not allow himself to give way. Finally, the purple beast barbarically charged clashed head-on with the Pei Qi's crimson blade light with its powerful energies. The beast directly collided with the blade light. At the same moment the collision took place, the crimson blade light immediately turned dim and terrifying energy exploded. Boom, boom, boom. Infinite amounts of divine powers were violently swept in all directions. The divine power shrouded the entire battlefield and brought forth a massive divine power storm. Pei Qi and San Shuang were in the eye of the storm and giving all they had to outplay each other. The cultivators surrounding the combat ring could no longer see what was happening within the ring. They could only wait for the divine power storm to die down and for the final result to present itself. The divine power storm persisted for a long time before it began to gradually break apart. The storm disappeared completely after a while, and the two figures within were once again visible. San Shuang had once again reverted into his human form, and so did Pei Qi's divine body. Ah! San Shuang spat out a gulp of fresh blood with a pale face. The deep purple divine destruction armor that shrouded him had cracked open that even his protective armor had a clear white mark, a blade strike mark. The blade strike had broken through the divine destruction armor, landed on his protective armor, and left him severely injured. However, though San Shuang's aura was a lot weaker, he was still very much alive. As for Pei Qi did not show any superficial injuries nor marks. However, blood started streaming out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Pei Qi's eyes were bright red and staring deadly at San Shuang. I won't give in. Pei Qi growled. However, the signs of life had completely vanished after his growl as his divine body lifelessly limped and toppled forward. Dead? An Earth ultimate god has just died like this? All the experts observing the battle from outside the combat ring were shocked. Chapter 2558. Hiding his abilities. Although Jin Wushuang appeared to be sitting there calmly, his expression was very serious with a slight frown. He first looked at Pei Qi's corpse, then at San Shuang, and frowned even harder. Even though this Pei Qi guy did not seem externally injured, his internal organs have completely broken into pieces despite being a true Earth ultimate god. He also has all sorts of protective means defending his body when San Shuang collides with him. However, he utilized his defensive tactics to break Pei Qi's internal organs into shreds after dissolving Pei Qi's blade light. That energy must be... Jin Wushuang was secretly shocked. San Shuang. Even though Pei Qi's blade struck open the divine destruction armor on his boda's surface and caused some harm to his divine body, it isn't enough to make him puke blood and weaken his aura to that point. If I'm not mistaken, San Shuang's blood puking and aura decrease are nothing but an act. He's been hiding his true abilities. Jin Wushuang felt heavy at heart. Hiding his abilities. Yes, San Shouwang had been hiding his abilities. He had been deliberately hiding his true abilities not only in the battle where he killed Pei Qi, but also in the 3 prior challenges. As for his motive, it was simply because he wanted to put on an act in front of everyone by giving them the false assumption that his abilities were not flawless and probably just slightly above a regular Earth Ultimate God. In this way, he could attract more Earth Ultimate Gods to challenge him, destroy them one by one, and steal their treasures. At that very moment, almost everyone on the scene, including those peak Ultimate Gods, thought that San Shouwang had suffered some injuries even though he had killed Pei Qi. However, that thought could not be further from the truth. This guy, Jin Wushuang, was not happy. Sooner or later, he was going to challenge San Shouwang after all. However, his true abilities were far from his imagination. In the combat ring, San Shouwang took away Pei Qi's interspatial ring and all of his other treasures before waving his hand and immediately destroyed Pei Qi's body. After that, San Shouwang looked over at the few official army commanders and said, "I'm quite badly injured this time and need to enter a retreat for a while to recover. I won't accept any more challenges within 1,000 years." "Yes, sir." The official army commanders nodded heavily. San Shouwang left in a flash. Following San Shouwang's departure, the millions of audiences outside the combat ring began to stir. Too powerful. His Excellency the Territorial Lord is really too powerful. That Mr. Pei Qi was also a very powerful Earth Ultimate God, but was still killed. His Excellency is invincible within the Northern Dark Star territory. Invincible, invincible. Many cultivators began shouting in a frenzy. Jin Wushuang slowly stood up at the Situ clan seats. "Mr. Jian Yi, are you ready to return home?" Situ Yuan immediately stood up. "Yes, I learn a lot from today's battle and should return home and begin cultivating as well." Jin Wushuang smiled. "Farewell then. By the way, we started converting those resources and progress is pretty good." Situ Yuan smiled. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly and left with Xiao Tixin. On the way back, Xiao Tixin asked, "Mr. Jian Yi, what are your thoughts about today's battle?" Jin Wushuang directly answered, "Both Pei Qi and the Territorial Lord, San Shouwang, were very powerful. Their battle prowess was truly worthy of Earth Ultimate Gods, but San Shouwang is a lot scarier than Pei Qi." "A lot scarier?" Xiao Tixin was confused. "I thought San Shouwang was severely injured by Pei Qi. They aren't that far apart in terms of abilities, right?" "Haha." Jin Wushuang laughed before briefly telling her his observations. Hiding his abilities? San Shouwang's injury was a deliberate act? Xiao Tixin was shocked. Jin Wushuang said, "Indeed. His true ability is a lot stronger than what we saw. Pei Qi had died in vain. If he earlier knew about San Shouwang's hidden abilities, he won't even dare challenge him. However, his death isn't worthless. At least, it has made me more aware of San Shouwang and helped me gain a more thorough understanding of San Shouwang's abilities. If I'm capable in the future, it'll help him avenge the Pei clan and won't forget about the Shao clan too." Xiao Tixin nodded lightly. Even though Jin Wushuang made that promise, he also knew very well that his abilities were still a far cry from San Shouwang. He would even have difficulty withstanding Pei Qi, not to mention San Shouwang. Jin Wushuang mumbled, "Let's go back and continue seclusion training. Observing the 2 Earth Ultimate Gods battle is of immense help to my cultivation." He very soon returned to his residence and continued his retreat. At the same time, the Territorial Lord Residence's gigantic underground palace was surrounded by layers of restrictive shields, with the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord, San Shouwang, sitting alone in lotus style. However, his pale expression and incredibly weak aura shown only a while ago at the combat ring were at that moment as strong as before, with no trace of having suffered any injuries. He had an extremely indifferent look on his face. As Jin Wushuang speculated, the injuries and blood puking were all an act. Even those words he spoke to the commanders about him not accepting any more challenges in 1,000 years were something he deliberately said. He did not suffer even a bit of injury. An interspatial ring floated before him. It was the one Pei Qi left behind after his death. Haha, Pei Qi really did not disappoint. He wandered alone outside of the territory, became an Earth Ultimate God, and accumulated so many treasures in his interspatial ring on top of many primordial stones. I only annihilated the Shao clan not long ago and obtained a great amount of wealth, including the stately painting, and I've now acquired all of Pei Chi's treasures. The total amount of wealth I've accumulated is quite handsome and am not so far from achieving the Divine Destructive Beast's fourth volume. Divine Destructive Beast was a powerful secret technique that San Shouwang had been cultivating. In the battle with Pei Chi, the incredibly powerful secret technique had unleashed such terrifying power despite not even in its complete form. All those years, San Shouwang tried every method to gather resources and wealth to advance his Divine Destructive Beast secret technique. At that moment, he had cultivated the secret technique's first 3 volumes, and soon the 4th volume would be within his reach. Who should I obtain the remaining primordial stones from? Should I simply find a mid-tier clan, or should I seek the Situ clan? San Shouwang began to ponder. Chapter 2559. Ultimate God Realm. Time flowed swiftly like the waters. A year had passed. Mr. Jian Yi, clan leader Situ, is here. Xiao Tiexin passed a message. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang immediately opened up his eyes. Is that so? Jian Wushuang smiled and left the secret chamber right away. Mr. Jian Yi. Situ Yuan was still as humble and polite. It's the 1-year deadline and looks like clan leader Situ has brought me good tidings, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. I'm glad that we did not fail on your request, Mr. Jian Yi. We've sold 90% of your resources while the Situ clan have purchased the remaining 10. The final accumulated primordial stones are at 210,000 pieces, which are all kept in this interspatial ring. Please have a look. Situ Yuan passed an interspatial ring to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed upon receiving the ring and carefully counted. Mr. Jian Yi, truthfully those resources are worth more than 240,000. You could have received 270,000 or even 280,000 primordial stones had we employed certain strategies to liquidate them, but we sold them for you as soon as possible since you're in urgent need of primordial stones, said Situ Yuan. I'm quite happy with 210,000 pieces. You have my gratitude, clan leader. I shall remember this forever, said Jian Wushuang. Haha, you're too polite. Mr. Jian Yi, this is only a small matter, don't worry about it. Situ Yuan lightly smiled. Mr. Jian Yi, I shall say farewell if there isn't anything other matters. Safe journeys. Jian Wushuang personally sent off Situ Yuan. After a while, Jian Wushuang went back inside. Liquidating these resources has gotten me 210,000 primordial stones, and if I add on the 390,000 pieces with me, that's a total of 600,000. Jian Wushuang tightly held his fists together. 600,000 primordial stones was enough for him to make a breakthrough into the ultimate God realm. It was even sufficient for him to upgrade his divine power a little after making his breakthrough. Jian Wushuang immediately returned to his secret chamber and began to refine the primordial stones without any hesitation. He could not wait to make his breakthrough into the ultimate God realm. Inside the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang took out all his primordial stones, which piled up the entire chamber. A terrifying power of absorption began soon after. Jian Wushuang had previously spent almost 2 months to refine just 160,000 primordial stones obtained from the Shi clan. He would need at least 6 months for the entire 600,000 pieces. However, Jian Wushuang did not mind spending half a year doing so. Although Pei Chi's challenge caused quite a stir in the northern Darkstar continent, with his death causing even bigger stimulation. However, the stir gradually calmed and the continent had returned to its previous peacefulness as time passed. Another half a year had passed under such peacefulness. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang had absorbed divine powers from the last primordial stone. After a while, a sharp light glowed from within as he opened his eyes. Primary stage ultimate God. This is the power that an ultimate God possesses. Jian Wushuang tightly held his fists together and felt the divine power surge in his body. The divine power was not too much broader than when he was at the peak divine demon level. However, the crux was that it became way more powerful. A huge gap exists between the divine demon realm and ultimate god realm, and that made all the difference. My divine power's strength is probably comparable to regular Earth ultimate gods the moment I've reached ultimate god realm, while those secret techniques I've learned have also gotten quite an upgrade, mumbled Jian Wushuang to himself. He did not leave his seclusion right away. Instead, he continued to cultivate his secret techniques. Once he became an ultimate god, he could start upgrading his secret techniques by leaps and bounds. For example, he could begin studying the Primordial Void Celestial Bodhis third volume. The same could be said for the second volume of 7 Stars Secret Technique. As for the Divine God of Punishment Secret Technique, he had reached its second stage not too long ago, making it impossible to reach the third stage in a short time. However, his God Shadow form could be upgraded slightly. In the meantime, it was not easy for him to have already reached the golden armor in his 9 Sparkle Star armor. Hence, there was no way he could upgrade it anytime soon. It took another 6 months for him to finally finish cultivating his secret techniques. Such was also because he had perfect comprehensive and fast understanding skills. A normal cultivator would have needed a very long time to study and cultivate such powerful secret techniques. Some people had to spend a few hundred years studying one secret technique, while it was not surprising either for others to spend even a few thousand years. In Jian Wushuang's past life, some people would spend ages studying a secret technique such as Emperor by being the typical example. However, it was as such because the cultivation conditions in his past life were limited. In his ancient god domain's current life, the needed time to cultivate a secret technique would not take as long as Emperor Bai. It took only a total of 1 year, with half a year spent absorbing primordial stones, and the other half cultivating secret techniques. I'm currently comparable to regular Earth ultimate gods in terms of divine power. My divine power would become even stronger than San Shouwang if I used my secret techniques, while my understanding of space-time law and transmigration law has achieved a major upgrade from the Fengtian Scroll's assistance these days. I can now more or less be comparable to the level of a regular Earth ultimate god, especially when it comes to space-time law. I'm not weaker than San Shouwang in terms of divine power and law understanding, while my secret techniques can overtake San Shouwang. My only shortcoming right now is sword principle, Jian Wushuang mumbled. In his recent cultivation, his understanding of the sword principle had greatly improved and was only a step from developing his sword world. However, that step was a huge leap to take. San Shouwang was someone who had fully developed his principal world to the extent of his principal world ultimately crushed Pei Qi's principal world in the battle. In other words, San Shouwang's principal world was incredibly overbearing. In such a situation, Jian Wushuang would be at a great disadvantage unless he could develop his sword world to counter it. Sword world, Jian Wushuang meditated as his mind suddenly shifted. A surging sword essence swept out and formed a huge sword world which shrouded the entire secret chamber. Beams of sword essence filled every corner of the chamber. Jian Wushuang did not feel happy at all. Just like Fan Jianxian, I could easily build a sword world frame, a model if you will, but that's only an empty shell without a core. The concept of a real sword world is completely different altogether, thought Jian Wushuang to himself. Chapter 2560. Visit from an old friend. The sword world had to be developed within oneself. It was a world that belonged to that individual. However, what he displayed was merely a forcefully built frame using sword essences. Just like building a house, what good would it do if there was only a wooden outline without bricks and clay to fill it up? I've been pondering a lot about Sword World, but am still missing something that allows me to really develop one. If I keep cultivating as such, they'll probably need a long time to truly understand and develop a real sword world. Looks like I'll need some external help. Jian Wushuang squinted as he thought of someone. Dark Thunder Territory's first-ranked expert, the Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor. The governor was the first expert Jian Wushuang met who was able to form a complete sword world. Jian Wushuang deliberately stayed back in the Dark Thunder Territory to fight him, just so he could grasp the sense of a sword world. Unfortunately, his ability was too weak at that time, and he was not a compatible opponent for the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor. Furthermore, he was a bit worried about consequences as it was after all the 18 prefectures' turf, hence he did not dare stay long and could not get a very good grasp. However, he was at a bottleneck trying to form Sword World at that moment, and he could finally seek the governor and force him to fight once again. Perhaps he still could not grasp a complete ideal of the Sword World the second time to form his own, but he had a feeling it would at least help his sword principle by quite a bit. Jian Wushuang broke out of his seclusion with that thought in mind. Tixin, I need to go back to Dark Thunder territory again. It won't take long, so just stay here in the northern Darkstar continent and wait for me, said Jian Wushuang. Aye. Xiao Tixin nodded. Jian Wushuang then set off to the Dark Thunder territory. A month later, Jian Wushuang arrived at Dark Thunder territory's central area. It was a place infested with thieves and criminals. Although the thieves in the Dark Thunder territory were shocked by the annihilation of Demonic Moon, Heaven Poison, and Underworld prefectures, they were not in fear. Dark Thunder territory was still a paradise for thieves and criminals. The rest of the 15 prefectures were still the territory's overlords. The Infernal Heart Prefecture's headquarters was located within a titanic mountain, and since their governor was the undisputed first-ranked expert in Dark Thunder territory, they were the strongest prefecture among the 15 prefectures under his leadership. Countless palace chambers and penthouses were erected on the mountainside. At the mountain peak were a few large halls, and the voices of many thieves resonating from within. A golden-robed young man with a long sword on his back appeared in the void in front of this mountain. Jian Wushuang looked down at the Infernal Heart Prefecture's quarters with his arms folded and said, Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor, your old friend is here. His voice resonated, bounced back and forth between mountains, and transmitted into the ears of the thieves at the peak. The entire prefecture's quarters was quickly stirred. The governor's old friend? Who could that be? Who's here? Many figures flew into the void above. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Jian Wushuang. This guy looks familiar. Golden robe with a long sword on his back? That's right. The portrait. I've seen his portrait. Jian Yi, it's him. The expert Jian Yi who single-handedly destroyed Demonic Moon, Heaven Poison, and Underworld Prefecture. Jian Wushuang had enjoyed quite a bit of fame in the northern Darkstar continent. All the 15 prefectures had their respective tightly organized intelligence network, and they naturally had his portrait as well as knew of his name. His identity caused a big stir in the entire Infernal Heart Prefecture. It was understandable, as Jian Yi was the terrifying existence that brought them down to 15 prefectures. Moreover, he was being pursued by the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor before leaving the Dark Thunder territory, and his return to the prefecture was not a visitation but for revenge. Jian Yi, what are you doing in our prefecture's quarters? Someone growled. It was a high-level ultimate god's voice with an extremely strong aura who ranked right below the governor in the prefecture. I'm here to look for the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor and have a gathering for old time's sake. Why isn't he at home? Jian Wushuang scanned the thieves before him and could not see the governor among them. The governor would perhaps have come out to meet him instead of sending a high-level ultimate god representative if he was at the quarter. Our governor has gone to Green Flame Prefecture not long ago and hasn't returned yet, said the high-level ultimate god. Green Flame Prefecture, huh? Jian Wushuang answered. Green Flame Prefecture was the second strongest among the 18 prefectures after Infernal Heart Prefecture, who also had a peak ultimate god governor. Jian Wushuang answered, That's all right. They'll wait for him here. Our governor went for a gathering with the Green Flame Prefecture governor, and looks like he'll stay there for quite a while. It could be up to a year if he's in the mood. Why don't you come back again? Or maybe you can go find him at Green Flame Prefecture, said the high-level ultimate god. No need. Send him a message and ask him to come back right away. Just say that he'll wait 3 days for him. If he doesn't show up in 3 days, the Infernal Heart Prefecture will cease to exist, said Jian Wushuang leisurely. Although he said it leisurely, thieves gasped in fear when they heard his words. They did not doubt the abilities and audacity of this Jian Yi, who was standing before them. That Jian Yi person was only a primary stage ultimate god back then, but he annihilated 3 prefectures in one go. They had since been hearing his reputation spreading within the northern Darkstar continent, such that a lot of major clans on the continent could do nothing with some even bowing down to him. At that moment, the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor was not at the prefecture and Jian Yi could easily annihilate them. Remember, only 3 days. Jian Wushuang reminded him again on purpose before shutting his eyes straight away and quietly waited. The Infernal Heart Prefecture's thieves dared not waste any time as they immediately reported the incident to their governor. The thieves did not lie as their governor was indeed at the Green Flame Prefecture. When Jian Wushuang appeared at the Infernal Heart Prefecture's quarters, he was happily eating and drinking with the 2 governors from Green Flame Prefecture Governor and Mysterious Shade Prefectures. Right at that moment, his face immediately changed upon receiving a message from his assistant, the high-level ultimate god. Chapter 2561. Second Battle with the Governor. Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor. What's troubling you? The governors of Green Flame and Mysterious Shade Prefectures both noticed his mood change. The Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor immediately stood up. Gentlemen, something's happening in my prefecture. Something's happening in Infernal Heart Prefecture? The 2 governors were surprised. The Green Flame Prefecture Governor asked, the Infernal Heart Prefecture is the strongest of us. Even if you're currently not at headquarters, it doesn't seem likely anyone or any thieves in the Dark Thunder territory could do anything to it. What could happen? It's Jian Yi. The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor's face turned gloomy. The Jian Yi who annihilated Demonic Moon, Heaven Poison, and Underworld prefectures in one go. He's just appearing in front of our headquarters and asked my assistant to pass me a message which requests me to meet him up within 3 days. Otherwise, my prefecture would be wiped out. What arrogance! Reckless! The other 2 governors growled in unison. This Jian Yi guy sure has some guts. He had greatly offended the 15 prefectures when he destroyed those 3 prefectures. If he didn't quickly escape, he would have been kept within the Dark Thunder territory. Now, he even has the nerve to come back and seek trouble with the Infernal Heart Prefecture. He really treats the 15 prefectures like dirt. Green Flame Prefecture Governor angrily said. Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor, don't worry. Jian Yi probably hasn't touched your prefecture yet. Green Flame Prefecture Governor and I will go with you, so that we can join forces to capture and skin him alive to vent our 18 prefectures' anger on top of avenging Demonic Moon, Heaven Poison, and Underworld Prefecture. Mysterious Shade Prefecture Governor frostily said. Very well. The Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor nodded. After Jian Yi left Dark Thunder territory, he went to the northern Darkstar continent and made quite a name for himself. I hear that even the continent's large clans couldn't touch him. His abilities must have risen quite a bit. Honestly, I think that I may not be able to take him down alone, but am much more confident now with your help. Let's get going now. The 3 strongest peak ultimate god governors of the Dark Thunder territory went on their way toward Infernal Heart Prefecture. Green Flame Prefecture was located not far from Infernal Heart Prefecture, and based on their speed, they needed not 3 days but only 2 to arrive at the doorsteps of Infernal Heart Prefecture's quarter. As they arrived at the mountains surrounding Void where the quarter was, the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor immediately saw the golden-robed young man who stood quietly in the void in front of the quarter. The young man stood there like a meditating old monk, but none of the many Infernal Heart thieves dared attack him despite quite a few ultimate gods among them. The Infernal Heart thieves were incredibly happy upon their governor's arrival. The governor is back. Not only the governor, but also the Green Flame and Mysterious Shade Prefecture's governors. Dark Thunder Territory's 3 most powerful men are all here. Haha, that's 18 prefectures for you. Although we fight among ourselves in normal days, we would work together as soon as a strong enemy appears. This Jian Yi may be skillful, but he may have no other choices but run when facing the 3 governors. The thieves suddenly felt very confident. That was indeed natural since the 3 peak ultimate gods had arrived, and their governor was a powerful figure who had developed his principal world. Jian Yi should not stand a chance when facing such a lineup such as that unless he was an Earth ultimate god. Jenny. The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor's eyes were cold when he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang with the two other governors standing beside him. Mr. Governor, we meet again. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and looked at the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor. After that, he quickly scanned the other two governors. Didn't expect to see the Green Flame and Mysterious Shade Prefecture governors. I'm truly honored that all three Dark Thunder territories' peak ultimate gods have arrived together just because of me. Jian Yi, you've already left Dark Thunder territory before and made quite a reputation for yourself. Why did you come back to our turf? Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor coldly asked. Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor, perhaps you forgot that I've told you before leaving that I'd love to fight you once again in the future if there's an opportunity, and here I am. Jian Wushuang smiled. Just to fight with me? The Infernal Heart Prefecture Governor stared at Jian Wushuang. Yup, just as simple as that, said Jian Wushuang. What he said was completely true. The governor said, all right then, I'll fulfill your wish, but it can't be here. How about the void over that side? That area was after all the old nest of Infernal Heart Prefecture. Even if there was a restrictive shield, the shield may not be able to withstand the battle impact of two peak ultimate gods if they fought there. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded as his figure dashed toward the empty void afar in a flash. The Infernal Heart, Green Flame, Mysterious Shade Prefecture governors, and the many Infernal Heart thieves followed. Jian Wushuang, expressionless, stood there upon arriving at the empty void. The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor looked at the other two beside him. Gentlemen, they'll fight with him for the first round. Both of the two wait here and find an opportunity to make a move. Okay. Both governors nodded carefully. The three governors did not simply intend to chase Jian Wushuang away. They wanted to force Jian Wushuang to stay if possible. However, they had to first sound him out. Mr. Governor, please make your move. Jian Wushuang smiled plainly. As you wish. The governor did not waste any time as his body leisurely gilded before appearing in front of Jian Wushuang with his incredible speed. His cold and evil-looking black sword stabbed Jian Wushuang's skull from a tricky angle. Jian Wushuang took a glance at the dark sword light and simply flicked his finger without unsheathing his sword. Twang! His finger hit the black sword's flat surface and resolved the tricky angle attack with an enormous bolt of divine power explosion which changed the sword's direction. What? The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor was shocked as he swayed toward a void on the side. Mr. Governor, don't play around with me. Unleash your sword world and give your all, said Jian Wushuang coldly. The whole reason he went back to find the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor was because of the latter's sword world. He merely wanted to get a grasp of his sword world and was disinterested in any attack issued at him without the sword world. Chapter 2562. Earth Ultimate God's Battle Power. Why your divine powers? The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor stared at Jian Wushuang in total shock. The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor naturally could not figure out Jian Wushuang's level as he had been standing without projecting any aura. However, Jian Wushuang could bounce his long sword away with a mere finger flick and divine power outburst once Jian Wushuang took action. The governor soon realized that aura was one only a peak ultimate god could possess. That came as a surprise as Jian Wushuang was only at the level of primary stage ultimate god when he left the Dark Thunder territory. How long had it been? Not even 3 years. Jian Yi, who stood before him at that moment, had risen to peak ultimate god from primary stage ultimate god. How could he progress so quickly? Looks like you probably had some immense luck on the northern Darkstar continent. No wonder even the clans there could not touch you. The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor looked gloomy. Indeed, I've improved quite a bit from my very good luck. Otherwise, how would I dare stand before you in public like this? Jian Wushuang chuckled. Mr. Governor, show me your strongest move. Humph. The governor did not hold back and humphed as the boundless sword essence began to sweep up. In the blink of an eye, a sword world had formed and pressed against Jian Wushuang. Enormous stunning energy began to work against Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang's cultivation level had increased, his divine power was as strong as an Earth ultimate god. However, that was only one aspect, as being repressed by the principal world was not something his divine powers could change. At that very moment, his abilities, especially Sword Principle, was immensely decreased when faced with such an incredibly stunning effect. I get to feel the sword world again. Although being repressed, Jian Wushuang felt joy instead of fear. At the same time, he was analyzing the completed sword world in great detail. This is indeed an actual sword world inside out. It's incredibly refined and complete from its illusory to existential state. A true world, Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. However, the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor had moved. This is a deathmatch battle, and you dare get distracted? The governor was furious as his eyes burst with killing intent. Dark sword, kill God. His pitch-black longsword glowed with a dark light as he shouted and bloomed with black ripples under the sword world's vibrations. The big swirl-like ripples suddenly charged at Jian Wushuang. That strike was the governor's strongest move. More than 2 years ago, Jian Wushuang could not fend off that strike when crossing hands against the governor. In the end, he had to rely purely on his bodily defensive capabilities to withstand that strike's energy. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang was still submerging himself in understanding the sword world, and only began to reach when the black swirl appeared in front of him. At that very moment, he unsheathed the blood mountain from his back and spontaneously swung it. The sword which blocked the black swirl immediately broke it apart. He blocked it so easily? The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor was shocked, but vicious light immediately burst from his eyes again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Beams of strangely cold sword lights continuously lashed out under the sword world's effect. The large number of sword lights were incredibly fast, ferocious, and contained terrifying energies. They were so dense as it seemed as though infinite sword lights were completely drowning Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang only smiled lightly and sent out a casual stroke which easily fended away those dense sword lights. At the same time, Jian Wushuang was still submerging himself in feeling the sword world. On the battlefield's edge, the Green Flame Prefecture governor, Mysterious Shade Prefecture governor, and numerous Infernal Heart Prefecture thieves were gathered together. Both governors looked worried. It's only less than 3 years and Jianni has risen 2 levels? With such a big leap in his abilities, I'm afraid the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor alone can't touch him, said the Green Flame Prefecture governor. Indeed, he has given his all, but he could not gain even a bit of an advantage. In addition, Jianni has not given his all from the looks of it, said the Mysterious Shade Prefecture governor. The Green Flame Prefecture governor menacingly said, "We shouldn't wait any longer. Let's immediately join in and work with the governor. Let's kill him." All right. The Mysterious Shade Prefecture governor nodded. In the next moment, both Peak Ultimate Gods governors also joined in the attack. Jian Wushuang was within the sword world, feeling its surroundings in great detail while fending off the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor's sword attacks. Although the sword world's enormous stunning effects made him unable to unleash his full abilities, he could still easily resolve various attacks and tactics thrown at him. However, right at that moment, boom, boom, Jian Wushuang's senses suddenly detected 2 violent auras penetrating the battlefield. Jian Wushuang's face turned cold. The outcome came as no surprise when Jian Wushuang casually waved his hand. That mere wave had startled space-time, heaven, and earth. Wash! An infinitely huge and terrifying sword light suddenly burst out before instantly reaching both governors who just joined the battle. What? Careful! The 2 shocked governors blocked the sword light. However, boom! A deep thud of collision sounded before both of them shot backward like cannonballs. At the same time, their faces turned pale as they tasted blood in their throats before spat out a gulp of it. Both of them were completely shocked to a standstill with their auras having decreased by half. How's that possible? The 2 governors could not believe it. How was it possible that when 2 peak ultimate gods attacking together, a mere reserved stroke could severely injure both of them? What kind of ability was it? Earth ultimate god? The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor was also shocked at that moment while looking at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang's face remained incredibly cold as he shot a glance toward the two governors who were already out of the battlefield and frostily said, "I only want to fight with the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor and will kill anyone who tries to interfere." Jin Wushuang's voice was also icy as he exploded with a menacing and overpowering aura that was way above peak ultimate god. In that instant, heaven and earth turned dead silent. Chapter 2563. 9 days, indeed. He's indeed an earth ultimate god. The thieves around were gasping in shock from feeling Jin Wushuang's overpowering divine breath. The divine power level determined the divine breath, and Jin Wushuang's divine power was comparable to an earth ultimate god. Hence his divine breath was naturally at that level. However, under the black stone's camouflage, his divine power breath was only at peak ultimate god. This, the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor, also stood there completely stunned. He could not imagine that Jin Wushuang had already risen to that level in less than 3 years. Around only 2 years ago, he could still completely crush Jin Wushuang and make him powerless to retaliate. Were it not for Jin Wushuang's incredible physical defensive capabilities, he could have died in the previous battle with the governor. "Mr. Governor, no one else will disturb us again. Let's continue." Jin Wushuang smiled as he sent his blood mountain sword forward. The governor was startled as he thought that Jin Wushuang's sword strike would be incredibly terrifying. However, that strike was not powerful at all, and he could withstand it pretty easily. Jin Wushuang and the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor began fighting again. During the process, the governor noticed that Jin Wushuang had been holding back his abilities. His divine breath was not completely projected and consistently stayed at the level of a peak ultimate god. He was purely battling him using sword techniques. In some situations, Jin Wushuang was even being suppressed by him because of the sword world and seemed rather embarrassing. The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor finally understood the reason from seeing that, and it did not need a wise man to finally realize it. Is he using me to train his sword principle? He's precisely feeling my sword world. This guy. The governor's face turned purple out of anger. Anyone who was being used as a testing dummy to increase his abilities would not be happy about it. However, he dared not slow down 1 second as he was worried that it would offend Jin Wushuang and caused him to start killing, not just killing him, but also destroying the entire Infernal Heart Prefecture. He did not doubt that Jin Wushuang could annihilate the entire prefecture. Due to that, all the governor could do was to continue playing along with Jin Wushuang by suppressing him with the sword world's stunning effects and help him to achieve a breakthrough in his sword principle. He could not begin to think about how foolish he felt for doing that. In the blink of an eye, the pair had been fighting under everyone's watch for a full hour. "Let's stop." Jin Wushuang finally spoke and retreated backward. "Finally done?" As the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor felt relieved, Jin Wushuang unexpectedly glared at him. "I can see that you don't have much divine power left in you. I'll give you some time to rejuvenate. Let's do it again as soon as you're ready." Jin Wushuang smiled. "What?" The governor's face turned paper pale. The Green Flame Prefecture governor, Mysterious Shade Prefecture governor, and surrounding thieves gulped. Jin Wushuang had already treated the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor as his training mate. The governor of Infernal Heart Prefecture dared not speak up despite feeling angry. He had no choice but to try his best to recover his divine powers under Jin Wushuang's coercion. After a long while, most of his divine powers were finally restored. "Mr. Governor, shall we continue?" Jin Wushuang smiled. The governor was unable to oppose Jin Wushuang and could only unleash his sword world once again to stun and suppress him before fighting Jin Wushuang with his full might. Jin Wushuang did not once display his true ability and only kept his divine aura at the regular peak ultimate god level, using only his sword techniques when crossing hands and trading blows with the governor. Time flowed by while such battles repeatedly occurred. Jin Wushuang and the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor fought repeatedly every day as time passed. 9 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In those 9 days, everyone lost count of how many times Jian Wushuang had fought the governor. One thing was clear: the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor had to recover his divine powers dozens of times. After 9 days, the governor felt incredibly tired and embarrassed while Jian Wushuang was still feeling ready to fight. The governor even felt like not obliging him a few times. However, he forced himself to swallow the embarrassment as soon as he recalled Jian Wushuang's battle strength. Finally, on the 10th day, "We can stop now," said Jian Wushuang. The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor immediately stopped. "In the past 9 days, I've learned and felt enough through your sword world. Although I still haven't found the most crucial factor to develop my sword world, it's still incredibly useful to me. It's not very meaningful for us to continue at this point." Jian Wushuang knew that he had reached a real bottleneck. He was only one step away from developing his sword world, as he had taken a big leap forward after those 9 days. The remaining step could not be achieved just by feeling the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor's sword world. He could only find alternative ways. "Mr. Governor, thanks for your help in the past few days. In exchange, I can spare the lives of Infernal Heart Prefecture and the other 14 prefectures in the Dark Thunder territory. However, all 15 prefectures need to provide me with 500,000 primordial stones as the price to pay for saving the lives of numerous thieves from all 15 prefectures." Jian Wushuang smiled. 500,000? The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor shuddered. The governors of Green Flame and Mysterious Shade prefectures were also shocked. The numerous thieves in the Infernal Heart Prefecture began to look worried. 500,000 was an extremely huge number. The 15 prefectures were indeed deeply rooted in the Dark Thunder territory and possessed substantial wealth. However, the wealth they possessed was a far cry from the northern Darkstar continent's clans. The 3 prefectures Jian Wushuang annihilated, Demonic Moon, Heaven Poison, and Underworld, only possessed a total of 90,000 primordial stones. Although they had numerous other resources, Jenny had said that he only wanted primordial stones and nothing else. Therefore, it was still an extremely huge sum for each of them, even if the 15 prefectures equally split up the task. "They'll be staying in the Dark Thunder territory for a while, but too long. I shall return to the Infernal Heart Prefecture's headquarters before leaving and hope that all the primordial stones will be ready by then. By the way, it needs to be purely primordial stones, so don't you dare fill in the numbers with other stuff. They'll use your lives to fill up those gaps if the numbers don't add up." Jian Wushuang sneered and left when he finished. Chapter 2564. Sword Principle Training. After Jian Wushuang left, emotions began to stir in the void. The Green Flame Prefecture governor shouted, "Damn it! He's got some guts to ask for 500 primordial stones." The Mysterious Shade Prefecture governor furiously said, "This Jian is obviously asking for a lot. No, this is clearly robbery." "Yes, he's robbing us, but even then what can we do?" The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor seemed rather calm. "Gentlemen, don't forget who we are. We are thieves, too, and robbing is our business. The only thing is that our positions have been switched with him, and it's Jian who's robbing us now. Not to mention, he possesses the capacity to do so." The 2 governors fell silent. They immediately recalled the moment Jian Wushuang's burst out with energy and severely injured them with a single sword stroke. Without a doubt, Jian Wushuang did possess the ability to destroy the 15 prefectures all by himself. Everybody must yield before absolute strength. Normally, the 15 prefectures were not afraid of the northern Darkstar continent's large clans. They were not even too fearful of top-tier clans such as Shur, Wu, and Situ clans. However, they would never have the nerve to cross the northern Darkstar territorial lord. That was because the territorial lord possessed the powers to absolutely crush them. Jian Wushuang's ability may be slightly lower than the northern Darkstar territorial lord, but it was not too far behind. The 15 prefectures could only swallow their pride when faced against experts with an Earth Ultimate God's battle strength. "Infernal Heart Governor, do you mean that we'll have to pay up?" The Green Flame Prefecture governor trembled. "Do you have a better idea?" The Infernal Heart Prefecture governor looked at him. The other two governors exchanged a look before helplessly shook their heads. After leaving the Infernal Heart Prefecture, Jian Wushuang glided through the void alone with a slight smile on his face. I was slightly hesitant when taking action on the Northern Darkstar Continent clans, as they never crossed me after all. However, I didn't have to worry so much about the 18 Prefecture, bunch of thieves who go around robbing people and causing nothing but trouble. I'm not even going too far if I were to kill all of them. Hence asking for 500,000 primordial stones is already rather merciful on my part. Jian Wushuang smiled. 500,000 primordial stones was truly a big number. However, the 18 prefectures had been dominating the Dark Thunder territory for so many years and surely had accumulated an incredible amount of treasures. The 3 prefectures that he previously annihilated were the weakest ones. Even then, he managed to obtain 90,000 primordial stones from them and other treasures that were worth even more. Infernal Heart, Green Flame, and Mysterious Shade Prefecture's possessions must surely be extraordinary since they have peak ultimate gods on their helm. Perhaps it would not be difficult for each of them to pay 100,000 pieces, while the rest could be split among the other prefectures without exactly costing them an arm and a leg. Jian Wushuang did of course think of annihilating the 15 prefectures as well. However, that did not guarantee the peacefulness of Dark Thunder territory. On the contrary, it would become even more chaotic as countless thievery powers would begin to fight for their chances and new powers would emerge in different corners at the end. That much was for certain. Besides, it was too radical of a movement if he destroyed all 15 prefectures in one go, as the many clans in the Northern Darkstar continent would definitely receive the news immediately, and the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord would definitely notice him. He had not developed his sword world yet, hence he was not confident to be able to defeat or kill the Territorial Lord. Therefore, it would be best not to catch the Territorial Lord's attention. I'm not extremely close to developing the sword world. I have no other ways but to find other opportunities. They'll be wandering around in the Dark Thunder territory in the days to come while continuing to study and cultivate. They'll also use the thieves around to train my sword principle and techniques. Jian Wushuang smiled and made a decision. He needed to upgrade his sword principle, his sword skills as well. He previously spent most of his time raising his law awareness and sword principle while in seclusion without inventing better sword techniques. The space-time and transmigration sword techniques could both use an upgrade. It would be best to spar with an opponent, so that he could keep experimenting to upgrade those sword techniques. Dark Thunder Territory's thieves and criminals had naturally become his main targets. Even though their abilities were weak and posed no threat to him, it was more than enough for him to train his sword techniques. Jian Wushuang moved his figure at that moment, and the golden robe, golden glass armor he wore was kept inside the interspatial ring only to be replaced by a normal black robe. His was too infamous in the Dark Thunder territory, such that everybody knew he wore a golden robe and carried a long sword on his back. The thieves in the territory would most probably not get close if they saw him. Therefore, he slightly changed his image by wearing a black robe instead. Besides that, he stopped using the black stone to cover up his divine power breath and instead let out his primary stage ultimate god's divine power breath. A black-robed man who was carrying a long sword on his back and projecting a primary stage ultimate god's divine power breath would make those thieves let their guard down and attack him without hesitation. He could then use them as his training mates. After putting on his disguise, Jian Wushuang began to wander freely in the Dark Thunder territory. His wandering had very soon caught the eye of various thieves around. Furthermore, the number of thieves in the central area was great and quite capable. They need not worry too much about the primary stage ultimate god Jian Wushuang. Not long after, a band of thieves came up to him. "Hey kid, give us all the treasures in your interspatial ring and we'll probably let you live. Otherwise, die." The leader, a muscular man holding a huge axe, fiercely stared at Jian Wushuang while the remaining thieves surrounded Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang began to smile demonically upon looking at that sight. "They'll start with all of you." Jian Wushuang moved. He could suppress his divine power or unleash it to the primary stage ultimate god level with many primary stage ultimate gods not even as strong in comparison to himself. He had also held back a great deal of his law understanding by using only his sword skills and relying on his sword principle understanding before starting an intense fight with the thieves. There were a total of 3 primary stage ultimate god among the thieves, with the rest of them being powerful divine demons. Even then, the band of thieves was still being completely defeated by him after a round of battle, with most either dead or escaped. Jin Wushuang did not pursue them and continued wandering around. Chapter 2565. Established Sword World. Jin Wushuang journeyed the world alone with a sword in his hand, during which he constantly honed his swordsmanship. Through hard practices and repeated fights with the bandits, he gained breadth and depth of sword principles knowledge as he continued innovating his space-time and transmigration sword techniques. Time quickly flew past. In a flash, Jin Wushuang had been wandering in the Dark Thunder territory for a year and 3 months. He finally made a pit stop. On a snow-covered mountain top, Jin Wushuang sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. In his mind, he recalled the many things he felt during the 9-day battle with the Infernal Heart Prefecture governor. The perfect sword world was different from the one Jin Wushuang knew. Jin Wushuang also recalled the many sword principle insights left by the Purple Blood Saint, specifically the introduction part about the sword world. In the end, Jin Wushuang reminisced about his journey for the past 1 year and 3 months, as well as the events he encountered in Dark Thunder territory, such as the bandits who looted and fought wildly. Life seemed to be fragile yet so tenacious. He saw a peak divine demon realm cultivator who submitted to a bandit to survive. She just wanted to live. The world, life. Jin Wushuang murmured under his breath as he set his heart and mind to achieve the enlightenment of all beings. Ah, I get it. I finally know what's missing, life. A complete world isn't about its frame or outlook. Its core value lies in the life within. The purpose of a world from birth to evolution is the development of life and living beings. Even the world itself is a form of life. From formation to demise, the process is equivalent to birth, aging, sickness, and death of a person, all of which are stages of life. I've never been able to establish my sword world because I've always seen it as a world without life. Although I've understood all kinds of esotericism, I lacked an understanding of life. The evolution of the world is the evolution of life. In search of enlightenment, Jin Wushuang was truly delighted by what unfolded for him. He remained seated on the top of the mountain, but a smile slowly began to spread on his face. Let's begin. Jin Wushuang took a deep breath and began to open up his sword world inside his body. A weak sword intent grew in his body like a germinating seed. It began to take root and sprout before slowly spreading through continuous evolution. It did not take long for a small, complete sword world to open up in his body. The sword world is done. Jin Wushuang was pleasantly surprised. He had long achieved the conditions for opening up the sword world, and the only part lacking was an understanding of life. The process became easier the moment he had broken through the bottleneck and attained enlightenment. However, he had only established a prototype of the sword world as it was small and needed continuous improvement. The sword principle knowledge Purple Blood Saint left mentioned that the sword world's power is determined by the cultivator. The larger the sword world, the more stable it is and the stronger its power. They'll have to work on improving it. The sword world within Jin Wushuang's body, which was filled with endless sword intent, began its rapid expansion. It was originally a small and weak world, but expanded rapidly to tens, hundreds, and up to thousands of miles. However, it was contained within his body no matter how it spread. It was nothing like the world outside. In a very brief moment, the sword world in Jin Wushuang's body had spread to 10,000 miles. This 10,000 miles of sword world should be what's normal among many sword principle cultivators. Many cultivators are only at this level, but it's still far from my limit. Let's continue. Jin Wushuang continued expanding his sword world. He did not meet any hindrance. It grew from 10,000 to 20,000 and soon reached 30,000 miles. Shortly after, his sword world expanded to 50,000 miles, and it was still rapidly expanding. 50,000 miles of Sword World is considered formidable among sword principle cultivators, but it isn't considered top-rated. Some powerful sword principle experts can establish up to 80 or even 90,000 miles of Sword World. At that level, the Sword World established would be highly destructive. It shouldn't be difficult for me to reach that level as well. Jian Wushuang was confident of establishing a sword world ranging from 80,000 to 90,000 miles. True to his expectations, it quickly grew to 90,000 miles as his sword world continued to expand. However, that was not the end as it continued to grow at an astounding speed. 91,000, 92,000, 95,000 and up till 99,999 miles. 9 is the number of heaven and earth. 99,999 miles is the end of what a sword world could achieve. It's the ultimate achievement for any principal world. Jian Wushuang muttered. The Purple Blood Saint mentioned this in his insight records. A principal world of 90,000 miles was scarce in the entire ancient god domain like a hen's teeth. Having reached 99,999 miles was the extreme level one could achieve. It was considered perfect, and perhaps only 2 to 3 had ever achieved such in the entire ancient god domain at any time. Purple Blood Saint was well-traveled in his lifetime and had never met someone who perfected their principal world. Purple Blood Saint deemed it was seemingly impossible for a principal world to go beyond 99,999 miles. Nonetheless, his sword world continued to expand for one last mile right after Jian Wushuang's 99,999 miles achievement before it finally came to a stop. 100,000 miles. Jian Wushuang's sword world ended at 100,000 miles. It was 1 mile more than 99,999 miles. One should not belittle that 1 mile as if 99,999 miles was the heavenly ultimate level, then Jian Wushuang's level was beyond that ultimate level. That 1 mile marked the completion of his sword world. That was truly a perfect sword world. Much better than the ultimate 99,999 miles level. 100,000 miles. A perfect sword world indeed. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes with a hint of surprise and joy within it. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.